as of today, and I'm still trying to find
are now journalists saying, so Seymour Hersh, who reported on the Nord Stream pipeline, is saying the ground war with Iran is on as of today. The ground war with Iran is on as of today, and I'm still trying to find any other confirmation that it started. But let me tell you what Pete Hegseth said. He said, our military installations leaving our service members vulnerable and exposed. That ends today. So I'm assuming he's talking about the military installations in the Middle East. There were gun-free zones that left American service members vulnerable and exposed. And he says that ends today. The Chief of Army Staff, he asked the Chief of Army Staff in America to step down 2 hours ago, less than 2 hours ago, an hour ago. The Chief of Army Staff stepped down half an hour ago. There's going to be somebody new taking that position. And we do believe now that a ground invasion is going to happen, or certainly something is going to go down in the Middle East. So that is huge news.
So why do we think that, well, I know the answer, but I'm asking you guys, why do you guys think that he's been asked to step down? Was he against the ground invasion and he wanted to step down, or what was it? And guys, we're just live on YouTube, so let me know if it's working. We're live on YouTube and we shouldn't be switching again after this. But we're live on YouTube, and guys, listen, you guys are asking me for some chicks. You're like, oh, interview some chicks. I never gave you one chick. I gave you 2 chicks for an interview. Now you can chill and I can continue to have my normal interviews. We keep having the guys. I gave you a little dose for your little 7-8% following. I saw public simping in the comments as well, but we'll put that aside. But yeah, why do we think that he's made him resign? Is it that he was against this ground invasion and he forced it?
Yeah. So if I could just quickly add on that, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. Army, we know Army, that's ground force, of course. We know that man had made a statement or had made a comment, and it could have even been a comment to someone that picked up something. And we should expect to start seeing more and more of this as more and more officials start speaking up against this. Any time a tyrant is on the loose, they're going to start they're going to really start clamping down hard. They're going to get to the point where even if you even voice a little, even question something, they're going to be fired immediately. So I'm not really surprised to see this.
Yeah, but is it, so you just think but when you say he's a tyrant and you disagree, what do you think he's disagreed about? This is what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, we're seeing what the Trump regime is pushing forward with his narrative of putting our men into harm's way. Basically, is this, quote, suicide mission, and the insanity of what he's doing with our Department of Defense that he turned into Department of War. We saw this going back to Quantico, that humiliation ritual. And really, any officer now in senior NCO, they're non-commissioned officer, they're going to have to make a choice here. They're in a dilemma. They either hunker down, be quiet, follow orders, and or speak up. And if they speak up, they're putting their career on the line. And when what's happening here literally is a good leader, a good strong leader, they want to listen to all sides. He'll sit down and say, okay, I need us to talk about this. But a weak leader and someone who's a despot, a tyrant like really Trump really is, and this idiot Hegseth, they don't want to listen to anything except the narrative, and that is the most dangerous thing you can imagine. We saw Hitler moving his invisible armies around, and his generals were like, what are you doing? And more of Hitler's staff started speaking up, and that's even, we saw that happen when they did Valkyrie. Valkyrie is when that very brave colonel stood up and said, no, we got to take out, we have to stop this and stand up against this. And of course, I'm not advocating anything like that. We can use our system, but we have to start speaking up. And that's why the retired, I'm reaching out to every one of my retired fellow officers and NCOs, that's like Silver Sailor and us, to start speaking up in our communities and start saying, hey, guys, say something, speak up. And we say, well, it's easy for me to speak up, but I could be called back. I'm a retired commissioned officer. I could be called back to active duty and be court-martialed. I know that. But I'm speaking up against it. I'll do whatever it takes to keep speaking up against this. We have to, because this is a moral issue.
Yeah. So let me just tell you, Andrew, right? You know what CBS is reporting, what you just said earlier? CBS is saying that the reason why Hegseth asked Chief of Staff Randy George to step down and retire immediately, as in like literally do it now. No notice, no 1 week, no 2 weeks. You have to step down and retire now, was because Hegseth wants somebody who is aligned with, and this is what CBS is saying, defense and leadership vision of Donald Trump, and willing to implement both Trump's and Hegseth's direction for the US Army. So I'm assuming this guy was an obstacle. Sorry, just let me just wrap up, Andrew. I'm assuming this guy was an obstacle for boots on the ground.
Of course, that's obvious.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. If you listen carefully, in Quantico, I listened to the whole thing twice. I even went back and analyzed it. That humiliation ritual is what Trump and Hegseth did, was to take an apolitical military and politicize them into the Trump MAGA cult. That's exactly what happened, and I'm very clear on that. Yeah, either you listen to the rules. We won't listen to any dissent. Any leadership, it doesn't matter if it's corporate America, corporate, let's say corporate anything, corporations, military especially, you want to listen to the dissent. You want to listen to for example, anytime we did a maneuver, when I was in submarines, before we got into some dicey situations, that we would get in the wardroom and we would sit there and murder board an objective. Murder board means, hey, let's talk about every possible thing that could go wrong. If someone has some stupid idea, well, shut up. We don't want to hear it. No, we want to hear everything as long as it's legitimately offered. But weak leaders and tyrants, there will be nothing except what is said, and that is extremely dangerous. Any military professional, anybody that's in leadership will tell you the same thing. It's very weak and wrong.
Yeah, so obviously this guy was just insubordinate and he was anti-Trump and he wasn't going to follow orders, so they had to get rid of him. That's how it works.
Maybe he was just pro-America. And if you wanted to get rid of him, you've been in power since last year, January. You don't get into somebody of that position 33 days into a war. You know what I mean?
He might have not been clear about, how anti-Trump he was until very recently. And the fact is, Trump is the commander-in-chief.
That's such a major position, Manco. There is no way they did not speak to him. No, but listen, there is no way they did not speak to somebody in that position, the head of the armed forces, since January last year until today, to find out he was anti-Trump, number one.
You think he's going to be honest?
I do suspect, let me just finish. I do suspect he was an obstacle to boots on the ground. That does not make him anti-Trump. In fact, I think anybody in that position who's pro-America right about now would be anti-Trump.
Yeah, you have to remember Trump ran on no new wars and not doing these wars in the Middle East. So the people that are in that position probably aligned with Trump's vision of, hey, we're not going to do these forever wars. So now they're all probably like, what the heck? Like, if Trump wanted to fill these positions, he should have staffed them with the neocons from the George W. Bush administration. If this was hit, but not people that aligned. So these people actually did align with Trump's initial vision that he ran on of not doing these forever wars in the Middle East. And now that Trump has betrayed the will of the American people for Israel, now he needs to gut the entire military infrastructure and fill it with a bunch of yes men that are going to support the ground invasion.
That's just the law, dude. You don't get to say, I'm going to disobey orders because I think you violated a campaign promise. That's not how the chain of command works.
Okay, but there is a responsibility in somebody in that position to give their military expertise, which anybody in their right mind would know that going into Iran ground invasion is basically a death sentence. And so I think anybody that's against that, so Hegseth has been cleaning house since he got in. He took out
Maze, let me just jump in, and I'm going to give the mic right back to you. This is relevant to what you're saying. Breaking news, guys. Trump is thinking about deploying special forces into Iran to seize that enriched uranium. Special forces. Right back to you, Mike. The mic's right back to you, Mace. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. I actually have been trying to keep a list of all of the, hold on, honey, of the deployments that have been made past couple of days. It's a lot, but just really quickly. He fired and pushed out dozens of senior generals and admirals, bless you, babe, and including the previous Joint Chief. chair, the what's his face? I can't remember his name. But the whole point is that like he doesn't want the politically correct. He doesn't want the balance. And balance is imperative for a global power. Okay. I mean, you need people to like be able to have the dialogue. They just want the bloodthirsty warrior first, lethality first. And yeah, so the gun zones previously, and this is something that Hegseth has been pretty openly complaining about for a while, is the fact that on military bases, because they're a secured perimeter, like, having guns was kind of, like, I guess it was prohibited until today. And he's saying that they should be able to carry the guns there. So I think that was used as an excuse to get rid of him, in my opinion. But yeah. And hi, guys.
Yeah, hi. Also, what do you call it again? What Beatrix said in terms of Seymour Hersh is huge. Remember, he was the journalist. I know now everyone's like, oh yeah, Nord Stream. But at that time, I remember to even claim that the US and Ukraine blew up Nord Stream was considered a crazy lunatic conspiracy theorist position, and actually many of us who said that were demonized. But Simon Hersh had insider information about that, and so when Simon Hersh is saying that the ground invasion's on, I would take that with a very strong indicator that it's happening. This is huge news. And then the general resigning as well. This is major. This is likely going to happen. And yeah, just the question mark becomes, what is the mode by which these boots on the ground happen? Because yeah, it's crazy. Back to you, Beatrix. Good. Andrew, you had your hand up?
I'm here. Yeah, we can
Well,
go to
yeah, I would just
Andrew, and then we
I
can
hit
move
the
on. Go
hand.
ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, just and I'll finish it here. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse on this, but people have to really realize we've witnessed, and I go back to Quantico again, that humiliation ritual. We are witnessing the minute the Department of Defense was changed to Department of War, and the rhetoric that came out of the commander in chief and his little corporal walking around that's not even worthy to shine the boots of those generals. The minute we witness that, we have seen a very dangerous thing happen to America and our Department of Defense. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Sorry, Andrew. Let's go to Andy, and we go to Jeremy. I only see 3 hands up here at the moment. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Cernovich posted a little bit ago. Markets are closed for the 3-day weekend. I think everyone knows what this means by now. So Cernovich pretty much hinting that something's going to go down. And it's hilarious how Trump thinks that, oh, a 3-day weekend's going to change the market realities. It's not, because the second this ground invasion happens, the Houthis are going to block the Red Sea. Oil infrastructure is going to get destroyed by Iran. So a 3-day market closure isn't going to do anything. It just gives his buddies more time to do insider trading, but it's not going to fix the markets and calm down voters when they see oil at opening up $20 more at 130 or 150 or whatever happens this weekend after that. So it's not going to change the actual market realities. It's just funny how Trump's dumb enough to actually think. It's almost like Trump thinks that, oh, I have 3 days to do this suicidal military operation when it's not going to be a quick in and out in 3 days. Trump literally still thinks that Iran is Venezuela. It's not. You're not going to take Kharg Island with minimal casualties in 3 days and no retaliation. You're not going to get this uranium that's 1,000 feet underground. And it's not like Iran has it just in one location. It's scattered in a bunch of locations and it's heavily guarded. It's like Iran knows, like if everything we're talking about, if we're talking about on a Twitter space, Iran knows it's coming too. So it's not like they don't have defenses prepared for it. Like it's completely ridiculous to think that they can just take some island without getting slaughtered by missiles and drones, and or pull off some Tom Cruise heist. It's completely ridiculous, and a 3-day market closure is not gonna magically just fix everything over. It's complete fantasy and lunacy. And I hope Randy George releases a statement explaining why he was forced out, and that after the ground invasion starts, and said, I was opposed to this. This was a horrible idea, and I, in good conscience, couldn't go along with this. I hope he takes a stance like Joe Pence.
He won't, Andy. He'll
He
probably
won't.
be under an NDA.
Andy, he
That's,
will.
yeah. He will.
Yeah,
Go
Andy,
ahead, Andrew.
sadly, he will not. I'm 99.999% sure he will not. Just like Alvin Halsey, Admiral Halsey, a great, great man, that 4-star admiral. He never came out and said, but we know why.
Okay, I got breaking news, guys. He's already been replaced. How quick are we with the news here? He's been replaced by Vice Chief of Staff General Christopher Lanieve.
What do you know about him, Andrew?
He's already been replaced.
What do you know about him, Andrew?
Nothing. I really don't know anything about the man who replaced him, or even the previous Army Chief Staff didn't know anything about him. Sorry. But also, yes, why Army? Now, this is a very telltale sign. The Army is going to bear the embarrassment and the brunt of this ultimately. I wish Anthony Aguilar or Daniel could come in and talk about this. Or, I wish one of the Army experts could talk about this. The Army is going to bear the embarrassing brunt of this, I think, even more than the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps, I don't think will actually do the insertion. I think it'll be, if anything, for the Army, it'll be a feint. And those special forces, that's going to be Delta. It could be Team 6. Well, usually a combination of SEAL Team 6 involved with Delta. But yeah, I think Army is very telling here. If the Navy were going to be engaged more in this, I wouldn't be surprised if another senior, I know Vice Admiral, look at Vice Admiral Ketcher. He was the director, chief of Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was the director. He's the guy that's in charge of the day-to-day operations. He said, this is a shit show. We're done. And, and he didn't use those words, but he's like, whoa, what are we doing here? Boom, he was fired on the spot.
Beatrix, may I jump in here for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I don't know for sure. I believe I read last week that this replacement for the Army Chief of Staff may be coming from another branch of the military. And they were trying to figure out if essentially Hegseth could make an executive move and move him from one branch of the military to the other. I don't know where this new guy you just said, where he's coming from, but if he's coming from another branch, then indeed the people that actually journaled this in the last 2 weeks have been accurate. I also wanted to point out that what Sully just said with regard to Seymour Hersh, that Hersh is the platinum standard. Hersh has been more transparent about the activity of the United States federal government than the entire federal government over the last 4 administrations. So if this guy says something, people better listen because he dots his I's and crosses his T's even as a super old guy. And the final thing I wanted to say that Andrew could kind of probably keep me honest on this. I did not serve, so I want to be careful with how I'm going to say this. The current administration hasn't been really in authority for that long. We do know, like from an epidemic standpoint, that Gen Z in our country has a huge depression, anxiety, etc. Mental wellness type of situation. The military, this is the big pink elephant within the military. Because they have such a big Gen Z and millennial presence, they actually are dealing with this. We have a military that is medicated. And so there is a readiness situation coupled with the fact that we also have an obesity issue as well. And so if you go back to last summer, the military parade. I'm not going to get into like the minutia of critiquing everything I saw, but I would just say this. Line up our military parade, I'm saying this as a United States citizen, with a military parade of some of our counterparts around the world. You literally, if they were marching in a parade type of competition, the United States would have been smoked. And because it looked so low energy, low discipline, everything. And I think that the morale and the issue that's going on with Gen Z is heavily affecting our readiness. And I would not be surprised if even the guy that was dismissed, if even he was just being candid and said, hey, damn it, we're just not ready. You literally needed to give us like a year for this. And I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, only a fool would argue with what you just said, sir. It's factual what you just said. Absolutely. The military always is a reflection of society. And even when I was not having any direct
So just
relationship
some
directly with
news on
active duty.
this new
Oh,
replacement, which is General Christopher Leneve. He is a former 82nd Airborne Commander and 8th Army leader. And he was the vice chief. He was placed as the vice chief in February 2026, and now he's obviously been promoted. So that's the latest on that. But sorry, back to you, Andrew.
okay, yeah, so he is, there you go. He is Army. Interesting, 82nd Airborne. That's who the 1st Reactionary Force is that's going to be involved in this. That's their mission, them and the 101st Airborne.
Exactly.
But yeah, of course. Yeah, so he though, and believe me, and
Andrew,
I'm glad. Make no
Andrew,
doubt.
did he still hold your position? Have you come to have you come back?
Well, Sully, I'm inching closer and closer,
Don't
more
crawl, Andrew. Don't
towards.
crawl.
Yeah, there's going to be. I got to crawl. Come on, a little bit, but I'm still going to maintain. I don't think it'll be. I really don't think it will certainly be any kind of major incursion. It'll be some little secret, some little strike, and we're going to do a little strike here and little secret insertion there, which is useless. But yeah, but I don't think we're going to see any major incursion where tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers get wiped out. Maybe I'm living in my little cave, but I don't see it happening whatsoever. But if I'm wrong, I'll stand up and say I was wrong.
If you're Iran, you'd want to store your enriched uranium in multiple sites all across the middle of Iran. So that way,
exactly, brother.
Any sort of invading force or a special unit would have to travel 500 kilometers, 500 kilometers from any direction within Iran to get over Iranian airspace, traverse all the air defense systems that are set up from the ground, avoid them, then have special units separated into many groups, because they'll need many containers across multiple sites to get the 400 kilos. It's not going to be all in one place. And as part of critical safety protocols, they're going to have to store it in small quantities in very elongated sort of cylinders or blade sort of containers, because you don't want to sustain a chain reaction. So they keep them in these shapes are pretty the container shapes are pretty critical in that sense. And they keep them in such low quantities. They separate them out as well, because again, you wouldn't have 400 kilos altogether in one box or like in a chest, all right, of this fine powder. And because it's in fine powder as well, it's a hazard in terms of catching fire and then obviously posing a nuclear chain reaction that way. But if you keep them in small quantities, even though it can catch fire, it could go out, but again, you'd have to wait for that. But there's loads of protocols to try and mitigate that, because it's very, very hard for uranium fire to get out. Not only that, is that enriched uranium itself, just because of its properties, as well as needing to be kept in small quantities in very long cylinders, it's a neutron moderator. If it's near water, water's a neutron moderator. So they wouldn't keep it near a storage facility near the coast, because of the chance that water promotes nuclear fission, because it slows down the movement of these of the uranium atoms, and that's what causes the nuclear fission. So you don't really want to store it near the coast anyways. So these storage facilities will still have to be in the middle of Iran and separated out, dispersed out, no doubt. So, but by all means, in all practicalities, if that's the mission that Trump is planning, or the military is planning rather, then it's really, really going to be very difficult for them to achieve their objectives. I think it'll be very difficult for them to stay alive in the first half an hour of the operation, in my opinion.
Well, we've got an update for David Z. Zelensky would like to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Zelensky is ready to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Get David fired up about that one. NATO's finished. That's the old thing Russia did, is that we'll get off subject here, but NATO's toast. They're done.
Fox
They're
News
finished.
just posted the Ford is headed back towards the Middle East. I thought that thing was out of commission for longer. That's interesting.
Interesting.
I don't think the
Yeah,
Houthis aren't going to let that. The
I don't know.
Houthis aren't going to let that through the Red Sea. There's no way.
Yeah, well, they're going to meet some serious resistance, and I think they're going to bring in more of the surface-to-ship missile stuff that I think will definitely be a threat. I think when they let the Houthis really loose on that, and we've been talking about that now for over 30 days. It keeps kind of hanging in the background. The elephant in the room. What about the Houthis? What about the Houthis? What about Yemen? Well, Yemen's going to come up to the forefront here real soon if they really start moving battle groups through the Red Sea, and Iran says, all right, time to go into Plan C here.
Breaking news. Huge breaking news. Let me go through. I haven't even read the whole thing yet, but I thought I'd let you know. It's not something to laugh about, actually, but breaking news. So The Intercept is reporting, based on their investigation, hundreds of US soldiers have died, and this has been a cover-up. Hundreds of US soldiers have been died. He says the casualty cover-up. The Pentagon is hiding US losses under Trump in the Middle East. The Pentagon has sent outdated statements on the number of US troops killed or wounded during the Iran war, resulting in major undercounts. So large loss of American life. We said it all this time. We've been saying, no way there's 13, no way there's 13. You're looking at hundreds of American soldiers have died. Hundreds of American soldiers have died. Sorry, what's his name again? Andrew, yeah, you want to jump in or something?
Suleiman, we've been saying that since day one. Remember, sir, Beatrice, we kept saying over and over again. Yep, it's in the hundreds, folks. Hundreds. Those are dead. Now, the wounded or even injured are going to be in the thousands, really, when you add it all up.
This is true. And we have all been saying, I remember you've been saying it as well, Andrew. No doubt about that. The hundreds have died. And this is confirmed. I won't read the whole article, but I read the headline in the first few paragraphs. But yeah, hundreds have indeed died. May jump in, and then we'll go to Andy, and then bye-bye.
Thank you. So I don't know if you guys were aware of the prayer that they did at the White House prior to his address the next morning. It's framing this whole thing as like the battle for the Jews and their genocide that happened in Project Esther. So the guy that, so it was basically a prominent evangelical Christian group of people. Like they included the Billy Graham's, I think, son or grandson, what's that other lady's name? Anyway, I can't remember her
Paula
name.
White, Pastor
Yes.
Jeffers. Yes, I've been working with this for 15 years. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Mace.
So during the prayer, Franklin Graham explicitly referenced and recounted the events from the book of Esther in the Bible, the Old Testament. And he drew like direct parallels in biblical account, the ancient Persians whose empire included what is now Iran. And then they started talking about it, like how they wanted to annihilate all the Jews in a single day. And now Trump has been blessed to basically handle, like it was crazy. It was insane. I couldn't even believe it. And so this is kind of how it is being handled and framed as like it's just ridiculous to me that they made this about Iran in any way, right? Especially after that. Like, I just think it's really important to keep that in mind because, I mean, most of us here know this, but if you're talking about it in a lot of other spaces, especially around Christians, I mean, it's important that they see that this is all, that they didn't bring up God once because the book of Esther is the only book in the whole Bible that doesn't mention God. I know, it's crazy. Anyway, sorry, not to digress, but I did want to bring that up because it is important how this is being framed and how, you know, Trump is kind of the person that is going to prevent the Jews from being annihilated from the Iranians. That's exactly how it was framed that night in the prayer and in the conversations prior to his speech. So yeah, that's it.
Nothing to do with
Yeah.
oil,
Just
land,
some
and
news.
resources, is it, Mace?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to definitely try to secure that as well. But I think that, let's just say if there's a lot of different hooks on the same fishing rail, you know what I'm saying? The hook for those that are religiously invested in this is one thing. Those that are financially invested in this are another thing. They're definitely putting bait on all the hooks, though.
Maze, why did they use the Book of Esther as their sort of worship? They should have just probably
Just
used.
1 second, Resistance. I just want to give some news. Trump has made a statement saying the US has never been better prepared economically to confront the threat of Iran. Never been prepared better. I think they are putting boots on the ground. This is the long weekend, isn't it? If they were going to do it, why did they get rid of that guy?
Yeah, boots on the ground is. I mean, we've been saying it from the start, right? But yeah, boots on the.
I didn't think he'd do it. I know you've been saying it, Suleiman, but I was with Andrew. I didn't think they'd do it, to be honest. But now with these news of special forces coming through as well. So at the United States Security Council, Russia, China, and France blocked an Arab-backed push to authorize military action against Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. This is being reported by New York Times. They used the 3 veto powers to oppose any resolution language that would permit the use of force. Russia, China, and France blocked an Arab-backed push to authorize military action against Iran. It's crazy.
They like picking these
And
religious holidays, don't they? They did Ramadan, now Easter and Passover. Like they really pick the Abrahamic dates.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
Yeah,
significant
I think
because
it's
of
just
Purim
coincidental in
also and
terms
Easter.
of. I think it was more like the weekend. But just coming back to the just the specifics of this resignation. A huge resignation. U.S. Army in chaos. Their current general was forced to resign because, as Beatrix said, what did he say? He wasn't fulfilling the directions of.
his vision, they said his vision, something like his vision wasn't aligned with that of Trump's and the US Army.
Exactly. And so, what is that vision? What are they speaking about? One can surmise from that this is a ground invasion. It's also been reported by Seymour Hersh, one of the most prolific, well respected, well renowned journalists of recent times. His contacts are unbelievably accurate, his statements are well sourced, and his sources are always on point. And so if he's saying it, I would take that as almost it's likely gonna happen. Like someone like Douglas McGregor saying it, I think he just posts things out, right? But someone he's just like random and he's always wrong about most things. But someone like Seymour Hersh posting it out, that's huge. That's huge. That kind of for me is confirmation that ground troops are happening and it's gonna happen soon. The question mark is it going to happen now? I believe it's a 4-day weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. So huge weekend to be able to do it. Is that weekend started now, Robert or Simon?
Yeah, markets closed,
Yes.
so it's taking advantage of the markets.
Okay. And the market's don't open until Tuesday. Is that correct?
I think futures are open. Usually what they'll do is on a holiday they'll close the cash market and then the futures will be open.
Futures.
Resistance, I know.
Yeah.
But when they said the market's closed, the actual normal market, that's not the
Bond
future.
market.
The cash market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's going to be open on Tuesday, did you say?
Monday, I think. Is it closed Friday and Monday?
That's what I'm asking. I kept hearing people telling me it's a 4-day weekend. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
man.
Easter Monday. It's Easter Monday.
Check. I'll
Yeah,
do a check.
It's not often that we get a 4-day weekend.
If it's close, Trump would love to be able to do it on Easter, because he'd love to have that be in the history books, that Easter 2026 and the whole memorable thing. He really thinks of himself as like a World War II general, in my opinion.
Yeah. Jeremy, your mic's not great, but
Sorry,
I think
I'm on my tractor, bro. I'm sorry.
all good, all good. Listen, mow that lawn, blood, mow that lawn, or whatever you do with the tractor.
No, so Easter Friday closed, but Monday they're open.
It's a 3-day weekend. Okay, cool. Interesting. What day is it? Thursday. So yeah, it could be a long one, guys. It could even be tonight.
I'll just point out that fractal that Simon was mentioning that I keep posting the chart of. It indicates that the negative $40 move reversed, right? So the huge spike to 150 on oil would probably happen in the next couple days. Just putting it out there. So
it'll happen in the next couple of days if there's a ground invasion, or it'll happen anywhere.
If it really is kind of the inverse of COVID and the negative $40 print, if it really is so far it's been tracking pretty much perfectly. You can go to my page. I think I put it in the comments too. So far it's been tracking perfectly for like the past month. So I don't know. I don't really believe in that stuff, but it is kind of scary how much it's tracking. If it continues to track, we got to get a spike to like 150 in oil. And I'll point out that dated Brent did go to 140, 150 today.
And if we got a ground invasion followed by Houthis closure, you'd get there.
Oh, it would for sure. Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah.
So General Mike Flynn has made a statement about this resignation, or forced resignation / sacking, whatever you want to call it. He says, in a move, and he's just made this just exactly an hour ago, he said, in a move reminiscent of others, I've personally witnessed and are president in the annals of US military and world military history, especially during a time of war. This decision by Secretary of War, basically Hegseth, is a righteous, no-nonsense decision. We cannot be playing games with any resources we have while people's lives are on the line. Our uniformed military leaders need to understand that these are very serious times, and despite political nonsense and games that are typically played by politicians, the expectation for uniformed military leaders is vastly higher, and it must stay that way. The Secretary of War should consider a clean sweep of the army leadership and get them focused on war winning, and I suspect he will. And he tagged in Trump, Vance, Rubio, and who's this dork? Sean Parnell. Basically, it's what we say. And then, do you know what? The reason that came up is because somebody's put a comment underneath it saying he refused to co-sign onto a suicide mission, a ground invasion of Iran. Israel killed the negotiators in what military history is killing diplomats righteous, or starting off a war by bombing a school of children. Anyway, that came out from Mike Flynn just an hour ago, backing Hegseth.
So Flynn is a
Permission
fraud.
to say that?
Flynn is a fraud, and he is controlling a number of network of influencers and newscasters throughout. If you look at this entire Q movement, I believe he's intrinsically linked within there. And so it just tells you that this guy is supportive of the war. He's a fraud. And yeah, this is a guy, just remember this guy when you all start loving him, that he was supporting this ground invasion into Iran. But Andrew, you were going to mention something.
Sully, you nailed it. He is a complete fraud. Not only is a true patriot, as a true American, but also as a military professional and as a Christian. He is a hardcore Christian Zionist. He's also deeply embedded in the new apostolic Reformation movement, which is Christian nationalism, which is exactly what Hexeth has been indoctrinated in. I've done the studies. I have the receipts. I've dedicated 6 years ago, I did a deep analysis of General Flynn. I even wrote Flynn a letter, and I said, "Where do you stand and who truly are you, sir?" He never responded. And I got some hate back on it, of course. A close friend of mine called me Hamas sympathizer and said he's done. I said, goodbye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out, Colonel. Goodbye. No, we have to make a stand. Flynn is a fraud, and he is deeply embedded into 8200. He is a Zio. He's one of them.
Exactly, Andrew. You tell them, my blood. Listen, boys, this is huge. I know I'm a bit...
So Suleiman, just really quickly, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament group in the UK, which is quite a reputable group, said this. When did they say this? They said this a short while ago, a couple of hours ago. They said as A-10 ground attack planes left RAF Lakenheath this morning from England, likely for a US ground invasion of Iran, our digital ad van toured villages to raise awareness of this. So they're actually monitoring that A-10 ground attack planes left RAF Lakenheath this morning, and they believe they must be for a ground invasion.
Yep, A-10s would be strictly for a ground invasion. That's correct.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. Thank you, Andrew. And you basically... This is crazy, bro. Well, it's not crazy. I knew it was going to happen. But you know, even if you know something's going to happen and then it happens, it's like, how is this craziness happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, how are we in this world where it's 2003 all over again? It's just that this time we're broadcasting it live and giving you guys the actual news while it's happening.
Yeah, and imagine all those people that came up on our spaces before this, Suleiman, when you were doing like okay, it's probably coming in a week, and we were here for 3 weeks, and you had all these monarchists coming up, and these people, these Iranians in the diaspora, like living their life in America and across the UK and Canada, and they were like, "Oh, we want Trump and Israel to save our country. They're going to come in and they're going to save us." And listen to Trump last night. So he went from we're liberating the Iranian people to we're going to turn Iran into the Stone Ages. Like, this is what you're involved with. Now, you're not in Iran, you're in America, and you're advocating for Trump to come in. And we were saying he's not there to save he's not there to liberate the Iranian people. He is there to bloody we've seen this time and time again. And just how do you feel? Like, really think about it. Like, what was the first thing America came and did? They bombed a school with a girls' school, like with 185 deaths of 6 to 12-year-olds. Like, this is what you advocated for, and we were trying to tell you. And we know you're bad actors, half of you anyway. But I hope you're like not dumb enough to ask for Israel and America's help ever. Or maybe next time will be different. Trust the plan.
Well, they're still saying, finish the job, Trump. See, these Pahlavis and all these other monarchists and MEK is all still saying, finish the job.
Well, finish the job means turn Iran into the Stone Ages, according to the speech last night.
Exactly.
Is that what you want him to do?
I mean, ask them. Ask them.
And I need to really say something important, that Trump, the liar, one of the most outrageous lies. I was literally yelling out loud when that reprobate said, quote, "Oh, and I was there at Dover, a great man came back and those families told me, finish the job." That is a lie from hell. If you want to, I don't want anyone to ever have to go to a military funeral, but I've been to them, three of them. And one of the closest was before I lost my son. His sergeant was killed, shot in the face 3 times with an AK, okay? His wife, do you think his wife was saying, finish the job? No, she was crying and crying. She had 3 little children. Why? They're not saying finish the job. Now, maybe some of them Trump psychophants are, maybe. But real quick, also back on Flynn and this New Apostolic Reformation movement, Hexeth, it is a deep, deep, dangerous cult. They carry the cross and the sword. They believe that they're divinely appointed by God to destroy anyone that stands against Christendom, and it is in their eyes in a most perverted, corrupted perversion, a blasphemy of Scripture that you could imagine. I've got the receipts.
So,
just really
just some
quickly, I've
breaking
got some more
news.
news.
Let me give this breaking news.
Oh, sorry.
AOC has just come out and said she opposes all military aid to Israel. Remember, she was supporting the defensive aid to Israel. Now she's against all forms of aid to Israel. Is she joining the resistance? Resistance. I can see
No.
your excitement. I never seen you hit emoji so fast.
No.
But anyway, go ahead, Beatrice.
Go on then, Beatrice.
Yeah, just really quickly. So the All-American Week event at Fort Bragg has been cancelled. Pentagon officials have said the event was cancelled due to other priority demands. And according to some reports, the redeployment of the units of the 82nd Airborne Division stationed at Fort Bragg is actively underway to the Middle East region, with the Central Command area of responsibility. We've got A-10s going. We've got the event at Fort Bragg cancelled. We've got the units of the 82nd Airborne Division going. I don't know what's going on tonight, guys, but it just looks all very, very serious.
Yeah, it's looking like the ground invasion may be happening tonight. So yesterday, if you remember, not yesterday, 34 days ago, actually it'll be 35 days ago once that starts, but it was at they were at what do you call it again? They started the war, was it at 1:30 a.m. Eastern? So that was what, 6:30 a.m. Across the world. But yeah, it does look like ground invasion is indeed coming. Let me just bring Dan up.
I mean, the markets, the European markets are closed on Monday. So you got the London Stock Exchange, you got the DAC, they're all shut, and also the Shanghai Exchange as well. The Asian markets are closed. So in terms of world impact, it's really a 4-day. In terms of United States, it's 3-day weekend. So they could still do it just to limit the impact this weekend, but it would just be so, and ironic given it's Easter that they're doing it now. And as for AOC, I'm laughing because I'm not sure if people have seen the exchange between AOC and Anna Kasparian, where Anna Kasparian said that you should vote to send Israel more money for weapons. And AOC replied, I never have. Feel free to continue lying publicly, though. Those checks don't cash themselves, and you aren't talented enough to be relevant with the truth. Anyway, AOC got a barrage of comments. She got to say that she showing her voting history, always supporting defensive weapons.
Yeah, definitely. We'll go into that. I just want to welcome Dan Bilzerian onto the space. Dan, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, man. For some reason, your space is always glitching. Now I can hear you, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're targeting our space. Rubio literally sent a request to Elon Musk, but it is what it is. Have you heard the latest news? The U.S. Army chief has been fired, likely because he was against the ground invasion. We're seeing a long movement of A-10 WACs. We're seeing a large movement of troop deployment. Some parade or something was cancelled in the US. It looks like ground invasion is happening. Seymour Hersh confirmed it as well. It looks like it's happening in the next, well, it's happening now.
Yeah, I mean, they fired Pam Bondi as well. The whole thing is, seems like it's crumbling around him. The mountain of lies is coming down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Pam Bondi also resigned. But the army chief one's the big one, Dan, because it seems like what Trump said was a hexeth. One of them said that he was standing in the way of what they actually wanted to do, in the sense of he was disagreeing, so they removed him. So it sounds like the U.S. Army chief was against the ground invasion, and then he was fired.
Yeah, I mean, anybody with a brain is going to be against a ground invasion. Everybody knows how that's going to fucking turn out. It's going to be a total disaster. And if you notice, Israel's not sending us any soldiers as well. They start the fucking war and then us. And meanwhile, they just tried to kill the chief negotiator as well. I mean, the last one they killed was the guy that agreed to never have Iran have nukes. So it's just, they don't want peace. They continue to, keep this conflict, war, whatever going, and then refuse to send any ground troops. It's crazy to me.
Well, yeah, they said they're not going to send any Israeli ground troops. It's only going to be American ground troops. It looks like it's happening. It looks like it's going to probably happen this weekend. We just don't know which islands they're going to be, whether it's going to be a land invasion. I mean, this looks like it's going to be a very long war, right? It looks like it's going to go on for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see an end in sight. It doesn't seem like they want to open the strait for the U.S., and that's kind of, that's what's, pressing this. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't help when when Israel tries to assassinate their negotiators. And this isn't the first time they've done that. So if I was them, it'd be scorched earth. I mean, they killed the guy's father. They killed his family. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, if I was him, I'd say fuck you. I'd burn it all to the ground.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I feel like I think people know, the ones who follow me, that my position is that they've been acting way too nice. They've been acting way too soft. I'm talking about the Iranians. And you can't act nice and soft in these situations. You need to be a lot more harsher. You need to be a lot more cutthroat. And they're allowing the war to come to them. So they've cancelled the All America Week event at Fort Bragg. According to Pentagon officials, the event was cancelled to other priority demands. According to reports, the redeployment of units of the 82nd Air Division stationed at Fort Bragg is actively underway to the Middle East. I'm also aware that they arrived actually a couple of days ago. Some people are saying they just set off now as well for a mission, but I can't see that anywhere. But just it is escalating a lot. There is a renowned journalist, Dan, called Seymour Hersh. He's the one who exposed that the US and Ukraine bombed Nord Stream and it wasn't Russia, because at that time it was a conspiracy theory to say otherwise. He's come out and said the ground invasion's confirmed, it's happening. You mentioned there's going to be a lot of loss of American lives. I agree with you, but this is the beginning of something that's going to escalate a lot. I know Dan.
He also,
Yeah.
Suleiman, he also goes all the way back to the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, the Vietnam War, and Watergate. And I think a story coming out of Cambodia with what we were doing there. Like, the guy really has a long track record.
Who's this?
Seymour Hersh.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. The guy he's one of the most, in my view, respected journalists. I know a lot of people tried to discredit him after the Nord Stream, but he ended up being right about that as well.
Yeah, he's an absolute legend.
He's a legend, no doubt about it. Like I was sure it was gonna happen anyway, but the fact that he said it is 100% now. The ground invasion is gonna happen. You've seen all the military analysts that we've interviewed on this space, as well as the analysis I've given. This is gonna be a catastrophe for the Americans. There's also a report that came out, Dan. I hope you're back, because I know you haven't. The space is glitching. You're right.
Yeah, take me out. I'm back.
Yeah, there's also a report that came out today by The Intercept that hundreds of Americans have actually died and they're keeping it under wraps, which confirms the Iranian claims that they've killed a large number of American soldiers. The Americans continue to say it's only 13. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate. I don't know. But they are obviously lying to us. I mean, I think we saw that with the Gerald Ford. I mean, we're just not being told. I mean, they told us that Iran was out of missiles. I mean, they told us that we're winning this war. I mean, I just don't believe in anything they tell us. I mean, clearly they've just been lying out of their ass. So hard to know.
Very hard to know. Very hard to know. Do you think Americans are just, especially MAGA followers, do you think these guys are just cooked and they're gonna irrespective of what Trump does, they're still going to support him?
I mean, I think the base is obviously becoming more and more fragmented. I mean, you've got even, Joe Rogan is kind of talking shit about MAGA people. I mean, everybody's kind of leaving the movement. It's everybody knows that this war is not in our best interest. We never should have started this. Iran was never a threat. I mean, we've said all this before. We know. I mean, and then you've got guys like, Joe Ken. I mean, I don't know how you get more of kind of a patriot. I mean, the guy's done 11 combat tours. He's very decorated. His wife died. Like, and he's telling you, like, we are going to war on behalf of Israel unequivocally. I mean, you've got all these people telling you. I mean, they're very credible, and they don't gain anything by resigning. So I think you should listen to the people that have credibility that are telling you this to their own detriment, right? I mean, Trump's been fucking going after him. He knew Trump was going to go after him. I mean, he had a good position, and I think that he resigned out of integrity. So
I'm hearing, I interviewed ex-CIA agent Larry Johnson earlier on today, and he's under the impression from, I don't know if it's from his sources or wherever, that the Trump administration is also about to fire Tulsi Gabbard as well. What's your thoughts on that? Because she should have basically resigned out of honor in the first place rather than get fired.
the whole fucking thing should come down. I mean, Cash Patel. I mean, all of them. So I don't know. It's like it's hard to predict. I mean, these people are they're covering for Trump, and now Trump is firing them. I don't know. I don't know where this goes, but it doesn't seem to be going in any positive direction. I don't see a positive outcome to this war. I mean, when we started it, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Now it's closed, and they're saying they're not going to open it. So, what is our win, that we get back to where we were before? Minus a couple $100 billion, whatever. I mean, I don't know. This is just seems like there's zero upside. So
You're never gonna get back to the way you were. That's impossible. They've got control over the Strait of Hormuz. Even if America didn't lift the sanction, just the sheer fact that Iran controls the strait and is charging for it, they're gonna be a lot more wealthier than they were before the war. So this is just like, even in the most basic criteria, Iran's just benefited from this war more than anyone else.
yeah, and it's weakened, America. I think it's weakened America in, the other, countries' eyes. Obviously, I mean, we're making empty threats. We're getting our ass kicked, and we're lying about it. And Iran is, clowning us on a daily basis. So, yeah, it's an embarrassment.
I was predicting that this war would happen by February, and the reason I knew it was because of multiple reasons. But one of the reasons was that the Israeli elections are going to be towards the end of this year, and they want the job done well before that, at least 6 to 8 months before that, if not longer. If this was the aim, as in to change the government in Iran, there was actually a way of doing it without going to war. But the only problem is you would have to go for the long-term method, where it would have took maybe 4 to 6 months, but you would have won without even having to do anything. And that was to just keep the armada there, keep the stranglehold over the area, and Iran would have just weakened, and you would have probably had a better chance of causing a governmental change because people would have been suffering too much. But such is the
Yeah, I don't think it's just about that though. I mean, Israel wants more land, so they're invading Lebanon right now. Like, they're using this as an excuse to fight all the battles that they wanted to fight. I mean, it's tough because they've been trying to provoke Iran over and over and over again because they want to call Big Brother the United States to come in and do their dirty work, but Iran didn't really fall for it. They never really took the bait, and so they basically, Israel backed us into a corner where there was no justification for attacking Iran, and we just did it anyway. So I think the whole world's seen that, and it's it's just a disgrace. I mean, what do we do? The first thing we did is bomb a bunch of kids. I mean, we've blown up bridges. Like, what have we accomplished? This is total fucking. We're just showing the world our ass.
The thing with Iran is, Dan, that they want control over Iran. They don't need to physically have the land, as in it be called Greater Israel. As long as they control it, they've got the job done. You control Iran, you control trade routes, basically the entirety of all the trade routes. And so the thing is, if you were to get in a leader who basically is controlled by Israel, you control it anywhere. And so if they'd actually choked it out, they could have had a color revolution and they could have had the leader in that they wanted. Just that they went about it this way solely because Israel was desperate to have this war basically done and dusted, or not done and dusted, but at least started 10 months
I
before the
mean,
election.
maybe, maybe it's arrogance. Maybe they want the world to hate them, so they can have their prophecy. I don't know. It's hard to predict. I mean, they're just acting so crazy. To me, if I'm Israel and I'm, looking at this long game, I would have, stopped the genocide in Gaza a long time ago when the entire world started to really like push back. But they just didn't give a fuck, and they just kept doubling down and doubling down, and now the whole world hates them. So clearly that wasn't wise strategically, but
Can I?
I don't know. I mean, that's
So I was just gonna say, can I chime in on something on that exact topic? It's something that's been on my mind.
Yeah, we'll get you in. We'll get you in a second, bro. Oh, I don't know where he's gone. What was I gonna say was, yeah, you're right. But look, if you look at it from the Israeli way, their view is simple. Their view is, let's do whatever we want. We don't really care if the world hates us. We don't really care if they say we broke international law. We don't care about all those things. We need to take control over Gaza. We need to take control of the West Bank. We need to do the Greater Israel Project. We need to have Pax Judaica. So for their perspective, it's like, we don't care if people hate us. Humans are dumb. Humans are stupid. After a few years, they'll forget anyway. We can use the propaganda later to get people on our side. So I'm actually of the view that if you were Israel, they actually made the right decision. I actually think Iran should do the same thing. Iran should, personally, my view is this, that Iran should just obliterate the Gulf states, obliterate Israel, and not really care what anyone has to say. Because what people say about you, no one cares. Does what feelings make a difference when your country is being attacked and obliterated? No, it doesn't. They're going to continue doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the downfall of many great nations is hubris, though. So we'll see. I mean, I agree with you. If I'm Iran, I'm fucking going to the mats. Like they've taken it on the chin long enough, and historically, the countries that have complied, that didn't get the nukes, Gaddafi, Saddam, whatever, didn't work out so well for them. So they've tried to do everything in their power. They allowed the nuclear inspections. They agreed to never have nukes. They had a fought with saying they weren't going to have nukes. So they've kind of played by the rules, and none of it worked out. So if I'm them, I'm saying fuck it. But we'll see. I also feel like Israel and the U.S. are looking for an excuse to nuke them as well. So who knows? Who knows how it's going to play out?
But don't you think it's interesting though? If they've got boots on the ground, do you think they'd use nukes on their own soldiers?
No, not while they have boots on the ground. But I don't think those boots on the ground are going to do so well. I mean, given the terrain, I mean, it's just, I don't think it's a winnable war on the ground. I think it's another Vietnam.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, I do think there's like a route they can take through Chandahar where they would have a lot of loss of life, but they got a chance of gaining some kind of momentum. But that's probably the only option they've got, and I don't know if they're smart enough to figure that one out. What's your view on General Flynn, by the way, Dan?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really know enough to give you an opinion, to be honest.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
came out to support the war. He was attacking the army chief for going against Trump's orders and then getting fired. So it looks like he's very much pushing this war. Seems like a Christian evangelicist who wants this war badly.
Well, I mean, then he's on the wrong side. I mean, everybody with a brain knows that this war is not going to turn out well for us, and that there is, no upside. So, yeah, I think at this point, the biggest hurdle is going to be Trump's ego, because the smart decision would be to just pull out, accept your losses and move on. But he's told everybody that he's won this war, and it's just not the case. So that's going to be the question: is are they going to even allow him to save face? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's the
And if I'm
thing.
them, I kind of don't blame him.
I mean, can they even let him? I mean, the thing is, can Trump even pull out though? This is the real question. Like, do they have something on him? We know the Israelis control him, but how far and how deep does that control go? Like, does he even have the opportunity to pull out, or is he just fully subordinate to the decision makers who are really in power?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because I don't think that he wanted to go in the first place, but I don't think he had a choice. So, um, how far is he going to take it? You know, who knows?
So, Dan, I was going to ask you. You put a post out. I think it's like a week ago, maybe less, that you were going to go against Randy Fine in Florida. What's the update on that?
Yep, I'm doing it. So I just got to register, and I got a campaign team and everything else. So we're set up, and yeah, I'm going to do it. So
That's awesome.
see how that works out. We need
That's
to
gonna be awesome.
unseat that son of a bitch.
Yeah, but that's going to be awesome. Well, you got our support on that. That's going to be immense. I believe the election's in November. Are you going to do? Are you going to be under the Republican ticket, or are you going to be an independent?
Yeah, Republican. I got to win the primary, and then you win the election. So, I mean, look, if it was a nationwide thing, he wouldn't have a chance in hell. Everybody hates the guy. The only issue is just kind of going to be that it is a small region, and it's like over 70% is over 55 years old. So a lot of those people have been, you know, heavily propagandized and whatever. So I think what it's going to come down to is just how much money the campaign can raise nationwide so that we can have people, you know, knocking on doors and doing the traditional campaigning that you need to do for the older voters. I think unseating him is extremely important. I think that it'll get a lot of people motivated and excited to go out and run and think that there's hope. It also gives people an opportunity to actually do something. You know, a lot of people now know what's going on. They just don't know what to do about it. And I think the beauty of having people run is that it gives people, you know, an executable option of something to do. And so I think more people need to do that. You know, I hope that Brian McGinnis, you know, has a shot. It's just really hard as an independent, you know, because there's so many people that just show up to the voting booths and they just think, oh well, you know, it's the fucking liberals that are the problem, or oh, it's the Republicans, they're Nazis, or you know, just like whatever this like slop is that we've been told. And so many people in America are just extremely uneducated and think like, oh, well, if we get the Republicans in there, then we'll be okay. Or if we get the Democrats in there, then, you know, we'll be good. It's like, no, idiots. Nothing changes. All the same shit happens. You know, everything that you care about doesn't change. And it's just all bullshit. So the sooner people realize that and start voting for untraditional candidates, basically everything that Trump promised us that he was going to be, that he was not. Um, you know, the sooner I think you have a possibility of enacting change. I mean, you look at how much Thomas Massey accomplished, and he's one guy. You know, he's not a senator; he's just a congressman. And I think he pretty much single-handedly was responsible for getting the Epstein files, not in their entirety, but at least you know some of it released. And he's been staying on it, and you know, and I think he's a good litmus test for the people that are really corrupt. You know, you see the people that are calling him out, like the Dan Bonginos, the people that are actively covering up for the Epstein files, and it really just like exposes them. I mean, that's the easiest way to like fully understand what a scumbag Trump is the fact that he's been like actively going after Massey, showing up, you know, flew to his state to campaign against him, you know, and that should kind of tell you all you need to know.
First of all, I completely agree with you. If you were to defeat someone like Randy Fine, that would cause such a monumental shift throughout the world, throughout the UK, but throughout the US and the world, that could actually be the change that we want and what we need. And you're right. I think you're doing the right thing about going under the Republican ticket. Like a lot of people I respect on OR veterans are doing it under the Green Party, and I just think that just makes the situation a lot more difficult. People like Lieutenant Anthony Aguilar, people like Greg Stoker, like you mentioned, Brian McGinnis, great guys who have served the country even at the highest ranks, like Anthony Aguilar as a lieutenant colonel. But doing it under the Green Party just makes it exponentially harder. But I was going to ask you, are you working? Dr. Michael messaged me and he said that you're doing something with them or something. Are you working with them, or is it just a separate campaign?
I mean, I spoke with him. You know, we're gonna, you know, take all the help we can get. For me, this isn't really like something I want to do. Like, I don't want to get into politics. It's probably going to be a massive net negative on my life, but I just think that more people need to go into government because they want to fix the country instead of going into the government for like, what can I get out of this? Or, how can I help my donors? Or let me get elected a second term? Or, how can I get rich later on down the line? Like, I think 99% of the politicians are in office to benefit themselves. And that's the problem. So, yeah, I think you need to get guys like, Aguilar and, that other Marine and, into office. It's just tough, as the Green Party. I think there's going to be a time when people are going to understand what that means and they'll start, voting for that. It's just the problem is a lot of the voters that come out, they're just a lot older and they just don't know. They just grew up with this like Israel's our greatest ally and like Jews have been persecuted, this poor, we got to stand up for them and like all this shit, like just the nonsense that we've been fed. And the problem is the older generation is the most susceptible because they've had the most years of indoctrination and they're not really online very much, so they're not seeing, the latest conversations. I think people like Tucker and Candace are helping, because they're kind of opening up the eyes. But the majority of them are just, they're glued to Fox News, and they're just, Trump is the good guy, and we're winning the war, and just falling for all the regular propaganda. So it's I think as time goes on, the younger generation understands. I mean, the question is just going to be like, are we going to be able to get that younger generation out to vote? Because I think if we can, it's all over. The problem is the people that are actually voting, it's just they're just a lot older, and especially the ones that are voting in the primaries. Most younger people don't come out to vote in the primaries. So hopefully we can raise some awareness and change that.
For sure.
Yeah,
Did
the
you
issue
get a
is
question?
in Republican in primaries in a midterm election year, voter turnout is only 20%. So if we can get a youth turnout surge, we can win. The one problem is, I mean, no disrespect to Aaron Baker, but I mean, you two need to figure that out, like, because you two are going to unfortunately split the anti-Zionist vote with against Randy Fine. But if Randy Fine does win that nomination, you need to run as a third party or something just to siphon votes away from him, is I'd rather have a Democrat than him, because the Democrat at least isn't running around saying, hey, go die for Israel. We need, and running around saying,
Did we lose him?
We lost both of them, Dan and Andy. I told you space is glitching. They are attacking the space. I know you people think I'm doing drama, which I'm not. But some people, I don't know if the purple tick. I don't know if the purple tick. If we're back on the purple ticker or they
Nope.
removed us from that.
You are not.
Yeah, kick me out again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Andy got kicked out as well. But I think he was asking you about possible concerns that you split the vote with Andy Baker. He was saying.
Oh, look, I like Andy. I don't know that he has the money to win. I mean, unseating a primary is tough. You need a lot of money to do that. And so far, he's raised about 100 grand. But I just think this is more of a national issue. I think it's more about exposure. I mean, look, like I said, I don't give a shit about being in office. I don't want to be in office. If there was a bunch of Thomas Masseys out there that we could just rally behind, great. But I just don't see them. Aaron seems like a good guy. I don't really know too much about him. I just don't know that he has the exposure or the money to unseat an incumbent. I mean, that's hard to do. And I think Randy needs to go, and I think that I'm,
Yeah.
one of the people that could probably do it.
I agree with you. I'm so desperate for Randy Fine to lose. While I was in Florida, I was in so many meetings and so many conversations, and I like the fact that Aaron Baker wants to go with him. I think he's politically naive though, and he hasn't got the, as you said, he hasn't got the financial backing, and I don't think he's got the that charisma what you need. Like how Fishback has got it. Sometimes people have it and some people don't have it. I don't feel like he's got it. Also,
Yeah, I don't know about him, and I'm not one of these people that's just gonna like talk shit because he's an opponent. I don't even see him as an opponent. I don't, for me, if he gets elected, great. If he's a good guy, I don't really know anything about him. And I'm not going to like research him so that I can bash him. And I'm not trying to get into
Yeah,
all
so
that.
I know him.
For me, I'm not like, for me, I'm not even like asking people to vote for me or to like donate or any of this stuff. It's like, to me, like I'm doing this for everybody else. So if you want to, supporting me is kind of like helping the country. It's helping yourself. Like I'm going to be fine. Like I'll be fine. I can leave America. I can go do my own thing. I'm not going to be as affected by this as the average American. Like I'm trying to do this for the average American. I'm trying to fix this country. I truly think that if we don't do it in the next 2 years, we're fucked. Like I really do. I think if we don't get some people in this election cycle, and if we don't put in a decent president next election, like I'm fucking gone. I think this country's smoked. So this is kind of like, this is my service. So the more people that we can get to go do this for the benefit of America, the better. This isn't to benefit myself. I mean, granted, I'd love to see this country, succeed and whatever, but this isn't like about me personally. It's about just, trying to fix this fucking problem.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And again, when I'm not attacking Aaron Baker, I just think that we want Randy Fine to win. I don't think he can beat Randy Fine personally. Like I said, I think he's politically naive. For example, he fell for the whole, 35,000 in Iran being killed. And I think if you're so naive that you fall for that trap, especially when we've all woken up, you need to be a bit more politically aware to go against someone like Randy Fine. So yeah, I do.
Yeah, I also just don't think he's going to win in a standard conventional race. Like I'm not going to fight the standard conventional race. Exactly to your point. Like I don't accept the 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, whatever ridiculous figure they throw. Like I'm not even going to start off with that premise being realistic. Like we've seen no proof of that. And this idea that, just because Israel says it or the news runs that's true. It's just, I'm not buying it. And I don't even care. Like that's still, even if they did kill their own citizens, like all sorts of countries in Africa kill their own citizens. Tons of people die all over the world. That doesn't mean we have to go topple the regime. Like we don't give a shit when it happens in these other countries. The only reason we give a shit there is because Israel's telling us to do it. So this whole thing of like, basically what happens is Israel dog walks us into a war, and then we figure out some justification for why we have to do it. Oh, they can't have nukes. They can. Well, then why can Israel have nukes? If it's really about the nukes, why aren't we attacking North Korea? Like a country that actually has nukes. It's not about that. Like, like I said, they agreed to never have nukes. So we just come up with whatever justification that we think Americans are going to believe. And, to date, I mean, Americans have just slopped this up. But I think the times are changing. I think the Iraq war and the WMDs, I mean, I think that woke a lot of people up. I mean, it was just complete bullshit. And that war cost us like $8 trillion. And that country is much worse off for having the war. So, I just, if you don't learn from history, you continue to repeat the mistakes. And I feel like this is such an obvious repeat of the mistakes we've already made. So people are tired of it.
Yeah, if anyone's got questions for Dan, then do jump in. Beatrix, I think you had a question. I'm going to bring Andy back up as well.
Yeah, I only got a couple more minutes, but
I
yeah.
did. Dan, hi. It's so good to hear you, and I'm really glad you're running against Fat Randy Fine. I hope you bish bash bosh him. So yeah, well done you. I just want to ask you, did you watch or did you catch any of Trump's speech last night?
I did not. No. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your mic's working. You saved yourself some time and some brain cells then, Dan, because it was painful.
Yeah, I mean, I caught like some clips of it, but it's just, I don't know. When somebody lies to me over and over and over again, I just, stop listening, right? I don't want to have to like sift through and try and figure out I just disregard it, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the people in our country have just become way too comfortable being lied to. Like in my friend group, if you lie once, like if you fuck somebody over one time, like you're done. Your word is gone. It's shot. And this idea that it's okay for the government to lie to us and our president to just continuously lie to us, to me, I look at that as fucking crazy. And he's clearly just lying over and over and over again. So, I think we need to impeach this guy. I mean, he should be fucking arrested. I mean, he's a sex offender. I mean, I could go on and on, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's craziness. I almost feel like he doesn't even give a shit. Like he just knows, he's full of shit. He knows that, most people know that he's full of shit. And now he's just like, yeah, like I'm just talking to the retards. He doesn't even really kind of try and make it believable. It's just like he just feels like if he repeats the same things and he speaks fluent retard, that people are just going to believe what he says. And there is a segment that just blindly follows this guy. Like he literally could just tell him to go jump off a bridge, and you're gonna have a bunch of idiots just jump off a bridge tomorrow.
Yo, Dan, I
And you
ran
know
in
what?
that district against Randy Fine in 2024. I have a ton of volunteers that I can bring on your team, and I know
Sorry, I
the
don't
area
know
very
who's
well.
actually speaking.
It's
Who's
Essen.
talking?
Essen basically, he
Oh,
also ran in that district. He came third behind Aaron Baker because I think Aaron Baker got like 3,000 votes. I think Essen got like 1,000 votes, and then Randy
Where'd he
Fine.
go?
Yeah, I don't know if you can request again. I'll bring him back up. But basically, he's worth speaking to because he maybe have some little bit of ground game. Even if you get them 2,000 votes, is better than it's
Yeah,
everything adds to the kitty. And
absolutely.
yeah, and he's Essen. I don't know where you've gone, but if you can come back up, that'd be good.
Well, I'll tell you what, hey Suleiman, if you could, connect us or whatever, or DM me his link. Happy to reach out to him. Once again, happy to
Yeah, I
get all
will.
the help we can get. I think this is a very important race.
I agree. I did tell Aaron Baker's team to also connect with him. I don't know if they did, but yeah, I think like any because the number of votes. I believe it's been a while since I've looked at it. I think there was only like 20,000 or 40,000 votes during the Republican primary. So you need to only hit 20,000 votes. This guy I think picked up like 1,000 or 2,000 votes. It wasn't much, but each one counts because that's still 5% or 3% of the votes. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
No, it's not a large number when you're talking about these primaries and you're talking about one district. Yeah, it's not a lot. That's why these guys are showing up at the local church, giving these speeches and whatnot.
Yeah, I
I think
agree.
Randy Fine ran in a special election in April or something after because Trump appointed him or something after Mike Waltz got appointed as the National Security Advisor. So there will be a slightly higher turnout in this election. So again, it's about rallying the youth. So if you,
Yeah, I agree. There's another piece of it too, is you have to be registered Republican for I think at least a month in order to even vote in the primary too. So we're gonna have to have some of these people because I also think that I can get some Democrats as well that are just tired of this shit. Because once again, this isn't left versus right. This isn't one of these things. This is kind of like humanity against these fucking assholes, these pedophiles, these people that are just like completely above the law. And I think people are starting to realize that this whole left versus right, Christian versus Muslim, it's just distraction. But once again, in order to vote for, me, they would have to, if they're not Republican, switch over to Republican or register as Republican a month before in order to even vote for the primary.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely worth getting those awards together for sure. Because at the end of the day, I can't remember. I think it was like 20,000 or 40,000 votes in that area. But then there is a large contingent of like Jewish people in that area as well, right? Or in a specific area within that area. Is that right?
I don't think it's very high. I mean, it's not like Palm Beach or anything. But yeah, I mean, we're not going to get that vote. So I mean, who knows? There are Jews that are against this war and that are not benefiting from this Jewish supremacy problem that do speak out. I mean, there are the outliers like the Norm Finkelstein and Max Blumenthal's and Dave Smiths in the world, that see what's going on and aren't a part of this cabal. I think once again, they're the outliers, but they do exist.
Yeah, yeah. Beatrix, you got another question for Dan? You were mentioning something before Essen jumped in.
oh no, I was just it's kind of we've gone past it now. It's just a continuation on the whole Trump thing, the speech thing, but it's fine. Thanks.
Cool. Yeah. In the speech, Trump has obviously indicated that the war is going to go on for longer than 3 weeks, and possibly, it does. Obviously, he's kind of telling everybody that it's going to go on for a long time. So I guess everyone's going to be straddled. But in terms of what your primary, when is it? Is it in August?
August. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got, what is it now? April. So you got 4 months to try and get that ground games going, because it's going to be important to like really hit the ground in that. Have you got any plans for any like specific events in the area? Any kind of
No, I'm definitely gonna be going there. And I need to, meet with some donors and whatnot. Like I said, I think this is going to come down to how much national money that we can raise so that we can go actually knock on the doors and do the traditional campaigning to reach this older audience that, isn't on social media and that isn't going to watch, a lot of these podcasts and the discussions and whatnot. And Randy's probably not going to debate me. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more traditional. In that sense, it's going to be very unconventional in the sense that I think we're going to have people outside of the district and outside of the state that are passionate about this, that don't want to see him in office. And it's pretty clear. I mean, whether you like me or not, I don't think there's any question that I would be better for the country than him. So, yeah, I think we'll have the ability to probably raise more than normal. But we'll see. I think this is a very unique situation.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if there's anybody who would galvanize the public to support anyone other than him, it would be Randy Fine. The guy has been horrific. I think even the left wing, the right wing, everyone would be supporting you. I think just winning the Republican primary is only going to be the obstacle. After that, I think when it comes to the main election, that's going to be easy sailings.
Yeah, no, you win the primary and yeah, you win. I mean, that's kind of the race. It's a very Republican district. So, yeah, the race will be won and lost in the next probably 3 or 4 months. So it's going to be interesting. Stay tuned. Anyways, I got to run, man. It was good chatting with you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming, Dan, and I'll try and connect you to that guy. I'll have to find his profile.
I sent it to you, Sully, and I also tagged both of them in the comments, just in
Okay,
case,
thank you.
make it easier
Thanks,
for you.
Awesome. Thanks, Mace. Thanks, Beatrice. See you guys.
Okay, awesome. Let's go to Resistance. Appreciate it, everyone. Do give Dan a follow and do try support his campaign. It's very important that he wins against Randy Fine. Extremely important he wins against Randy Fine. Let's go to Resistance. What's your thoughts on this possible ground invasion?
Yeah, thanks, Sully. I guess it could happen this weekend, given markets are shut, and obviously, I'm still I know lots of people are either 100% that it's going to happen and 100% it's not, but I'm like in the middle. I just don't know, because I just don't see how they could get away with all the mass casualties that's going to happen from this, and no objectives are going to be achieved out of this. So I know Trump and that administration are all completely irrational and illogical, but to this extent, I could see it happening because it's so stupid and irrational. But I can also not see it happen, and I'm still like in the middle, personally myself. I don't think there's any sort of achievable gains. There's nothing that it won't end this war. It might exacerbate the war further, cause massive, could cause chaos in the markets if the truth gets out and they're all killed. The soldiers, so many soldiers are killed. But I'm actually, another thing, I'm just to move slightly away from this ground invasion. I'm not sure if you're hearing this, but I'm seeing this now in the Israeli Telegram channels, in the Arab Telegram channels. The fifth pillar is on X is quoting this as well. But there's been a lot of militia buildup, pro-Palestinian militia buildup in Syria, and they are venturing into the Golan Heights. It's unconfirmed, but it's being cited quite sort of heavily today. And there's videos of like lots of mass mobilization of militia troops. And in the fifth, if you go to the Five Pillars UK, this Syrian faction says the dream of greater Israel will hurl you into the abyss. This is several Syrian factions and tribes in the southern Dara region have declared a jihad in response to Israel's new death penalty law, which they say indiscriminately targets Palestinians. This recent mobilization of local forces along the Israeli-Syrian border comes amid nationwide protests in Syria, with many calling on the government to mobilize and confront the Israeli threat. This mobilization seems to be spontaneous and without Syrian government approval. And there's also other videos other than this, but I'll put it in the purple pill, and people can see for themselves, and maybe some of you can verify whether that's true or not. I've got different videos in the Telegram, and even the Israeli Telegram channels are sort of showing this these troop build-up and saying, "Oh, we got to be careful of this insurgency. It's looking like it's going to happen." But yeah, so this is something to be mindful of as well. So it seems like Israel is becoming more and more narcissistic. Obviously, blatant apartheid, but it's only going to accelerate their destruction. And they're getting it from all sides. And if you're America, I just don't know how you can continue this. And yeah, I don't even know. And going back to the ground invasion, I don't know how they're going to get into Iran and survive the first 50 kilometers into Iran, wherever it is, whether it's in the Strait of Hormuz. They've got like 7 different air defense systems Iran has, and I just don't know how they can. I just don't know how they can survive that. How they can traverse the Majid systems, the Cobra V8s, the Syad 4s. These are all jamming and detection and missile targeting systems that they very rarely have used, and they keep them stored underground, waiting for operations like this to happen. And if that's the case, they're also importing some Russian they've also imported some Russian air defense systems as well. So I just don't see how the military US special ops teams are actually going to get into any of the islands or any of or mainland Iran. If it's the uranium, enriched uranium, it's going to be in the center of Iran. It's not going to be on the coastline anywhere easily for them to try to create some sort of beachhead and then obviously do some sort of covert operation. They're going to have to go into Iran. That's 500 kilometers in the middle of Iran, in the heart of Iran, and then they're going to find, if they find one, maybe one casing or one case of enriched uranium, which probably is only like 20 kilos, because they're going to separate the 400 kilos into so many different quantities and dispersed across Iran, because of obviously safety, like as I mentioned, and also strategically, it's prudent not to store all your precious enriched uranium in one place for this sort of event. So yeah, it just makes no sense. They're going to have to, and deploying 10,000 troops, if that is the quoted number, still won't be enough. They're going to have to. I just don't know how they're going to survive. So, by all means, whether you're looking at it militarily, logistically, objectively, politically, it just doesn't make any sense at all. Uncommon Sense, you want to speak?
Sure, I can kind of echo a little bit. I mean, I think obviously Sully's a little bit more on the opposite side of us in that he thinks it's just going to continue. It's going straight to World War III. But I tend to have more of a, a 50-50 nuanced take. And I still think that, and it's not, again, I think Resistance somewhat laid it out well. It's not that they don't want to escalate with Iran. They want the psychopaths that are in charge of this government would love to get white guys to die killing Persians for Jews. And that sucks, but that's just the truth. But the reality is that I don't think that they can, is what I'm saying. And I think Resistance laid it out well. Politically, they don't have the support. Physically, militarily, it's not winnable. And the thing that I think is actually the most or the most obvious thing in their way is the price of oil. Because what is going to happen, and I think Simon and Gary and a lot of other people have laid it out well, or Dark Side maybe, is that oil is going up. I mean, 20% of oil is offline, or whatever is passing through the strait is not passing unless you pay the toll, and unless you're not sided with Israel and the United States. And so that means that, to me, like, let's say Sully's right, and they want to. The way I look at it is like I try to war game it through what will happen. Let's say Sully's right, and the United States is about to invade. Let's say they start with the 10,000 troops, but eventually they want to come back with 500,000 or 1 million. Well, that's going to take another 6 months to a year. Well, 6 months from now, assuming you don't lose all the 10,000 troops you put on this crazy mission in the first place, while you're building the pipeline for the next 500,000, where is the United States going to be when oil's at 150? Obviously a lot of it does come down to speculating how well can the US manipulate the price of oil down. But I mean, it could go two ways. They can either say oil is really high because of Iran. I need you guys to go die over here and fight Iran now. But that all depends on if they're going to be able to convince the public that that's the reason. Right now, the war is already the most unpopular war in American history. So are the people going to blame Iran for the high oil prices? Or are they going to blame America for this war of choice that isn't even in our interest at all?
Yeah,
I think, yeah. So what I'm saying is, I think that when we war game it out, I look back and I think about the Trump speech from last night or 2 nights ago, or whenever it was. And I think the reason he said nothing and gave nothing away or didn't change anything is because they don't know what to do. I really do think that they are repeating, in a way, they're kind of repeating Vietnam, hoping it works this time. And that is why they are amping up the bombing strikes. That is why they're amping up the rhetoric. And they are hoping, because legitimately, there is a way for them to win. The only way they can win is if they successfully topple the government internally, because I don't think they can win externally. Now, I think we all in this room know that it's not going to work. But I think that they think, and maybe it's actually not a terrible, because if they do send in the soldiers, it's a kill box. And they're running out of time. And so they're just going to amp up and blow a bunch of civilian infrastructure and and that is why they're putting out Back to the Stone Age, because they're trying to project to the Iranian people, hey, you guys don't have to live like this, even though obviously it's having the opposite effect. I think we all know that, but they're trying to make that work because that is the only option that I think is viable. I don't even see what other option could be viable. And the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get for the United States, because the American people are going to start, because we're going to start having financial, I don't know how much long, I mean, Simon and maybe Gary can speculate, but let's assume the war is, where do you think oil is in another month if the war is still where we're at right now, where we're just doing aerial bombing campaigns and nothing's changed? They can't change anything militarily, is what as far as I can tell, based on what all the experts are saying. So what is even the point? I don't know. I just don't see how. Now, I'm not saying that. I think Resistance said it well when he said they still might do it because they're idiots, and obviously we shouldn't have done this in the first place. But I don't even know what the plan would be. Like, what is the plan? We're going to take an island.
There is no plan. The only one that even kind of a little bit makes sense is what Sully's been saying, is Carg Island. And even then, every single being an honest person, military analyst, and as even Larry Johnson said, and Sully was talking to him, and then what? And then what? There's no strategic value. And Anthony Aguilar laid that out clearly. Now, tactically speaking, give you some military analysis, tactically speaking, from So, for example, my expertise only could be tactically speaking from submarine warfare. All right. Over and over again, we strategize, we plan, we write orders of battle, and then we study it, and then we practice it. And when we practice it, it's just not, well, let's go do this. No, we'll spend hours and hours, and then we'll be evaluated. And by senior officer will come in and evaluate. We have to reach a certain level of proficiency. Then we have to take it from the attack trainer to the actual out in the open ocean, and they'd put us in a little. It's a maddening little maze under in the sea we use. I'm not going to elaborate on that. And then we're tested and tested. And if it doesn't add up tactically, then we don't do it. We don't even think about it. Why? Because why would we kill ourselves? I mean, please, could someone help me here see why I might be upset when I come into these spaces and all these military analysts? Please, would you, in your own, any one of us here, would we do something if we know it's going to be tactically insane? No, we would not. So that's what we're dealing with. That's why I've been spending hours and hours and days. That's why you see people like Anthony Aguilar losing his mind. That's why you see Randy Johnson jumping up and down. That's why you see Daniel Davis he's jumping up and down. He's going nuts. That's why you see that Army Chief of Staff resign. Because guess what? We know that tactically it's insane. Now take it to the strategic level. There's no end game. And Anthony Aguilar laid it out a lot more articulately than I can. So you're right, absolutely right, brother. No. And then you heard resistance talk about, okay, we're going to send special forces in. We're going to go snatch that uranium and all their atomic weapon residue there. Or, I mean, atomic, what's the word I'm looking for? Help me here, resistance. Scrap up their
Enriched
Uranium.
uranium.
the uranium. Oh my God! Thank you. The uranium, and you heard what a resistance said. Now I can tell you that doesn't add up. Even if you had a million special forces, it would still kind of like be scary. I mean, not tactically sound. And I'll land it there.
Yeah, and I do want to say one more thing. That's because Sully keeps going back to that basically Trump was kind of intimating in his speech by talking about how long previous wars were, that maybe he's trying to sell how long this war is going to be. And I think initially I agreed with you on that, but when you interviewed Dawson last night, Ryan Dawson, that is, for people that don't know, I'm sure most people in the space know, but Dawson basically said he thinks that was more of just Trump riffing off how long wars are, and his war is going to be shorter, and it's more of an ego trip. And when he says that, I'm like, well, that kind of makes sense too. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think the government knows what they're doing. And I will say that Daniel Davis, I think he said this yesterday, he knows somebody. He obviously didn't want to reveal sources, but he knows somebody maybe in or on the ground, or someone really close to the situation, that said they've been given orders to be prepared to go in on a dime and be prepared to leave on a dime. So of course that doesn't necessarily, but sounds like something's going to happen where one way or the other. I just think that the longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get for the U.S., because oil is just going to continue to go up. And I would be interested to hear Simon and maybe Gary speculate about how, when you, I mean, I guess, and that's a solely question in terms of the political fallout. Like, if oil's at 130 or 140, how well are you going to be able to, how are you going to be able to even get the American public to buy the war, to support it? I don't think that you're going to be able to. So,
Yeah, my answer is you don't need the American people to buy it. They're just going ahead anyway. I don't think American people matter at this stage. But my opinion hasn't changed, which is that you can't defy gravity for the length of time that people are projecting this to go on for. And so, therefore, unless you want to take down the whole global economy, this ends soon. But I've been saying that all along. So, and we're still here. So, I thought this would end sooner. I thought it was going to be a 12-day war. We're still here after a month. But you can't defy gravity for a long time unless you're willing to take down the whole global economy. And at those rates of oil, you take down the whole global economy. So my belief around what this is Hollywood. Trump needs a Hollywood movie. I believe that there has been negotiations, and part of the negotiation is what needs to happen for the off ramp. And so, if it's ground invasion followed by Houthis closure, followed by the world was about to end, so we all did a deal. That's my best thinking of what's actually happening here. Because I just don't believe that anyone's willing to sacrifice the entire global economy for the entire world. And that is what happens if you allow the strait to remain closed and oil prices to go above $150 for a sustained period of time.
I got to
Yeah,
say, Simon, sorry, if, I think we're the gravity set in, and you can't. I'm not sure you can reverse this. I'm not a political analyst. I'm not a, I don't know a lot about a lot of things, but I don't know how this gets fixed now. I mean, I've been sitting here all day long going, hey, how do I, there's going to be a major play here. We're not done. Okay. I think there's a lot of pain to come here. And I would love to hear from someone how this actually, walk me through how this fucking gets reversed. Whether they're boots on the ground or not. I would love to know how any of this gets fixed in 4 weeks or a year, even. I think this is a fucking train wreck. And I hate to be so pessimistic because I'm not that guy. But please, somebody tell me how this gets calmed down. Like, I would love to hear that scenario because we're just speculating, but I'd love to speculate on how this gets fixed. And if you look at the egos here, I think every situation you're going to come up with requires an ego to completely have an ego death. Okay, like completely surrender and, oh, this was a mistake, and pay reparations or whatever. But anybody got any ideas how you'd walk this down? Let's say the entire cabinet gets killed tomorrow morning, and you're put in charge. What would you do? And I'm suggesting that the damage is so severe at this point, Superman couldn't fix this shit.
Yeah, well, if there is someone that can get everyone around the table, which is only one country in the world, and that's China. Then China can say to America, "You don't get your rare earth minerals." Iran, we stop buying your oil. GCC, we stop buying. We stop buying your oil until this is done. And Israel, we're not going to accept a Middle East where you represent U.S. military interest. But we are willing to invest in gas and oil pipelines that tie the industry together. And we'll meet in Pakistan, which they already have. And here's the 5 things that need to happen, and here's how we guarantee it. Then if that is happening, which I believe has happened in the background, then you just need to eliminate anyone that's not on board with that plan. And if that's possible, then there are plenty of people that would be on board of that plan. You just need to regime change all the ones that aren't on board that plan. And I'm not just talking about Iran, I'm talking about Israel, Iran, and America.
Gary, I think what you laid out is very intelligent, articulate, and unfortunately very realistic. It's the way out of this war. The easiest way out of this war is both Israel and the United States have to say we're sorry, and they have to back out. And the reason that it's so hard to imagine that is because they don't do that. And because they don't do that, I think we all can kind of see that's why it's easy to bet on further escalation because, I mean, unless Simon's right, unless there's some behind the scenes. I mean, Iran is saying publicly, we're not talking to anybody. So now, obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, and Andrew has said this before.
The Iranian government has said they're speaking to people. The IRGC is not saying they're not speaking.
Yeah, and to
Yeah, but they can talk to whoever they want. Like, see, I think that your scenario, I have a lot of respect for you, Simon, but that is a pipe dream. The one solution you came up with requires an alignment of the heavenly stars and the assassination of about, I don't know, 500 people. Because you said you have to get rid of the people that are going to stop this, right? So you're still at war. And you don't fix the fertilizer, you don't fix the helium, you don't fix the oil, you don't fix the refined products, including jet fuel. You're not going to get any energy to London. Is, like I said this a week ago, tens of thousands of airlines will shut down. What is happening? You will be curfewed. Like, it's going to be illegal to fucking turn your lights on at 11 p.m. Watch. Okay, it's coming to a town near you. I think you're going to see brownouts in California because the fucking energy prices are going to go up so high because of where they're at. It's a very funky place, especially gasoline. So I think the damage is already like, I mean, you got OpenAI who raised $256 billion, $122 billion just like, I don't know, a month ago. People are trying to sell those shares and they can't sell a one of them. The market's going to freeze up in this kind of environment. Like, this is a very sophisticated supply chain, okay? It's relationships that have been born in for 50 years. You're not China, and they can do whatever they want, man. You can't just create a new system,
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they are. I think it's like my theory is that this has been
No,
going
no
on for
doubt
years.
they're discussing their options because
Yeah,
everybody on the planet's like, fuck, dude, I can't rely on one supplier of anything.
yeah.
Correct.
My theory is that this has been going on for years, and this war is part of a negotiation, and this is the execution of it. But yeah, we'll see. But
Well, then if that's
what
true, and I think
happens?
that's a good scenario to go down to do a what if, you know. But I'm just asking for the question, dude. Like, how does this get fixed in 2026? Much less 3 weeks from now, because
Yeah,
even if you walked all the troops out, I think the damage is colossal. Now we don't know. Okay, this could be all AI, but I think you're talking about money, like, and at the wrong time. Okay. And by the way, we haven't discussed what happens if some third party decides, hey, this is an opportune time for my little organization to make its little way onto the world stage. And they throw a fucking wrench in the works. See, this is the issue here. This thing's so volatile. Gary Cardone could go, I'm gonna start a tribe and fucking really, start doing shit. All we need is one or two incidences in the United States or a major airport somewhere around the world or a nuclear power plant having a problem. I mean, we are one matchstick, man, away from piff poff. What the fuck? Where are we, and how do we fix it? And Simon, maybe that's a good idea, but I would love to hear from some other people. Like, okay, we even if we re-elected another president right this second, like, none of this gets fixed immediately. That's where I'm at. It's just the damage and the credibility of Americans, dude. Like, how do you ever get that back?
I don't think you can. I think
I don't think you do. This
yeah.
is a change of
Dude, I got
empire.
people
Yeah,
hating on me. Like, you gave money to Trump, so you're an evil man. I'm like, well, gosh, forever and ever I get to be evil, dude.
That
The
yeah.
polarization is increasing now,
No,
which is the last thing we need.
I don't think that changes. I think this is a change of empire, and I think China's going to be doing all the infrastructure rebuilding and its new alignments that are being formed here.
So where are they going to do this from? I think China's broke, dude.
China's definitely not broke. I mean, they got
Well,
22,000 tons of gold. They got over $1 trillion trade surplus. Every single country in the world has gone to them saying, let's sign new deals. Obviously, a global recession fucks everybody, and China's not excluded from that. But
yeah, I think if you
I
look
think the
under China's
propaganda.
if you look under China's hood, you're going to find a mass amount of problems. You cannot build for 10 years 54 coal-fired power stations every year and not have massive pollution issues. This is not just how much money do they have. It's where are they connected? Are they innovative? Do they? This takes a world stage, man. Not
Have
one
you been to
country.
Shanghai, Gary? It's the most innovative place I've
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
been, ever.
No, that's cool, dude. But the truth is, like, you're talking about 8 billion people, assuming they have 1.6, which I mathematically cannot get there. So I don't trust any of their numbers. I don't trust any of our numbers. I'm just saying the fucking problem, and they have no energy resources. Okay, they don't. They're short energy. Period. That puts them in a huge problem
But that's where
unless they're going to go and
that's where
buy
the
Greenland.
rebuild comes in. They need Iran. They need the GCC. They need
Oh yeah, well
all
they
these
need
partners.
relationships, and I think the thing out of this is that once we get through this, people are going to have more relationships to energy sources for sure, unless your scenario is right and the plan really is. And I could see this group of people just are planning on taking over all the resources on planet Earth, at least the ones that we can grab, all the fossil fuel, which it's the only reason for us putting boots on the ground, quite frankly. Like, if you're going to do it, just tell everybody, hey, we're going after everything, dude. Cuba, Greenland. We'll leave the UK and Europe alone because they got nothing. We'll sell expensive energy to them, but we're going to take over everything else.
But Gary, they're only sending 10,000 soldiers. You're not going to achieve anything with that.
Dude, but bro, like, how many soldiers did they send to Japan? Not a one.
Oh, you think they're
That's
blowing a nuke?
Well, I don't want to say this kind of stuff, dude, but like this is see when you can't give me an exit that calms the situation down. You know, when a natural gas well blows out, and it really blows out, it's a monster. You know what they do? They explode fucking dynamite right on top of the wellhead, and it collapses the well field. So the fire goes out. The way to put out a fire is with a bigger fucking fire. And this is a fucking big fire, man. And I don't want to say that, but like, you know, if you can't give me a solution how this calms down in 3 weeks, I mean, really calms down, and you're at $82 crude oil, not 147, then it has to escalate. See, that's how can it not? And it only takes one or two random events to happen. They have nothing to do with this particular war, but it's just part of the consequences. And the market's holding up. I don't understand. I'll shut up because I see hands, but perplexing.
I just have a quick breaking news, and I'll give it right back to you, Gary. But it was so Russia, China, and France, they prevented the UN Security Council from authorizing military action to open the Strait of Hormuz. That's a pretty big deal. They like overtly actually picked a side.
Yep, that's a big deal.
I sent you the laughing emoji, Maze, because I think it must be the symptom of the space
Oh no, did I
that
do it
chicks have to
again?
say the news.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Oh man.
But yeah,
That's fine. We have got.
the Security Council can say whatever they want. It means nothing anymore. Like absolutely nothing. The UN is rendered as absolutely useless at this stage.
Well, I just thought that it was a big deal. Russia and China actually signaled that they don't think they have the right to do that, you know, and I think that that's a bigger deal. Yeah, but I agree about
Yeah.
the UN.
And France, so yeah, it is symbolic. Like why is France on Russia and China's side? And Macron has been doing a bunch of, and then we've been getting these new relationships with NATO and Europe and stuff. So you're right, there are some posturing going on here.
And Russia and China will back it up, though, beyond that.
Yeah, just some news quickly, some actual breaking news. Jordan's parliament speaker has called for reviving a joint Arab defense and economic pact to counter Iran, accusing Tehran of regional ambitions. This is crazy. Jordan's warned Iran is seeking to revive the Persian Empire and is inciting Shiite populations across Arab states. That is crazy.
W, make me
Also,
viceroy.
Who said that, Beatrix? Which source?
this is coming from Jordan's parliament speaker called for it. It's been reported by Clash Report. The parliament speaker actually called for it. Also, Pete Hegseth has announced a policy change allowing US service members to request permission to carry personal firearms on all military bases. I guess that's with a view to the Middle East, which is interesting because I don't see what difference it's going to make if they carry firearms.
That's a joke
In
we
the Middle
always
East.
did anyway. We always did anyway. I could go on. That's a big joke. We've always done that anyway. It's a big thing there, but yeah.
Some breaking
You can
news.
shoot the drone.
Yeah, some breaking news. France are going to now be joining the UN Security Council members, China and Russia, to kill a push by Arab countries to authorize military action against Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. France ain't going to do nothing. Why they
We're
have to
No
make
way,
big
repeating
men?
that
Sully.
Maze,
stuff.
Maze
No
didn't know
way,
that, did you,
Sully.
Maze?
Huh?
No, I had no idea.
No
That's
way.
crazy.
Are you sure, Sully?
That's insane. Are you? Yeah, just
Are
say
you
that one
sure,
more
Sully?
time.
What is that?
Repeat that.
Say
Say
that
get
again,
him in
Joe.
the back of the
What you
bus.
saying? It's because it's his wife's a guy. Is that what you're
Maze,
saying?
Maze just announced it,
Dude,
Sully.
you are on the cutting
Oh,
edge of
okay,
news,
okay,
dude.
yeah,
You
big
are
You
announcement.
the
just had to
I
say it so
announced
we
it
could all
just
hear it.
before Dan Bilzerian came on, and then Maze has just announced it, and now everyone's going to get to hear it because Suleiman's announced it. Let me just give this
Now
as
you know
well.
the
A former
news.
US
Now
State
they know the
Department.
news tricks.
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely heard it this time.
And it's only
So a former
real
US
once
State
Sully confirms it.
Yeah, a former US State Department expert advisor has said that Trump administration is using peace talks in Islamabad, which is Pakistan, as a deliberate trap to assassinate Iranian officials, and that Trump's destroyed all trust and now diplomacy is impossible. He said this on CNN. Pentagon's asking for $1.5 trillion for next year's budget, $1.5 trillion. And they want
I
to
wonder
cut
who said that
healthcare
before,
and
Beatrix.
what?
That was my one.
You said it.
You're teaching me what it's like. Revenge.
Yeah, and this is who's this guy that's reporting this? He's a professor of political science at the University of Chicago and Chicago Project Security and Threat CPOST. He's in charge of that. He's saying the Nevada National Guard unit has been called up from the Gulf. And he says, realistic look at stage 3 ground operations in Iran war. All indications there.
How many troops are in the region? Do we know now?
It's Are you talking about new troops or like total troops?
Yeah, total
About
US.
50,000.
Oh wow, that's quite a lot.
But that's the entire
I thought.
region.
Okay.
But Scott Ritter said today, he said that most of these troops aren't special ops troops. They're reservists. They're not the people that would be required to go in to do some sort of special operations.
Did you get the call, Andrew?
No, they're not that desperate yet. My fleet reserve status ran out about 10 years ago, which means I could be recalled. But 10 years ago, no, I hit the 2. Not that desperate yet. But who knows? It's now 42. Let's see, I'm 71. I'll probably be the next group that gets called up.
You can have a spliff as well, Andrew. It's fine. They'll still accept you.
Well, sad, but no, but seriously, I could probably pass the PT test better than they're allowing some to do it now. In 2000, I saw they changed the Navy's requirement for physical PT testing. We got to be able to run a mile and a half in so many minutes, do so many push-ups, sit-ups. But guess what? In the body fat percentages, it kept increasing more and more. And I'd venture to say that today, I'm being honest, I could probably go out today and hang out with some of these. I don't know, man. It's getting bad. I'm serious. It really is. It's getting bad. In the ASVAB, the IQ test that we have to take, those ASVAB tests, well, they have to take. It's now basically if you can even read and write, they're basically waiving those test scores, and that is what's really scaring me. Yeah, that
I'm
says a lot.
reading Sir Seymour Hersh's article, and he's actually saying the same thing I said. He's saying that 50,000 fighters are ready to clear the Strait of Hormuz or dig out enriched uranium from tunnels under the nuclear sites. So he's saying there's been a large number of troops that have been amassed. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on. But yeah, this is a significant development, and it does seem like something's going to happen. Joe, jump in.
Yeah. Look, a lot of people are saying really rational things on here, and my fear is they're being too rational, right?
Blood.
And as you know, so you guys made fun of me when I said we're not going out in March. We're going to probably go out in April. You're like, yeah, but they're going to run out of. They're going to run out of weapons by the end of March. I'm like, nope. I said yesterday's thing was going to be a polling thing. Guess what? That poll came back that nothing changed after that talk. Like he didn't lose support, he didn't gain support. It completely all stayed the same. The market reacted, but not that bad, to be honest. It wasn't. It was bad, but it wasn't like too bad. Unless you just look at the price of oil, which I don't think he cares because price of oil is temporary to him. Plus, like the fact that oil will still be flowing, you just pay the $2 million. The $2 million is basically a 2% fee on the smallest tanker. Okay, it's not really that much. To be honest, I think the Suezmax carries about $100 million worth of oil. It's not that big of a fee uh, to get your oil in the whole grand scheme of things. And today I went down a very weird rabbit hole, which was I started looking at every regime change that America's been involved in and kind of mapping it out. And funny enough, I found out that every single time we've done regime change, 14 out of 15 is when Likud was in power. The only time that they weren't in power was actually to restore a democratic leader that had been thrown out in Haiti. All the other ones while Likud was in power. So then I started to go down the rabbit hole. Okay, so how do they benefit? Typically in Israel, they benefit by doing things under the cover. So I do think something grave will happen this weekend, whether that's boots on the ground or something else. I think Lebanon will be seriously attacked over the weekend while that's happening as well. Because if you look historically, that's what happens. But then I looked at people who benefit, like Paul Singer in Haiti, or Larry Silverstein with 9/11. The one person I didn't know was Sheldon Adelson. And apparently, it's well known in China that Sheldon Adelson is the linchpin to relationship between Trump and China, because most of his wealth is in Macau, and his license was up in 2022, where he would have to shut down his casino, and most of his wealth is from there. And apparently, this is well known throughout China that Sheldon Adelson is a linchpin, and we already know how much he gave Trump. He gave him $200 million, I think, even before the last one, right? So there's a lot of moving pieces. I think there's some reason to Simon, except I don't think all the decisions are already made. I think that's why when we made that deal last week, when I'm like, he's not going to get the straight open or negotiate. He still wants it. He wants the pressure on the banks. And I think the way this ends, to answer one of the questions, is I still feel this was a Hail Mary to keep the dollar global reserve. I don't think that's going well. I don't think what's worse for America, oil at 150 or not being the global reserve. And I'll guarantee you by far it's not being the global reserve for the future of America. So does $150 a barrel really matter if you don't have the global reserve anymore? I don't know. I think they're willing to risk it and do it for as long as they can, until it would hurt them permanently, until that pain outweighs the other pain. And I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to keep seeing, as long as the public doesn't start rising up in a serious way against the government. And I'm sure boots on the ground, if you look at historically, is the way you get some of the people with nothing to lose to go sign up and go fight the war, so they're not in your country and pick up guns against you, which happens all the time. I'm sure boots on the ground is a good way to do that. So I do think eventually we'll have boots on the ground. I just think it won't be that long. I don't think by the end of April we're still there, because they won't be able to sustain the price of oil, and then it starts to hurt America more than just not being the global reserve. But until then, I think everything is on the table. And I think the weekends are going to be used for negative things, and I think the week will be used for market manipulation. I'm very surprised yesterday there was some market manipulation because the oil prices were running up and then they came down. But I think we will see everything that America can do and they will do in order to maintain global reserve currency, just as they have 15 times since 1977, and Likud has benefited every single time, except for one. And people who support the Israeli government, Paul Singer, Adelson, Larry Silverstein. There's other people in the past when it came to Haiti. You've heard Casey up here going, yeah, there's like this big Jewish family that like runs one of the biggest businesses in Haiti. Yeah, that happened after the coup in the early 2000s, right? Over and over and over, you'll see that one of them benefits financially tremendously, who is a huge donator to Israel. And that's the
And Larry
problem.
Ellison
That's
as
the problem.
well, Joel.
Yeah, Edelson's another one. I mean, look, I did a thread. It's pretty crazy. It's like when you go through the whole thing, literally, like the guy who did the King David Hotel bombing, the guy who assassinated King Bernadotte, both of them joined up, formed the Likud. Then they send a letter to the Nazis to participate with the Nazis because they both are aligned in the fact that they don't want any Jews in Europe. The Nazis turned them down. Then you have Einstein's warning
The
saying,
Havana
hey,
agreement. The
yeah,
Havana agreement.
no, this was another one. The Havana was different. That was to get the rich Jews out of Europe. This one was they wanted to participate with the Nazis in order to scare the Jews to get out of Europe and come to Palestine. And then they wanted the Reich to recognize Israel. And that's a paper that was released and was in the Nuremberg trials as well. The Einstein warning, who basically said, hey, this leadership wants to create a leader state. They have desires to be a global superpower, and they're mostly just a fascist organization. And then you have the fact that every single regime change we've done since Likud started happened while Likud was in power, and they've always benefited. So you put them all together and you kind of start to see, what it looks like. And don't forget, the U.S. dollar is not owned by the United States. So, it is the Federal Reserve, and that's a problem because who owns that? The banks do, and who do most of those banks own? Most of them are Zionists. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And a lot of them are very pro-Israel, except for I don't think the guy from BlackRock is outright, although he supports it. It can't find any money trail to it though. But you have this like network, and to me, this is kind of the deep state. And if they lose the dollar, they lose it all. And I don't think they'll give that up without dying for it, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right. I think like Larry Fink, it's just a convenience thing, a partnership of convenience with Israel rather than anything else. No real allegiances. He just cares about BlackRock and
Goldman.
the assets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But Joe,
Goldman and things like that. They're already wars.
under this model, don't you think they'd send in like every single troop in the US, like whatever they can, 1 million troops or whatever?
I don't know. to be honest.
But if the game is really to take over Iran, take over the oil, price it
No, because
in
I don't think they
dollars.
want to take it over. I think what they wanted to do was enforce the sanctions, to show that if anyone goes around the sanctions, America's going to come in and enforce it. I think Trump is dumb enough to think that the rest of the world believes his story. And I have a feeling that this weekend you're going to hear about, we were able to take the uranium, and then you'll have Iran come out and go, no, they didn't. And, and the people who believe Trump will still believe Trump. And I think that's what yesterday's talk was to see how many people believe Trump's rhetoric. Is it enough? Yeah, and 25% still believe it, and they're the loudest voices on platforms. And that's going to create confusion. In 2 months from now, you won't know what's real and what's not unless you really stay on top of things. And most people are not going to stay on top of things. They have bills to pay. They're going to be paying $5 a gallon. And they're not really going to care to find out if Trump is telling the truth or not. They're just going to be unhappy, but they're not going to know the truth. Right. And I think that's what's going to happen this weekend. He's going to come out and say he was victorious in doing something. God knows what, and it doesn't matter if he was actually victorious or not. Right? According to Trump, the whole Navy fleet of Iran is at the bottom of the ocean. Meanwhile, they haven't even really been involved in this.
I mean, my theory, I did pose that theory like about a week and a half ago, but I think Iran will probably say, yeah, you took it, so that way they can hide their actual true stockpile of uranium, because now the West don't have that reason to come in again. If they say yes, you took it, but if they say no, then there's always going to be that lingering reason, and so the threat to continue to do this invasion.
Yeah, I think that was a stupid move they did last time, because they were saying no, America didn't, and I'm like, why would you say that? Why don't we just be like, yes, we're devastated.
Exactly.
He set back our nuclear program for decades. Like, that would have been the smartest thing to do, but that's not what they did. But I think that's where hatred comes in, like where you hate the country that just bombed you, so you want to prove them wrong, but you don't win anything that way, right? You don't win. You don't win a prize for being right, right?
Yeah,
So,
not against irrational country government like US and Israel. Uncommon, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to I know he jumped down, but Gary brought up a good point about just like, he said, it feels like this isn't going to go back. Like, how do we go back? We can't go back. I mean, it's basically, we are in a multipolar, I think Simon somewhat laid it out well. We are in a multipolar world. The question for the US empire, and I think Joe has hinted on this well, is it is kind of backed into a corner, is how's it leave? How does the empire go? And I mean, America can still be totally fine, be an important global player and all of that. But it's obviously, because let's say the good case scenario, or I say the best case scenario, which is the United States cuts its losses and just tries to leave or tries to make a deal, which I hope, like what you guys speculated about a fake plot of propaganda plot of stolen uranium, I hope that comes true, right? Because that would actually be a great de-escalation. I don't know if it will. And I don't know if Iran will accept it, and I don't know if America would accept it at this point. But let's say, even if that does happen, anybody with a brain will know that Iran is actually, maybe we launched this war to make Israel the dominant player in the region, but Iran effectively is the dominant player in the region as the way things are right now. They're going to collect a toll on the Strait of Hormuz, potentially from now moving forward. They have shown that they can stand up, that they're not going to be messed with. They have reoriented. So there is no going back to a certain degree, which almost, if you're looking at it just pure Machiavellian politics, what does the falling empire do in that type of situation? They're probably going to double down. Now, the question, I do think Joe mentioned something, and maybe Andrew can comment on this. Is it possible that they're saying we don't care about the strait because that's actually the operation, is to try to open it up? Because, and I know before you jump in and say we can't do it, I know it might be mission impossible, but if the United States actually was able to control and open up the strait, then I think what Sully is saying, as far as ground troops for the next year and escalation, could happen. Because if they can get the flow of oil improved, then now you're talking about a situation where they can maximize the war. Is this possible? And is it possible that they're thinking about
Then
trying
it would
that?
go longer.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it would go longer if they can open the strait.
It's actually a logical. I mean, the Karg Island thing, the other thing, maybe they're just distractions. I don't know. I don't think they're that intelligent though to do this. Like even to put out the distractions, but it actually would make military sense to try this because it would actually tip the scales back into a prolonged war that America, maybe they can't win, but they would at least be able to. Right now, as long as Iran controls the strait, there's no way that America can really walk out of it without looking like a complete fool, right? So I think something's got to give there. What is the possibility? Andrew, maybe comment on that. What is the possibility that they're saying Europe can deal with it so that they can actually launch an operation on it, and how successful could it be? I mean, anyway, just see what do you got with that?
Yeah, you've answered your own question. We've laid that out so many times. I know. We know that there's no solution other than to negotiate, and we know that's not happening on the surface. But I agree with Simon. There are deals being worked. I know I'm hanging out on the limb there. And if you listen to what Gary was saying, yeah, hell yeah, we all know that's the answer. Gary knows. Then we all know that's the ultimate when America would literally use the N word. But then again, we're now in Armageddon. We're at the very end of the world because now we're looking at mutually assured destruction. So that's the end of world. Wrap it up. But that's why I think there's deals being worked, and I know it doesn't look possible on the surface.
Andrew?
How is that?
Why?
How is that the
Where's
end of the
mutually
world?
assured? Yeah.
Well, if we start nuking with nukes, this is
Yeah.
what Gary used the N word. Then
Yeah.
now, when I say nukes, what Gary was
That's
Gary
fine.
wasn't saying it tactical.
Okay.
What Gary was saying was an ICBM. He's talking about turning stuff into parking lots, is what he was
Okay.
saying.
And how is that the end of the world?
Because when you look at the MAD doctrine, we have MAD doctrine worked out. We saw that in the Cold War. We knew clearly that if the Soviets cycled the missile hatch in their launching grounds, that we would patrol in our submarines. We were going to kill them, but they had backup. If they launched, we launched.
I know all that, but I'm not asking that. I'm asking how is it that by America using a nuclear bomb on Iran causes World War III? I think you're trying to suggest that Russia's gonna then bomb
Yes.
America.
Y-
That's not gonna
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
Okay. Yeah. If we use a nuke, I think they would solely.
You really
But
think Russia, a foreign nation, is gonna jump in and nuke America because another foreign nation has been bombed?
with a nuke, if we launch a nuke on what and I know David has his agenda, but that's an existential threat
David
for
is
Russia.
just
I believe it is.
I love David. I like him a lot. I joke around with him. But his is the Russian. So just like Manko is the American propaganda position, he is the Russian propaganda position. There's no difference between them. It's just that you like you like David, and you don't like Manko. But in reality, their position is always going to be the narrative of their country. In terms of when has look, there's no scenario where Russia joins this war. Like I find this to be like I just feel like this is just so devout of reality. Just like I don't believe that Russia is gonna ever send its physical troops, China's never gonna send its physical troops. Both of those countries won't use a nuke. They'll write a very strong letter of condemnation. I agree with that. They may even
Do you think
speak
the
English.
Chechens?
Huh?
Do you think the Chechens would go?
No way, bro. This is what everyone was saying as well. I think what's his name again? Andrew was saying this the other day, and I was like, bro, they said it. Those guys said it when well, we're gonna go to Palestine. It's like, listen, when I post it, I know I'll get like it gets virality, but no, that's not gonna. They're not gonna do anything either.
Okay,
Nothing
but Sully,
happens. Nothing happens. I'm telling you now. We've seen a genocide
yeah.
in Gaza. Nothing happens. They'll bomb Iran with a nuclear bomb. Nothing will happen.
But not even the global effect of the global, I'm talking meltdown, global meltdown in the markets and everything when Iran is completely like obliterated with a nuke. I'm not talking tactical, I'm talking an ICBMs plural to completely shut him down as an existence, like literally into the Stone Age.
So that's a separate question. So the first question was whether they would use a nuke. I'm saying 100% guaranteed. Russia will not use a nuke for another nation. That will never happen. Russia won't do it. China won't do it. What's the other country? North Korea won't do it. They will not use a nuke on America. Why would they do it? You have to think, you're thinking in this kind of benevolent, altruistic way, Andrew, because you are a nice person yourself. So you're thinking, well, if I was Russia, I would do this because I think it's the right thing to do for humanity. Russia doesn't think like that. Russia thinks in Russia's sole interests. They only care about Russia. And anything that benefits Russia, they're for, and anything that harms Russia, they're against, and anything that harms Russia's enemies, they're for, even if it's a negative thing. So, as an example, Russia will support and finance hatred against Muslims in Europe because it benefits Russia. So, Russia in itself, why would they use a nuclear bomb against the United States of America, thus causing a situation where the United States of America will then bomb a nuclear bomb in Moscow? That just makes zero sense. That will never ever happen.
Yeah, when you lay it out like that, I see your point, Sully. I really do. I guess I was looking at it like them saying the use of a nuke period is unacceptable. That's what I was
Yeah, it
looking
is
at.
unacceptable. So there's no
Yeah.
doubt about it. They
No,
will
no,
say
but no, I'm sorry. No, but it's unacceptable meaning you violated every single line on the SALT treaties, one, SALT two, all the SALT, everything, all the nuclear proliferation agreement violated. Now you've
yeah,
taken everything on the table. That's what I was looking
that's
at
true.
there. Sir.
They're more likely to use it as a good PR tactic to show that America is a psychopath and enjoy it and try and figure out how to weaponize it in the PR war.
Yeah, that's what they do. In a
Wow.
PR war, they'd
So
use it. They would go to I'm telling you now, I'll tell you exactly what happened. They'll send a very strong worded letter to the to the UN Security Council. They'll even go there and, as they did during Gaza, and propose various resolutions of condemnation, but they ain't gonna do nothing. Like, I'm telling you now, Iran is on its own when it comes to that aspect. Not in terms of other aspects. Other aspects, of course, Russia and China are helping because it's in their own interest. It's in their own interest to help Iran because of their own geopolitical reasons. This isn't benevolence and altruism. And I think, Andrew, because you think that, okay, you yourself are a nice person, you think, okay, if I was in that situation, what would I do? But it's not, Andrew, you're not in charge. It is Russia who's in charge, and they only care about Russia. And the Russians have deals with the Israelis in a number of things because, again, those deals help Russia. So if Russia was such a benevolent country, why have they got all these deals with Israel? Because it's in Russia's interest to have those deals.
And
It's all,
equally, I think America wouldn't blow up a nuke because they care more about markets than blowing up Iran.
yeah.
yeah, so
Yep.
the real nuke. So I don't think this goes nuclear. I really don't. I think the more likely occurrence of events here is that somehow, some way, through miscalculation, and you were talking about the American empire. Look, the American empire is the dollar, right? And the dollar can fall. We can get thrown into hyperinflation, which is sort of an economic nuke. And at the point that that happens, any like any sort of nationalist approach to this war, any support in the United States disappears immediately. So that's the risk here. The risk here, and by the way, I was thinking about what you were saying about the financial industrial complex. So I kind of look at this a little differently. Between State Street, Vanguard, and BlackRock, they own the Bitcoin. They own a metric shit ton of gold. They own the hard assets. They win. If you hyperinflate away the dollar, they have the hard assets. The United States has already been asset stripped by these companies. So if you were BlackRock, the ultimate victory for you is to see the US hyperinflate, is to see the CDBC be issued in Europe, to take down European and Asian banks. That's the greatest victory. Yes, for the first couple of years, it would be a nightmare, but not for them. Larry Fink's going to be fine. So, the way I look at this, if I'm that financial industrial complex, if I'm the BlackRock, State Street, Vanguards of the world, the greatest victory of all is the death of the dollar because they own the assets, right? It doesn't matter what the dollar's worth. If you own a railroad, after you go through hyperinflation, you still own the railroad. If you own the gold, you still own the gold. If you own the Bitcoin, you still own the Bitcoin. BlackRock owns 700,000 Bitcoin in the ETF. And then they also own, I think they're the largest shareholder of MicroStrategy. So to me, it's pretty clear that that's their plan. That's the World Economic Forum plan. It's to take down the dollar. And then they run the world. One world government that they've talked
Slight
about.
nuance on that, Doc. I think the FIC have more paper contracts than gold, and I think China's the only one that's actually not got the paper contracts on the gold.
Yeah, I agree with you, Simon. There, that's what I was going to say. Do they have the underlying assets?
Yeah, they do.
In the
No,
vaults?
they have it in the vault through the ETF. Now, is there multiple claims on it? Sure, but they have it.
Hundreds.
Yeah, but they have it. They're
Oh,
the
you mean
ones.
they just blow up those contracts and keep the gold?
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, they control the DTCC. The DTCC is the centralized clearing agency for all the derivatives. And this goes to the great taking, right? Under the rules set by the government and set by the courts after 0809, they are senior. That DTCC claim on those assets is senior to your claim. So your claims don't matter. Once Morgan Stanley goes bankrupt and Goldman Sachs goes bankrupt, it all belongs to them. They own it all.
And this is why US as a nation, assuming the US is sovereign enough to control a nuke, doesn't blow up a nuke because it blows up
No,
all the
of course not.
markets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that they just destroy themselves, right? At that point, the government sort of disbands, right? In whatever form that looks like. The wealthy people kind of go to their bunkers and they wait it out, right? Like that's their plan. But ultimately, I think if we miscalculate here too much, the death of the dollar is on the table. And I've been saying since the start of this war, that's Iran's play. Iran's play. They cannot win this war kinetically. As much as you might want to think they can, they can. But what they can do is just bring the Western financial system to its knees.
Yeah, I do agree that America blowing up a nuke is the death of America and the dollar in the financial markets.
So can you put this in English? Seriously, I think I'm getting it, but can you put this in English for the rest of us? Really, are you saying that the death of the dollar, wouldn't that be the death of the empire? Wouldn't that be the complete?
Andrew, if I can say it really simply, the billionaires building bunkers, most people think they're building them because of a nuke. That's not why they're building them. They're building them to protect you from the people who don't have hard assets and will do anything for food. That's what dark
100%.
sides. That's the simplest way to say it.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
remember,
exactly.
they've
And to store their gold.
Yeah, and they've already laid the groundwork for this entire asset strip looks like. That's that movie I've been telling everybody to watch called The Great Taking by David Rogers Webb. They literally changed all of the rules after the 0809 crisis. There was a landmark lawsuit, I think it's JP Morgan versus Lehman Brothers, where they established that the DTCC is senior to a claim on a security or a derivative than you are. So when you buy a share of Apple stock, you think you own a share of Apple stock. You don't. You own a claim on a broker dealer. Let's say you used Morgan Stanley. You buy 100 shares of Apple, you have a claim on Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, in turn, has a claim on the DTCC. The problem is if Morgan Stanley goes bankrupt, the DTCC's claim on the Apple shares is senior to your claim. So you own nothing. The DTCC owns it, and that's State Street, BlackRock, Vanguard, JP Morgan. That's the DTCC.
Wow, yeah, you're laying it out very clearly. You've been saying that. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of wows going on here where we're really waking up to really what's going on here. So yeah, that's the whole plan. I guess Iran forget they don't need anything kinetic to happen. They're doing it by shutting it down. It's going to collapse on itself, and this is what I think the experts are saying here, right?
Yeah,
And
not
that's
only
why
that,
those that control Trump know that, and they know that it's not a suicide mission. And
yeah,
so, yeah.
on top of which, that's why Russia and China are not running to open the strait, right? Like they're willing to, if you ask China, are they willing to go through a year or two of pain to to dethrone the US dollar? I think I know the answer. It's 100% yes. So
And prior to this, there was a massive repatriation of physical commodities to Singapore and China. Massive. They were
right,
all coming out of the West and over to the East.
and
Yeah, I
remember,
don't even think there's like 8,133 tons of gold in Fort Knox. It hasn't been audited since forever. And I don't even think
I
they've
think
got
that's why
Germany.
Germany's asking for theirs back.
Yeah, I don't think they have Germany's 3,400 tons of gold, or France's 2,500 tons of gold,
And
or
Argentina sent theirs to London.
yeah. So I don't think they have the gold. But I don't know where. Like, dark side, you still might be right, but it might be in some other vaults. But it's certainly, I don't think it's
well, remember,
in Fort
there's
Knox.
a difference between the government's gold and the financial industrial complex's gold. I'm confident that BlackRock and State Street have the gold. That's why I'm confident
And
that BlackRock has the Bitcoin. Like if they have it.
yeah, and America's gold sits on both the Fed's balance sheet and Treasury's balance sheet. So it exists twice.
Meaning what, Simon? Meaning what? It's just a paper.
Meaning
It's
if you look at the Fed's balance sheet, it says that it has the gold. And if you look at the Treasury's balance sheet, it says that it has the gold. Both of them don't have the gold.
It's like your
And
car,
the Fed
Andrew.
is owned
If
by the
you
banks. The Fed is owned by the private banks.
It's like your car, Andrew. If you own your car, but then your neighbor also owns your car as well, got the title to it, then in an asset
Your
recovery
wife.
situation,
You
in
say
an
you have a
asset,
car, and your wife says you have a car, but there's only one car.
hold
The
on.
wor-
I'll call my therapist. Hold on.
Worse yet, the car thing is really interesting because when your dealership that you buy a car from, and assuming you pay cash, they may still have a loan out on that car. They may have used the VIN number on your car to collateralize a loan to
a
buy
lien.
new cars. Right. So you may think you have title, clean title to your car. Well, you have the title, but it may not be clean. So you could actually have a situation where the bank comes in and takes your car, even though you bought it with cash, because they are senior lien holder.
Yeah, it's a bit like in the UK. You've either got leasehold or freehold. But then if you're leasehold, you're renting the land, even though you own the house. But the land is owned by somebody else, and that somebody else can use that land as collateral in order to take a speculation. And if their speculation goes wrong, then someone can call the collateral, and you realize that the land was never yours. So it's this is the exact paper tiger, and the financial industrial complex know this scam exists, which is why they never want the whole thing to go down.
Unravel.
But yeah, they never want it to unravel until they've transitioned to multipolarity and they built alternative financial rails and financial systems. So they will only allow that to be revealed once they've already got a foothold in as many alternative financial systems and rails as possible, which
See,
is why they're penetrating BRICS and
That
GCC and
that's
everything.
why this Adelson donation to Trump is so interesting. All their wealth is in China. Why would you ever give Trump that much money if he wasn't going to do the right thing by China?
see, to Simon,
Wow.
I think they're already there. I think they have the CDBC ready to go in Europe. I think they have the Fed now, which is a CDBC ready to go here in the United States. Like I think they're ready to go. They have WorldCoin, which is the that ID system that's being deployed. I think
Sam Altman.
that's Sam Altman. I think they're ready to go. I think if this thing went down tomorrow, and everything just went to chaos, they're the ones with the solution.
It's the only way, dark side, right? Because if you remember on these spaces, we've been talking about this, and people have been like, we're gonna stop against, we're gonna speak against it, we're gonna go against it, we're gonna resist. But what happens if actually there is no ability to resist? I think Simon said this 2 days ago, right, Simon? Accurately stated. If they say to you, look, in the entirety of this Isle of Wight, which I hear is actually got most of the gold from Fort Knox, I hear, I'm not sure if it's true, but I'm joking. But if they,
Isle of Man, Isle of Man.
Isle of Man, sorry, yeah. So I am. So the no, it's Isle of Wight. Let's send them to David Icke. No, we won't send them to you, bro. We'll,
Wait, there's some. We got some sectarian rivalry with Isle of Wight.
yeah, exactly. We'll send them there because the lizard people. But there again, the lizard people are on your island because David Icke rooted them out in his island.
No, they're in Jersey.
Oh, is it? Right, okay. And so coming back to it, so like what they'll do is if they say, look, like the island's a good example because just think of each one of your towns as an island. So in your town, if they say, look, we've only got enough fuel, let's say, I don't know, like a certain 1,000 liters of fuel or certain tons of fuel that can be used over a certain period of time. That means, Simon, you're allowed to use enough where, if you wanted to drive, you can only drive like, I don't know, 100 yards or 200 yards, or you can use the fuel to keep your house warm, or you can use the energy for X, Y, and Z. Now, you are forced to accept that. And what do you do in terms of resisting against it? It's not like you can be like, guess what, get me more fuel. Let's create more fuel. You could overthrow the government, but you still have the same fuel situation. And so this is going to be an easy mechanism to put that in place, and actually there will be limited resistance this way. So actually, if I was in power, this would be the way to take control and actually put those things in place.
Yeah, and you also tokenize it, and then the people that are like, I need food, I don't need energy, they'll sell it, and the rich people will say, I need energy, I've got food, and you'll just you'll create markets and tokenize it.
Yeah, what's interesting about that is that in the United States, the cities, the big urban areas will fall right away. I mean, they will download the Fed app and they'll put the $500 of programmable money in your phone every week, and you'll move on. But it's areas of the country like west of the Mississippi and in the South that are extremely self-sufficient and will fight back. It'd be very interesting, but I could see that devolving into civil war in the United States.
It won't be limited to the United States. It will be all the G20 countries
Oh,
because they'll all
100%. The difference is the United States, you've got, 700 million weapons here, and we only have 300 million people. So things get crazy here in the United States. And again, I think that's on a state by state basis. But certainly let's say 85% of the population, which are in urban areas, they fall right into line.
I could see America becoming 52 countries under that scenario, or whatever it is. 50.
That's why the billionaires outside of America are not building bunkers. That is an American phenomenon because that's where it will happen.
You see what
Keep
the
coming-
Zionists have done? Look at the type of conversations we have, like because of these Zios.
And that's why for the past, I don't know how many months, I keep saying we're not going to fix the country. Worry about yourself and learn about hard assets. I keep repeating it, and it's coming.
And supply chains, because you can't eat gold or Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have hard assets, you could get it.
They create, so crises are a way of manufacturing consent to implement these systems. So you have a global energy crisis or collapse of a superpower, dollar collapses.
You gone into your bunker. You gone into your bunker.
There's a problem with your mic systems.
Can't hear you, bro.
But Simon, what?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I was just going to say. So crises are a form of manufacturing consent. They use these crises to implement these dramatic sort of tyrannical policies, because then the people are forced into accepting them, and they can see sort of the reality, or the sort of small benefits of that, even though they're tyrannical by nature. But essentially what happens is that they tie everything into that. They'll tie your social credit score, they'll create a social credit score, they'll create a marking system, a ranking system for you, and anyone that resists, like in the rural areas, they'll either assign you as part of a terrorist group or whatever, and obviously, and then the ones that conform will likely will be rewarded with a certain pot of CBDCs every month or whatever it is, just like you said, Dark. So there's mechanisms that they would have in place to create some form of martial law alongside the CBDC tyrannical structure, financial structure they've got.
Yeah, China's already running that now fully. I've seen the videos.
China's halfway there.
Hey, Simon,
Just
it's
talk to it. Okay.
interesting how you said, you can't eat Bitcoin or gold. In Venezuela and in other hyperinflations, Zimbabwe, the most valuable thing to trade with was like soap and hygiene products. It's just interesting. Like if you wanted to trade for food and you had soap, you had no problem. But people would, gold, nobody wanted the gold because you couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, it's like in prison they use cigarettes and mackerel, tinned mackerel, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm still
I
concerned
thought they
about
used
the.
stamps. I thought they traded with stamps. They use stamps like currency because then they could send the stamps home, and you can go to any post office box and redeem the stamp by law. I've read into this. There was a guy making like $5,000 a month inside a jail, and he would collect the stamps, send them home, and then the person at home would go and redeem the stamps.
Wait, stamps? You mean not collector stamps, or I don't
Used
follow.
stamps?
Normal stamps.
Look at Joa with his jailhouse. You know what I'm saying?
Joe, you have too much experience in this. It's scaring me, buddy.
I just go down weird rabbit holes. I hate not knowing something. So if I hear just a little bit about something, I'm like, I need to know more. And then I just go down the rabbit hole.
That was interesting, actually.
I think what worries me, like I agree, it's better to hold on to hard assets and have some supplies, not for obviously some sort of apocalyptic event, but just for certain crises that are maybe short-lived, to tie you over. But I think I was a big proponent of crypto, Bitcoin in particular. Thank you in part to Simon. But I've been to so many
Val
quantum computing
crypto. It's a
companies.
Val crypto, Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, Bitcoin even. I've been to a few crypto quantum computing research labs, and it's scary the amount of innovation that they're doing, and they're all confident they can implement Shaw's algorithm and hack Bitcoin in 3 years,
Here we
2 to
go.
3 years.
Here we go.
I'm just saying, these are double
Go on,
PhD
dark side, get
quantum
him.
physicists.
Dark side, go on, smash him.
Here we go. All right.
Resistance. If that's the case, then every bank account in the world would be a bigger problem because they'd also
No,
be hacked.
no, actually, there aren't, because basically a lot of the banks have already,
No,
because they're
that's not
centralized
true.
in
So
nature. They've
It's
already.
not true at all.
resistance. In my prior career, I built
I
trading.
heard Bitcoin is just a glorified meme coin.
Stop. I built trading algorithms and have dealt extensively with FIX protocol, which is the protocol by which all financial transactions take place. There are probably 25 million nodes, and I'm probably under on that use FIX protocol. And FIX protocol uses TLS, which is basically website level security. It is low hanging fruit for a quantum computer. So if they're going to build a quantum computer long before they ever get to Bitcoin, they will have taken down the entire financial system, the DTCC, and everything else. But all that being said, Bitcoin is really tough. There is some little bit of low hanging fruit in the Bitcoin world, but it's not. It's way above the ability to crack the entire financial system. So a lot of the
How
quantum.
far are you guys
Just
from?
some breaking
Oh,
news.
And from
Just some breaking news before you guys try and prove that Bitcoin isn't a meme coin. But guess what, guys? Boom, boom. And by the way, if Joe is promoting it, there is a chance it is. But anyway, guys, boom, boom. Tel Aviv, direct Iranian missiles hits reported as violent explosions rock Tel Aviv. Impacts confirmed across multiple locations. I'm also seeing a huge amount of what to call it again, fire services and ambulances in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv has been hit hard. Okay, back to you, Darkside. You were gonna prove.
Can I jump in just really quickly, Suleiman, just before we go to Darkside? I see Andy's had his hand up for a while as well, and we'll come to you, Andy. But Simon, just that news that I gave earlier about Jordan, and the statement they made about the Iran going on the Shiite axis or whatever. I went and verified that, and it seems as though they've taken some historical bits from the past and the current position of Jordan and Bahrain and I think it was Qatar at the UN and mashed it all together into one report. It's not completely verified. So what I read out earlier at the United Nations, that is what's verified. They haven't made any recent statement about the Shiite thing. So I think it's important to correct that because otherwise it just pollutes things. Also, guys, I want everybody, we've got 2,700 people on here. I want everyone to please go to, Suleiman, is it in the nest? I can't see the nest.
Yeah, blood.
Yeah. In the nest, above where you can see Suleiman and Simon and myself, I can't see it, but you'll be able to see there's a tweet in there of Suleiman's YouTube channel, which is Bridge the Gap. That's his second YouTube channel. That's where he does all his interviews. So he's interviewed Larry Johnson today. Ryan Dawson should be coming on. Ryan Dawson was on it yesterday. Fabulous interview. Professor Morandi was on it this morning. Brilliant interview. I'd like everyone to go, click on that link and press the bell icon for me. We're going to hit 2,000 today before we end the space. So please go and do that. I want everyone to go there in the nest on the X space above where you can see Suleiman, Simon and myself. Go up there, tweet in the nest, Bridge the Gap, YouTube channel, second YouTube channel. Go and press the bell icon and then you'll know when we go live there. And just really quickly, Pakistan's increasing fuel prices, diesel rising nearly 55% and petrol more than 40%, 40%. So yeah, that's just coming now. Let's go back to Darkside. Darkside to you, and then we'll come to you, Andy.
I think I'm done with the quantum FUD, but yeah, I
well,
wouldn't
I
be.
had a question
It's
about
not.
the
It's not
quantum
FUD.
FUD.
It's not FUD. And let's have.
I,
Why don't? Okay. Well, why dark side, Simon? Why don't you? Why don't you invite the guy Ian Smith I
Yeah,
told
I
you
spoke
about?
to him.
Have a
I spoke to him
podcast.
last night. But you got to remember, Ian's. I don't want to criticize him, but Ian's in the business of creating the quantum fear. There's a new company, Project 11, just raised $26 million. The guy, Nick Carter, right? Nick Carter is the lead VC behind Project 11. They're the ones who keep putting out scary article after scary article how Bitcoin's going to get killed. Well, guess what? They're raising all this money to create a for-profit company to help Bitcoin migrate to quantum resistance. So,
but Google is saying that everyone should be
yeah,
starting now to start migrating.
that Google,
But Bitcoin Core isn't doing it.
look, that Google,
Bitcoin Core isn't doing it.
that's not true. That's not true. You can check out.
What do you mean?
Well, check out BIP 365. There are things
I've
that
seen it. There's no PQC in it.
you got.
There's no post quantum
That's not
cryptography in there.
true.
Not any.
That's not
No,
true.
have a look. Read it. Have it. Read it. There's
I
no
believe me, I
post
know
quantum
Hunter. I
cryptography in
know
it.
Hunter Beast who wrote it.
No, there isn't. What it says, what it says is, oh, we'll look to we'll look to see if we can research further and see what we can do in X amount of years
because
time.
that's
Not right now.
because look,
There's no plan. There's
that's
no
first of all,
cryptography. There's not even a suggestion.
that's not true. You don't understand.
Honest,
You don't
I've read it. Just
understand
read it
what
again.
you don't even understand what's at risk with a quantum attack, right?
I do.
Okay,
This
so
is what worries me. This is why I don't hold it.
So explain to me what if they quantum? Let's just assume somebody had built the craziest quantum computer and they could attack Bitcoin. What would they attack?
So what will happen is they won't announce it. They're gonna attack the early wallets.
Okay, so the early wallets. So there's
because it's
I
so
agree with
because
you.
that's
So they're paid a public key. The public key and the XPub are known. Okay,
yeah.
and those wallets, they sit in the Satoshi's coins is what you're referring to. They sit in
Not Satoshi's coins.
Yes, they are.
They're not going to do. They're not going to take Satoshi's coins.
There's
No.
almost
They're
no
not
other.
going
There's
to
almost
because
no other
think
coins.
about it.
There's,
all right.
listen to me,
let me
okay?
finish.
Just let me finish. There's almost no other coins that exist in the pay to public key wallets other than Satoshi's coins, right?
No, listen. Think about it. The 2012 wallets, the P2PK
Yes, pay to public key.
wallets, right?
Yes.
The addresses, yeah.
There's about
These are the ones that have already spent. They've already done at least one transaction. They've got 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 Bitcoin.
they don't
They're the ones you
they
take
don't
because you don't.
exist.
The moment you take, but
You
listen.
need to
The
do
moment you take,
some on-chain research. They don't exist anymore.
yeah,
They're
I have.
gone.
The moment. Listen, think about it, right? You're a quantum. So you've developed a relevant quantum computer, right? You don't want to take Satoshi's coins, right? Because that will absolutely tank the market. You don't want to. You
So
want to
what are you
steal it
going to
on the
take?
quiet.
What are you going to
You want to
take?
hack it on the quiet. You're going to hack the 2012 wallets, all these
They're
other
not.
ones.
There's
There's
no
so
more
many of
coins
them.
left in. No, there's not.
What do you mean? Have a look at the ledger.
That's
What are you
right.
talking
Look at the
about? There's so
ledger.
many.
Do your homework.
Yeah, I have.
There-
There's so
no,
many
there's
still.
not.
You can see them.
They're not
You
there.
can see
That's
them.
just ridiculous.
There's about 4 million vulnerable coins.
This is ridiculous.
Have a
So you're
look.
going to
Just
tell me
have a look.
out of the total 16 million coins that exist that haven't been lost, you think 5 million are still pay to public key wallets?
I mean, this. They even say 6 million. 6 million is commonly cited as vulnerable coins. Just have a look. If you're a quantum and look, I've already spoken to some of them. I said that they're not going after Satoshi's coins. They don't want to attack the market, right? They said, look, we're just going to go with the ones that are 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 Bitcoin in those wallets.
Can I ask you a simple question? Why would they actually go after Bitcoin and not go after one of the automated processes that Darkside was talking about, which is probably worth more? 90% of Wall Street transactions today are done by bots. They use low-level security. You could actually siphon that off with a quantum computer. Why wouldn't they do that instead? It's worth more than all of Bitcoin on a daily basis.
Yeah, because basically what would happen is there's a trail in those centralized systems, whereas in Bitcoin you can actually pose as a private key holder. So there isn't. Do you see what I mean? So it's easier to steal it.
You got to turn it into something you can use. Getting the Bitcoin will make it harder and more traceable.
Not really, because
What do you mean? Not really?
Someone's
okay. One sec. I just did the research, right? So approximately 1.7 million Bitcoin are held in pay to public key wallets. Of that, 1.2 million are Satoshi's coins. Okay, and just so you know, those are held in individual wallets, 50 coins per wallet, approximately 22,000 wallets. It just look. I know this is a lot of fun. I know you think you know what you're talking about, but this is our world that we live in. Like
listen,
we
I've
study this.
I've been in crypto. I've been in Bitcoin since 2012. So I've done lots of things with Bitcoin over the world.
You screwed. You don't have any, so you screwed up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't have it.
I know. Well, I mean, I've been in it since early 2013, and I kept my Bitcoin.
Well, good for you. But I've
Aren't they doing the hash signatures now? The hash signatures, I think, is something that's going to solve for this in a major way.
It already does. Right? Segwit wallets that have not been spent are essentially untouchable by any quantum. But again, this quantum thing is so far away. They can't even break a 6-digit password with a quantum computer.
So PSI Quantum can actually produce 1052 qubits, right? And they can
Uh-huh.
mass produce each.
And
They can mass produce each 1052
how
qubit
long can they keep it
processor.
stable? For how long? 3 seconds? 2 seconds?
I mean, now
Do
with
you understand how a quantum computer
now
works?
with plasma and cold, now with super cooled plasma, I think
They have no helium. Right now,
they
they
can
have
get
no
to minutes. They
helium.
can get to 9 minutes. They can get to 10 minutes.
Yeah, and so when
This is
cold,
what I'm saying.
right, and now they're out of helium,
But
so they're back down to no
and
minutes.
on top of that, no, helium. Look, helium. That's not an issue, right? What they can do is they can daisy chain multiple 1052 qubit processors together, right? See, it's not like one just we're just going to produce one quantum computing processor.
How much power would it take?
It doesn't actually take. It doesn't take that much power, to be honest.
Oh, really?
No. PSI Quantum. Read up on PSI Quantum. Their 2027, 28 roadmap for this. Right? They're building to scale. They're building. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
They're building scale. Millions of qubits.
Okay.
So Resistance,
Right,
you've been in
guys, great
Bitcoin
discussion.
since so Resistance, you've been in Bitcoin since 2012 and you're not a billionaire.
That's
I'm
right.
not. No.
He has none. That's
shit.
because all along the way, every time somebody came out with some FUD, he sold.
Oh damn, Resistance. You could have been living in the Isle of Man. You could
That's
have been
right.
living in the
Simon.
Isle of Wight
You could have been.
with
could have
all
been
of Fort
Simon's
Knox's
neighbor.
gold, and you decided not to.
Look, I don't mean to be.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be rude, but I like we listen to this all day long, and as a guy who worked on Wall Street for 25 years and who built trading systems, look, if they had a quantum computer and wanted to do damage with it, that is the low-hanging fruit. It would be easy,
Crazy, bro.
and they could steal hundreds of millions of dollars a day without anybody even knowing.
So let me just
Without a trace.
let me
But
just
it's
go
still
to
a
1
defect.
second, guys. Let me just go to Beatrix. Beatrix, you got some breaking news?
I did have, so Pete Hegseth has just fired 2 more generals,
Oh my
David Hodney
god,
and William
serious?
Green Jr. Yeah, Reuters are
Whoa.
reporting it. He's literally, so that's Chief of Army Staff Randy George has gone, and General David Hodney, and now William Green Jr. All 3 of them have been fired. I just sent it to you, Suleiman.
Wow, we'll keep seeing it. We're
Oh
going to see
Boots on the
my
more.
ground.
god, that's crazy, Andrew.
We'll see more.
Oh
We'll see
my
more.
god, Beatrix.
We will
See,
see more.
you can't regime change Iran, so you
The
regime
Atlantic.
change at home.
Regime change.
Oh my God, you know Suleiman's going to tweet that out, right? He's going to literally tweet out American regime change.
I mean, it's
Andrew,
really
now you
obvious.
said
Also,
it. Now you said it, I am.
Do it, man. Do it.
I
There's
I
no.
Now you
I
There's
said it, I
tweeted
nothing.
am.
I tweeted it.
Do it. You could.
I tweeted it
There's
all
no
on
IP
the
here. I'm like, we got the Chinese guy coming up. We don't care about IP or copyright.
I
Oh
tweet
no, now he's come
I
up. Now I don't
I
care. I don't
tweeted
want
it
to be a
on the No
CCP
King's
agent.
Day.
Then CCP ain't gonna manipulate me.
Great,
You've done it
inevitables here.
now.
But
so the Atlantic is reporting that the White House is holding active discussions about others in the administration, including Kash Patel, Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, and Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Rema.
Oh my god.
So they're chopping blocks. Yep.
This is crazy. If you want any proof, any evidence that the United States of America and Israel are losing this war, do you think that the country that's literally firing all its generals is the person winning the war? Or do you think it's the other side? They are getting dominated. And this is a mass firing event, both because they're losing this war, and obviously these people have been speaking against the boots on the ground and the massacre of those Americans and Iranians, because I know a lot of people just talk about the Americans, and this is why whenever I mention it, I always mention the Iranians as well, who will die because of this evil, genocidal ground invasion. Now you know this mass firing is crazy. I'm here reading someone else say he's fired the head chaplain. He's fired the army's head chaplain. They're firing the Christian priests as well.
Yeah, it'll
Oh
continue. This will get much worse.
my God. This is crazy. Wait, what's funny, Beatrix? Why are you being Christian phobic?
It's just your northern, oh my God. Your northern, oh my God. It's just like so dramatic.
Yeah, you're just Christian phobic. That's what it is. PXFI's 2 more generals.
We need to call them. We need to call them
Back to you.
purges. By the way,
Oh my
purges,
God,
not
no,
firing.
no. I thought I
Remember.
was saying the right thing, but now we got CCP propaganda saying it as well. I changed my mind. I think it's a good thing to fire. It's a good thing to fire. Beatrix, back to you.
All we need is Manco with his US
Yeah,
propaganda and then Dave Z with his Russian propaganda. Then we got the whole crew.
Exactly. It's funny when all 3 of them are on the same space. Although normally Manco just runs off, so I guess
Resistance
That's
with his
true.
Bitcoin
he's afraid
And
of the
then
propaganda.
Russian and the
Just
resistance with
kidding.
Chinese.
his altcoin
Just
propaganda.
kidding.
He's afraid of the Russian and the Chinese, bro.
His
This is it.
quantum resistant altcoin that he's about to launch.
No, I'm just really worried about the quantum threat
Bro,
from China
if
in
they let me
particular.
tell you why the government is going to prevent, okay, they're going to get ahead of this because all their secrets, everything military, everything is that's like at risk, right? Like this opens up the risk across the board. So like Epstein files going to be out. They're not going to let that happen. I think that they're going to
no, Epstein files are not going to be out,
they're going
Maze. The you, no, I'm gonna give you. I didn't want to go to Epstein, but since you mentioned it, let me just tell you that the new acting Attorney General was asked in his first press conference, an hour after becoming acting Attorney General, is the public going to learn identities of the men who abused the girls in the Epstein files? And he said, like, what does that mean? I don't understand what that means. And then he was asked directly, and so he said, we're not going to prosecute the people in the Epstein files or release their names to the public. So, yeah, Pam Bondi's
wow.
gone, and this is the new acting Attorney General. Yeah. So I didn't give that as breaking news because it's not relevant to Iran. But yeah. Also, Lindsey Graham, who was asking earlier last week about diplomacy, he changed his tune. He's back on form tonight. He's calling for the destruction of all infrastructure that allows Iran to function as a nation. He says, go after the power grids, water systems, civilian infrastructure. He says that everything's shut for grabs. Everything. He doesn't care that they're war crimes. So yeah, guys, really quickly before I go to Andy, see what Andy's got to say about all these generals being fired. I really think boots on the ground, Suleiman was going to be right. Once again, please go and follow the second YouTube channel. I want to hit 2,000 tonight. We're nearly there. We're so close. I know the mods are asking everybody to follow it as well on YouTube. Bridge the gap. It's in the nest. Above where you can see Suleiman and myself. So there's a tweet saying follow the new YouTube channel, Bridge the Gap. That's where Suleiman's interviews are. Today he's done Professor Morandi. He's done, yesterday we did Anthony Aguilera, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilera. We've done Larry Johnson today as well. There's a lot of interviews on there, and all the interviews will be on there. So please do go and give that a follow. Andy, jump in.
Just before you go to Andy, some more breaking news. So this is from Zionist-controlled media, CNN. Even they're saying that Iran still has significant missile launching capability, including more than half of their cruise and ballistic missiles, as well as thousands of one-way drones, despite daily strikes against military targets across Iran for the last 5 weeks. This is according to American intelligence themselves, and I think that that is off and not right. I believe Iran has a lot more. That being said, even they're admitting that so much remains of the missile capability of Iran. In addition to that, we've got quite a few super chats. Let me quickly read them because we missed a few of them. First one is from a while ago. Moses says, Manko, a few weeks ago, I asked you what your thoughts on US losing the war would look like. One of the things you mentioned was taking out an F-35. So now with multiple fighter jets have been taken out, have they lost? I think Manko would say no, fighter jets have been lost. Miljo says, Doc, or Darkside, they're going to attack you now, blood. Doc, Simon, Darkside are here to promote Bitcoin, tokenization, and regulate the PSYOP. Bro said we should vote for Tulsi Gabbard. Who said that? Was that you, Simon? Was that you, Darkside? Okay.
Tokenization. What?
Yeah, I don't
That's
know. As they say that
crazy.
someone asked to vote for Tulsi Gabbard. Google quantum AI paper mentions Cardano to be quantum-ready blockchain. The latest bit-based cryptography is quantum resistant. Okay, this guy's trying to.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's bully trying to make me push a meme coin there again, isn't it? These scammers, bro. Why do they keep trying to make me push meme coins? Listen, don't make us push no scam coins on here, right? I don't let Joe do it. I ain't gonna let you guys do it. Jokes about Joe. Okay.
Cardano's not a meme though, but still, it's not quantum resistant.
Oh, is it not a meme? Okay. Well, I thought everything was a
It's
meme.
like the Japanese. It's like the Japanese Ethereum, basically. It's
Okay.
Ethereum competitor funded by Japan.
I heard everything was a meme except Bitcoin, and I heard Bitcoin's a top meme. No? Okay. Benu, welcome to the level 1 membership. Appreciate you and appreciate your support of the space. And then we have Cheval who says, so have they or have they not been fired? Because your tweet that you just sent out says they have not. What? Did I type it wrong? Blood. P Hex says fire, 2 more, well, fires. They have not been fired. Yeah? Oh, blood. I wrote this so badly. You're right, G. Thanks for letting me know with the super chat. Bravs. It's like
See,
I've just come from an Indian call center.
quality insurance team. It's good.
Yeah, blood. Like, it's like I'm just right. Bro, I was meant to say now. I was thinking, what mistake have I made? I was meant to say not now. Oh, blood. Thanks for that, Chevelle. But thanks for actually letting me know. Appreciate it. PX said fire. And I wrote it really badly. I wrote PX said fire. Fires. I was trying to jump back on the space because there was loads of drama kicking off between Dark Side and Resistance. I thought they were going to go at each other about Bitcoin. David Hodney. And I think I spelled this wrong as well. It must be Hodney with a Y. Hodney and William Jr. have now, blood. See that? See our typo have now been fired with Army Chief regime change. Okay, there you go, Chevelle. Thanks for pointing it out. I don't know if you did it to help out or you were like, blood. Why is he giving us contradictory information? Anyway, appreciate it. Let's go to Beatrix. Who are you gonna go to?
Yes, I was going to go to Andy, but I want to read something out, right? So you done a post a couple of hours ago saying ground invasion incoming. And as is always the case, somebody said, Grok, can you confirm this? And when do you think it will start? And Grok responded and said, reports indicate that the Pentagon is prepping limited ground ops in Iran and raids on sites like Kaj Island and the Strait of Hormuz areas, as per Washington Post, Al Jazeera, CNN, and Associated Press sources. It's not a full invasion, more targeted, involving special forces and Marines already in theater. No confirmed timeline. It depends on Trump admin decisions amid the ongoing conflict. Iran vows fierce resistance if it happens. And I'm unclear if and when it kicks off. That's what Grok said. And then we're seeing all these generals being changed tonight. Now, within an hour's notice, they were all sacked, all of them.
Did we start
So it's
believing
interesting.
Grok in here? Is that what's happening?
Well, you're the one, don't even go there. You're the one who's like, oh, Beatrix is the least Zio. Ask it questions about Israel, Beatrix. It's the least Zio of all of the AI, Beatrix. When you were up here telling me that last week, Jonah.
He's telling what?
Yeah, but
Anyway,
you read it
let's
up
go.
in here.
What?
He was telling me it's the least.
What's the
Jonah was
desire?
telling me
What
it's
was
the
Davos telling you?
No,
Grok.
out
Oh
of all the
my God, Joe, is
LLMs,
that what you were saying?
no, out of all
Yeah,
the
that's what I was telling you last week.
out of all the LLMs, the Grok is actually the least IO, believe it or not.
Oh my God, don't listen to him. I'm with
I don't like
resistance now.
Grok at all.
Bitcoin is a scam.
No. Ask any question about Zionism to all 4 or 5, and you'll see Grok is actually the least. You should try it
What
out. Make it a post.
more
It'll
than
go
sea
viral.
dance? Is it called sea dance?
C Dance isn't LLM. I mean, it is, but it's video. It's not. Can't ask you questions.
Oh, does it not? Is it just video only?
Yeah, I actually didn't test out any of the Chinese ones. I should do that.
What's the Chinese? The best Chinese
Kimi.
AI?
Kimmy 2.5, probably the best right now.
Kimmy 2.5.
Yeah.
Just the Chinaman to name it
Yeah,
after
it's good.
basically a
Good.
blonde American woman. These guys, man, these Chinamen are so obsessed,
And
blood.
believe it or not, if you can jailbreak it, it's better than Claude, as per we found out with Cursor, who used Kimmy and tried to say it was theirs, and then find out that the Americans are copying Chinese tech and trying to take ownership of it.
What do you mean
Is what
jailbreak it?
happened 2 weeks ago.
What do you mean jailbreak it?
You take the guardrails off of it. You have to install it
Oh,
on
the
your own
Chinaman's
machine,
put
and then you take the
guardrails on it.
guardrails off. Yeah, everyone does.
Oh my god, you can never trust the Chinese, bro. You can never trust the CCP. Why put guardrails on it, bro? Okay, so Kimmy 2.5 and Sea Dance 2.0. When's 2.0 coming out, Inevitable?
But
Oh, I think it's already
Dance's
out.
video.
Yeah, I know for you Chinamen. I'm talking about for us Westerners.
Oh yeah, no, I forgot. Well, maybe like around this summer, maybe. I think you have to attach it to like a what is that third-party video editing software? I forgot what it's called, but
CapCut.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it comes out there this summer.
But Sea Dance you can get without CapCut, right?
Yeah, you can in China, pretty easy.
No, in the UK, like in Europe, you can get Sea Dance 1.0 without CapCut, right? Because I was gonna get it the other day.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, but I'd have to double check on that.
Yeah.
But just use Veo 3. It's just as good right now.
Which one?
Veo 3.1.
Is it?
It's Google's. Yeah.
Oh, Google Corporation, bro. Actually, prefer Google.
It's good though.
Okay, so Veo 3.1. Are you sure it's better? Because I was reading reviews and they were saying Sea Dance is the best.
Sea Dance is the best, but you can't get it. So Veo 3.1 is the best we have.
Oh no, but we can get Sea Dance 1.1, 1.0.
But that's not as good as Veo.
I get what you're saying now. You're trying to say Sea Dance 1.0 is good, but Veo 3.1 is better than that, but Sea Dance 2.0 is better than that, but we don't get it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And I don't even know if Sea Dance 2.0 does audio or not.
Oh, Inevitable. He's attacking China now, bro. Okay, let's go to Andy. Andy, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, this is just completely crazy. They're completely gutting the Pentagon. This is this clear sign that the ground invasion is imminent. They got rid of Pam Bondi. I mean, she obviously wasn't prosecuting Epstein clients, but Trump wasn't either. So that doesn't have anything to do with the ground invasion at this point. That's probably just a distraction to have us all guessing at what's about to happen at this point, and no one's falling for that. We know the ground invasion's coming. And I mean, they're going to probably just keep purging more and more people. And now they're talking about getting rid of Cash Patel. And yeah, these people were the Cash Patel, these people are all just useful idiots for Trump. And they came in and now they're going to, yeah, that's what you get for deciding to go in and act like an idiot because Trump tells you to. And yeah, he throws you under the bus when you're no longer useful for him. And yeah, I'm not talking about the generals. I'm more talking about the Pam Bondis and the Cash Patel. When you go out there and say, what Epstein? The Dow, your retirement's doing great. Yeah, the Dow's about to crash after this invasion. So yeah, so much for the Dow and people's retirement accounts. But yeah, this is crazy just to see this level of firings in a day. Like this military purge is something you would see. Like I don't think we've ever really seen something like this in the United States before. This is something you might see in China, for example, when they had the corruption of the generals and they found, but this isn't because of corruption. This is because these generals have moral character and they're like, no, we're not going to send troops on a suicide mission. And there's no such thing as a limited invasion of Karg Island. There's no such thing as like, oh, we're only going to sacrifice 500 troops instead of 2,000. Like, okay, so it's a less deadly suicide mission. Like, I just don't really get, or they're just calling it a limited invasion, but like they're still going to send the 5,000 Marines. They probably are just calling it limited, like, oh, we're only taking the island and sending 5,000, and it's not a full scale D-Day style invasion of mainland Iran. That's what they probably mean by limited, according to the reports that were getting read out. But there's nothing limited about sending thousands of Marines to their death on Karg Island. It's absolutely horrific, and I don't think Americans are ready to see footage of their soldiers getting gunned down brutally, like stuff that Ukrainians have probably seen of their troops. We are not ready for something like that to circulate, and I think when this happens and footage leaks out, because it definitely will on the corners of the internet, there's going to be an immediate uproar because you're going to have people that go from buying the mainstream media propaganda and thinking, oh, there's barely any casualties to all of a sudden seeing soldiers get gunned down, and people are going to go from thinking everything's fine to what the heck is happening. Trump said everything was fine, and people are going to be outraged and on the streets pretty quickly, I think.
I appreciate you calling it a purge, by the way. You know, in China, when a general gets fired, they say they were brutally purged and axed, removed, forced out, subdued, whatever. They just use every. But yeah, I think fired just doesn't have the same ring to it. So I appreciate that. And
I
yeah, you
only
made a
actually
great
got
point.
that because our buddy Gunther Eagleman said the purge continues.
I'm surprised he even said that. He usually, yeah.
Or maybe Trump's going into his authoritarian phase, and he said, "Hey, I want to sound like a dictator, so let's use cool words."
Inevitable. Didn't Xi Jinping also cull some of his generals as well?
Cull, I love that word. Cull, yeah, that's another one that they always use for China. When you get rid of somebody, when somebody goes, oh yeah, get rid of, yeah, when they go home, it's just mob terminology. But
Sorry,
no,
we're
it's
just
okay.
reading the Western
No, it's
newspaper clippings. That's what they say.
no, that's okay.
You're
No, no,
right.
no. But no, Zhang Yuzha, yeah, that was like one of his childhood friends too, by the way. But the real reason was because I don't even think it was necessarily overt corruption. From my understanding, when it comes to him, he was just not. He basically was kind of like a holdout with Taiwan. Basically, I think that's the agenda is clear. Be ready by 2027 for military operation to reunify Taiwan. If you're not on board, if you have cold feet, if you anything, then just you're out. But yeah, no, this is it's kind of night and day. Most of obviously the corruption campaign is huge as far as removal since 2013. She has removed tons of people for that purpose of clearing out corruption and anything that interferes with clear communication within the party. But yeah, as far as what's happening here, I think it's kind of night and day because it's you're already mid operation and you're removing top generals. That's night and day from even a year out of being prepared as far as preparedness start date. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that comparison you made, Andy, because that's kind of tells you the whole story right there. And yeah, it's probably way worse than what even anyone of us have even projected. I think it's clear that this is happening because they're going for something bigger than acceptable for some of these top generals and officials. So yeah, they're out.
There's actually a post from Laura Loomer on March 25th saying, Scoop, U.S. government official tells me Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is seriously considering options for transferring a 3 or 4-star Marine general into the Army to possibly replace General Randy George as Army Chief of Staff. This would obviously be unprecedented, but it would send a very strong message given the fact that General George was nominated to be Army Chief of Staff by Joe Biden. So Loomer reported on this. The fact that someone of her mental stability and just evil views has access to inside information is very concerning. This was her on March 25th. Because I was
Oh, and what I've heard oh, sorry, go ahead.
So the fact that she even has inside information on anything of any importance is very deeply concerning. That should just tell you how big of a joke this government is, because rightfully Republicans would be calling this out if you had some crazy leftist, if let's say Hassan Piker, for example, had inside information on the Biden administration, Republicans would be calling him out or something. So, every single MAGA person would be calling Hassan Piker out if he was Biden's inside guy. So I'm just saying, he was. So I just feel what are we doing here?
Who are you talking about?
With Laura Loomer, I'm just saying if Hassan Piker or something was Biden's inside guy, every Republican would be like, why is this leftist commentator or whatever on Biden's inside guy? So the fact that Laura Loomer has inside information and no one on MAGA cares.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, Andy, I posted that. I told Wasuli about that. I have that colonel, retired colonel. He emailed me a private email about 8 months ago. Laura Loomer is in our DoD. Mossad's already
I know
infiltrated our
exactly, and that's
DoD.
what's concerning. It's we should not be allowed. I'm just saying if there's anyone even close to as insane like as Laura Loomer. And it's not even the fact that she's Mossad and she's mentally unstable. She's not even allowed to own a gun. She's been.
But isn't that pillow talk with Trump?
Yeah, I mean, there are rumors. Those are rumors, just rumors, guys. We don't want to get sued.
How did the whole Christy Nome thing not explode all over Twitter? And I'm just finding out about it today.
Are you talking about with Corey Lewandowski?
I'm talking about her on the government plane having
Mrs.
sex
Doubtfire.
with her employee,
Oh,
and her husband
shit.
cross-dressing.
Yeah, that's what I call her,
When
Mrs.
doing.
Doubtfire.
Hmm?
The husband, Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, he did that?
Yeah, with the bras on cam.
Oh my god, that's completely ridiculous. And someone made a good post. This is what someone made a post. This is what your government is doing instead of the mass deportations you were promised. They pretend to be moral Christians and are doing this instead. And it's complete hypocrisy. It's these people do pretend to be moral and stuff, and hey, we have to defend Christian values by killing children, and then they're running around with beds on airplanes and stuff, and it's complete hypocrisy. They ain't defending no Christian values. A lot of these people in our government are degenerates, and you don't defend Christian values by bombing babies.
Did they hack? Whose computer was hacked? Because I don't know the story behind it. I definitely saw the pictures, and I did not know about what happened on the plane, Joa. What was that piece again?
Supposedly she was having an affair, and she was using the government plane to have the affair with one of her employees.
Oh my God. That's wild. I did not know that. What
Yeah,
a mess. You know
and
what
a
I
whole
mean? It's
and
crazy.
the thing about Pete Hegseth and Christian values, if you're Christian, you would know that the Solomon's temple was torn down, which God said would be the punishment for the Jews, and He's saying to rebuild the temple, which is against the actually Christian religion, which is, you know, um, I don't know how you can praise Christian values and not know your own book.
They flip everything, brother. They flip everything.
Yeah, and he said to rebuild the temple, right? Like, wait
Right.
a minute.
Oh yeah. No, you got it. You got it.
By the way, Andy, what you described is absolutely true. Like there are a lot of holes in the ship, so to speak. If information is look, information is going out all the time. I don't know if there was this one general or whatever. His name escapes me, but in 2021 he came out and said that pretty much like if Trump ever went for the nuclear codes, the first person he would call is Xi Jinping. I don't remember who that was. I think it was Mark Milley. But there's a lot of that happening. Like pretty much anything that happens of significance, you have people in the military contacting people in China and Russia. That's just happening because it's getting to the point where stuff that happens now has been openly discussed like 3 to 4 weeks ago, and even before the war. Hence why, and a lot of it goes to the industrial sector as well. First example is why China cut ties with cybersecurity with Israel and the United States. Like all firms, as far as like a military cybersecurity, were cut in January for that purpose because they pretty much knew ahead of time. Like Lebanon is going to be back up, and Lavender and Palantir are going to be expanding in Lebanon. And lo and behold, this is what happened.
Inevitable. There was research I did today, and I made a thread about it, and I was talking about about Adelson, and something I came across is that it was widely known in China that Adelson was kind of like the linchpin between Trump and China because of the Macau casino license.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is that
So
true?
now gambling in and of itself is like probably the most bottom rung industry in China as far as like it's like sequestered and cordoned off to Macau. But there was like there was a mutual agreement back in like the early 2000s. And I think a lot of it had to do with like soft power exchange. So like the Adelsons really were instrumental in helping the U.S. congressional resolution help die that down because there was a big resolution opposing the Olympics from happening in Beijing, and yeah, I think that was like a quid pro quo type of thing, and it kind of makes sense. I think it's pragmatic, but that was
From
like
what I heard, it
20,
was from
30 years ago.
2000. No, before when I heard it was from 2000. No, it happened multiple times. It happened in early 2000s,
Yeah.
happened in 2016, and then happened again in 2022. And that's when they gave the 200 million to Trump um, to get something done, and they used Adelson to do it. And
Well, the
supposedly, it's like
Adelsons, sorry.
widely known, like all their wealth is in Macau for the most part.
Well, the $200 billion dollar investment to Trump, that was more
Million, yeah.
influenced of million, yes, sorry. That was way more influenced in for Israeli interests, just per the basis of what Miriam Adelson specifically wanted, because this investment was made after Sheldon Adelson died, and the relationship between Trump and the Adelsons really dramatically improved after 2016. And so prior to 2016, I don't think that necessarily there were many, or even 2020, there were necessarily many interests with China and um, and the Adelsons and Trump, like that tether.
The,
Look, it exists. I'm not going to say that there's no influence, but the relationship was really at its heights in the early 2000s for that Olympic soft power exchange. It's like, okay, we'll let you have gaming licenses in Macau in 2001, and then in exchange, make sure that we can, make sure you put die down that GOP, pushback against the Olympics being in Beijing. I think that was like the height of the political coordination.
can you blink
Remember,
twice
Trump
if you
called
can't
out
talk
Rubio
about
for being native.
2022?
Wait, remind me of 2022. What specifically? Do
That's
you mean
that's
the?
when that's when his casino license was up, and that's when on Chinese news they were talking about the pressure they were putting on him in order to renew his license to get things done with Trump.
Well, I know Sheldon died before that. I guess that was my, and obviously his wife is gonna
Yeah,
kind of take it or renew everything. And but the crux of that, right? That was more based off of. So there's been this huge crackdown in general of changing like the face of Macau to more of a family friendly, family oriented, like less of a shady, gambling, resort,
yeah,
and
it's
more
looking more
of
and more
like
like
a.
Vegas than Atlantic City nowadays.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that was the that was from what everything I've heard, that was the primary condition of their renewal, because like, and I didn't know that was in 20, I thought that was earlier. I thought that was like in 20, I
No,
don't know,
it started in
2019.
2016. That's when they first gave him money, but the license was not up until 2022. But they used it
Right.
earlier in order to exert pressure and get some things for China.
Okay,
That's
so
what
okay, the
supposedly was on
license
Chinese
renewal.
TV. Yeah,
Yeah, the license. So the license renewal in and of itself. Okay, and that makes sense because he died. Sheldon Adelson died in 2020, like one or two, I think. So he died. Okay, yeah. So with the license renewal, yeah. Then the entire thing was like they have to invest heavily in non gaming projects. That was the condition. I don't know if anything had to do with U.S. politics though. I honestly think it was just more so they have to change the way they um, do business in Macau. I really think so. I don't think it was a matter of buying Trump. That seemed to really be all for Israel, especially when you think about like how Miriam Adelson has uh, comported herself. Remember when he
no,
gave that speech? Oh, good.
the last one was for sure. I'm talking about the first term. He was supposed to be tough on China, but it actually helped China.
But that's
Um,
my thing, right? Like the
and
first
a lot
term
of
was
people are saying it's because of
2016.
the Adelsons.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
first term would be 2016, and I feel like that's the gap that kind of exists, right? Because 2001, yeah, there was that quid pro, I hate to use that word, but there was that mutual agreement. And then in 2016, they still had their old license. They didn't need to renew yet. So I wouldn't have seen any incentive for like a political exchange. You know what I mean? Like I just look, maybe it's possible, maybe there were conversations like that, but it seems like everything that has
yeah, I can send you. I can
transpired.
send you
Good.
what I said. I can send you what I found. What I found was reports on Chinese TV that they were going to use him to leverage Trump. That if they didn't do something, which it doesn't say what it is, they the Adelsons would not be able to renew their license in 2022, which is majority of the Adelsons' wealth is
Well,
in Macau.
you know what? There is, like, now I will add this kind of to your case here, is that there is a large contingency within, frankly, like I think it's safe to say the party, but even just organically within China, there is a lot of people who genuinely love Trump. like as far as what he's doing in terms of the damage to America. Like honestly, and obviously it sounds a bit more brutal and crass, but the meaning is like there's been talk of the idea of even giving some concessions to Trump, like a few, and obviously not anything crazy, but there's been talk of like, yeah, let's kind of like start buying soybeans again, and let's like stuff like that, just to give Trump enough room to breathe so that he can continue to be politically viable enough to continue to do as many foreign policy blunders as he can. Like people literally look at Trump as a godsend. And obviously not everyone in China, but there are enough people who literally love how badly Trump is doing because it's just more do nothing and win. It's that crazy. And I honestly always like rejected it in the past, but now I'm really seeing like a lot of people say,
Yeah, and
yeah,
that
this
didn't
guy's
start.
good for our interests.
And that didn't
He's
start
a
in that
yeah.
didn't start this term. That started last term, which a lot of people don't realize, right? So the people
Yeah,
you're
but that
talking about
trade
was already
war
last term.
the trade war has given so much, just like the leverage that it's given since the failed trade war of last year has been exponential. I think like every day you pretty much hear about a new kind of positive effect from the taco tirades of 2025. It's truly been like a gift. And it sounds, I've always written that off. I was always like, look, yeah, you guys are just being kind of like inflammatory. I get it. Yeah, yeah, Trump sucks. No, they really, really do love it to the point where it's like, yeah, let's purchase some soybeans and maybe some, maybe even some LNG. Even to the extent of Taiwan. So the Taiwan thing, where America and Australia fast tracked contracts that already existed for Taiwan to June due to the response of the closure of the strait, right? So, that was not looked at with hostility. And that kind of surprised me because at first when I heard about it, I was like, okay, well, this is kind of, this is a bit, oh, right, yeah, they're going to try to protect their interests. But really, in reality, they didn't care. It was just like, yeah, look, let America and Australia give LNG to Taiwan. Cool. Maybe we'll even buy some. That was the kind of quote, literally, like, hey, maybe we'll even buy some from America. It was a little tongue in cheek, but it meant to say where I'm coming from with that is like, there's no, obviously Trump has his, you know obviously we disagree with quite a bit of what Trump is doing, but yeah, like it's to the point where it's like it literally does behoove, um some would say, China to even like give Trump a little bit of breathing room. It's like you never want to put your enemy in a position where they have no other choice but to like go all out, I guess. Maybe that's the best way to put it. It's like give your enemy a room to breathe, room to escape, and room to make a deal. And I think Trump is, if he goes to Beijing in May, he's going to get a little bit of breathing room. Like I think we'll start buying soybeans again, for example.
So you guys are going to glaze Trump while he's there. What are you telling us?
Well, you see how he talks about us. That's for sure. And but look, it is funny, and I know it sounds kind of like weird to talk about this, considering the war crimes he's committing, and obviously, look, literally, we know what's happening. We know the technology behind a lot of what Iran is able to accomplish, but there is a multifaceted relationship with China and America. That's why I don't like calling China and America enemies. If anything, prior to all of this, it seemed like Trump was moving in the right direction when he said that the dollar losing value is actually, kind of good for the US economy long term, because with the dollar losing, and we understand, I think maybe just to sum it up, is that, America can basically be able to export easier, right? It's not going to be so difficult as it is. And that would allow America some chance to continue to produce, or rather resume production, and it is mutually beneficial if America can build and export and produce more, while China can kind of like focus on a bit more expanding its domestic consumption, and expanding the yuan. So the dollar losing some of its share in the global world, world reserve currency status, it honestly would be mutually beneficial if not for the military industrial complex, which is hinged upon dollar dominance. So it's like it's funny how Trump can kind of slip and say, the right thing for his people and his country, and then immediately do like the antithetical opposite of what would be best for his country. kind of weird, but it's to be expected. Like when you factor in the
That's
go
why.
ahead, go
That's
ahead.
why. Yeah, that's why sometimes I just wonder if this is all on purpose. Like,
Can I just give some news out really quickly? So this is on Fox News, Fox 11. A national security analyst confirms that the Trump administration is purging, you like that word, inevitable, purging the Pentagon. And they're claiming that Hegseth has fired over a dozen top generals, including the heads of Navy and Air Force. I haven't seen that anywhere else, but somebody's put a clip of it up from Fox News. But it is Fox News, so we'll verify it.
Well, yeah, I can't believe it. I was saying we've got to hear more. There's got to be more because there's no way that senior military are going to put up with this. And when we heard the Army Chief of Staff, we know there's going to be more. We look forward more coming, even more.
Well, Andrew, I don't know if you've heard anything about it, but I guess I've heard that there's been like extreme exception to the cover up of casualties. Like that's been a huge point of contention in the higher
Yep.
brass. I don't know if you've
Yep.
heard about that.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Solely brought that up in Beatrice about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Yep. Yep. And we've been saying that all along, too. That's an extreme cover up. Well, they've always done that. They did that in Vietnam, too. But in here, even more so.
And there's also a huge cover. Oh, go ahead.
And I'll give it right back to you, Inevitable. The New York Times is reporting, the bridge, the biggest bridge in Iran that was hit today. The US military reported, and this is New York Times reporting it, committed a double tap strike on that bridge. 2 strikes had hit the bridge around an hour apart. The second strike was when emergency responders were arriving to assist the wounded. Even though rescue workers are protected civilians, they did a double tap on that bridge. And this is New York Times that are reporting this. News is coming out thick and fast now, guys. Inevitable, go ahead and I'll jump in if there's
That's a
anything
war
else.
crime.
Yeah.
That is a war crime.
100%. Yeah. Yeah, look, I was just, as I was talking with Joa about, US exports, the biggest US export in the last like 20 years has been suffering and pain, frankly. They've spent, and frankly, it's also been one of the biggest expenses because it's been a $10 trillion campaign and a $2 to $3 billion a day campaign just in Iran alone since this all started, this illegal military operation. But yeah, like no, to that point, like another huge point of contention among the top brass is also a lot of the cover-ups for equipment and material that's been destroyed too. Because like CENTCOM is blatantly lying now. Like they're blatantly saying, you know, stuff that is literally on mapped and on satellite and heavily documented is not happening. Like Iran shot down. I think it was suspected to be an F-16 today, and it might have been even more advanced than that. But and it was by Heshem, by the way, which is I think gonna be one of the points of target, Heshem Island. I think that's going to be one of the points of target for forming a beachhead. I think that's what America is going to try to take, and that's one of the places that I think is going to be a huge area because of its strategic proximity. But yeah, they shot that down today, and CENTCOM is literally saying no, it didn't happen, and they have like rescue drones and recovery drones all over that area where it was shot down, U.S. and I think Israel as well. So yeah, like just the fact that they're lying about the billions of dollars that are being spent and destroyed. Yeah, like, and there's also reports of the F-35s that have been destroyed in one of the Israeli air bases as well. I don't know if it's been 40 though. I honestly don't believe that, but um, yeah, there was a significant amount of damage, a high cost damage that took place in the I think it was oh man, Nevatim, I think Nevatim Air Base, where there are 40 F-35s that are held there. I just don't know if they've all been destroyed. So, but CENTCOM is completely lying and
Scott Ritter.
covering it up. Good.
Yeah, Scott Ritter has something on that.
Did he confirm that or anything? Has he said if they were like all destroyed? Because I know they're there. Like there are 40 F-35s at Nevatim Air Base.
I'll have to go look at it and give it to Beatrice to look at. I'll give it, or Sully. Yeah, I'll find it.
But how many billions of dollars in damage is that? That's probably like somewhere between 50 and 100 billion. Look, that money, I know it's just like numbers on a screen, but you're again, this was an investment made by the blood, sweat, and tears of Americans, and it's completely not taken into account. Like none of this is. So yeah, I'm not surprised about the purges either, because this was brewing. There's a lot of contention, a lot, and when you have high level stuff like this take place, these generals and top officials are talking, and they're talking to other countries. They just are. It's just obvious, but it's also like apparent too. The information, like there are so many holes in the ship, and it's sinking, and they're still gonna take it into battle as if it's like a worthy part of the fleet. It's just ridiculous.
So, guys, couple of things. The first thing is I put a tweet in the nest. It's about to come in, and it is a clip from my interview with Professor Morandi. I was asking Professor Morandi if he's going to run for the US presidency in 2028 and try and implement regime change, because, as you may or may not know, Professor Morandi is born in the United States of America. And he's looking at a presidential run. Will Morandi become the US president in 2028? Who would you vote for? Would you vote for Newsom, Vance, or Morandi? I think it's an easy choice. Check that tweet in the nest, like it, and retweet it. I think it's pretty awesome. The second thing is, the YouTube channel. Did we get any Sims to follow, or do we need me to announce it to get real guys to follow? To get real ones to follow? Yeah, no one followed. Okay, guys, we're 1897. We're 103 away from 2000. We need 103. Let's get 103 before we end this space. On the YouTube chat, if one of the mods can put in, oh, this one already has. Let me pin that. We can get we can get 103 before we end the space. That would be golden. Already trying to line up some interviews for tomorrow. But yeah, if you can do that for me, the tweet is pinned. Let's get 103 people to follow the YouTube channel. We already got such golden comment. The Professor Miranda interview up to now has been my favorite one. I literally did that with, I think like, and you know when you close your eyes for 10 minutes? It was literally like 10 minutes sleep. I was knocking out like really badly, but I just fought through it. And I wanted to go based on his time, because it's like, it's very hard to get someone like that. He's in the middle of a war. He's getting requests from so many people. So I was trying to accommodate him. So that was a golden interview. So check the interview out as well. I thought it was one of the best interviews we've ever done. So let me just check on the channel, who have we done? Just since we started the channel a few days ago, we've done Simon Dixon, we've done Anthony Aguilar, we've done Ryan Dawson, we've done Professor Morandi, we've done Simon Dixon, we've done Larry Johnson, former CIA, and we've done Carrie Pergine Bowler. I put some chicks in there for you guys because you're all simping. You were like, what about all the women? Seriously, Simon, they were crying. They were like, Suleiman's not interviewed any women on his show. Okay, for my 7% of women followers, there's your 2 women interviewed in one video. That should keep you guys happy for at least a year.
Was it hard work, Solomon?
No, it's less work in it because they love to talk. Like with a guy, you gotta like ask loads of questions and like direct them. With a chick, you just ask a question, bro, and they talk for like 20 minutes. It's all chill blood. If you're interviewing, you just got to keep looking at the mic, at the
You
camera.
just carry on doing a space at the same time.
Yeah, I could just like, no, but I got to keep looking at the camera, you see, or I could just like leave it, just ask the question and go leave, come back, and then it's the end of the show. But yeah, guys, make sure you're following. Let's get to 2,000. We got to 54,000 on the other channel. I'm going to start obviously posting content back on the other channel because we've only been doing the space the last couple of days because it's been exhausting doing all these interviews and the new setup, but we're definitely going to start back on that and the interviews as well. We've got tomorrow already. We've got Matthew Ho. I hope I'm pronouncing. How do you pronounce his name? Because I don't want to call him Ho. David, you'll know who he is.
Yeah, Matt Ho. I've spoken to him a few
Matt
times.
Ho, yeah, Matt Ho. I don't want to call him a Ho. You know what I mean? So Matt Ho is a disabled Marine Corps veteran of the Iraq War and Afghan War. And former Afghan War State Department officer. So we've got him coming on tomorrow. He said there's going to be about U.S. Army chief resigned. Should be resigned, isn't it? Protesting ground troops. So we got him coming on, and I'm already speaking to a few more people, but that one's already confirmed for tomorrow. So yeah, that's golden. So much golden interviews. Hope Simon, if you want to do one, gives me more than 10 minutes notice, Simon. That would be golden. He's like, come on, boy, do that video. And I'm like, yes, sir, yes, sir. But anyway, we got 90 people away. We're 90 people away from hitting 2,000. So make sure you're following us. And do retweet the Professor Morandi clip. I thought that was good on Bance a bit. Well, I don't know if it's Bance. He could be your president soon. David Z, thanks for joining us. We're always missing the Russian propaganda, but we've got the CCP here. We've got the KGB here. We just don't have the CIA Mossad mancos has left. So give us your thoughts. What's going on? People are questioning. They're saying, why is Russia not doing enough? Russia is losing in Ukraine. Russia is struggling in everything they're doing. Is this
Hold
the
on,
end of
Dave
the Russian
Z.
Empire, David Z?
Dave Z. Zelensky said he's going to open the Strait of Hormuz.
It really, it really is a circus at this stage, isn't it? It's if it wasn't so serious, I think we'd all be laughing. News in Russia, I haven't been really paying much attention today. I mean, it seems to be more silence, and yet when I was in a space recently, they were saying that the news is what's happening. 700 drones were launched by Iran. Like the media is shutting everything down in relation to the point you were making yesterday that the Chechens have offered themselves to go. It does seem to be more plausible at the moment. It's simply not a laughing matter. One of the war journalists are actually down in Belgorod at the moment, which is the de facto headquarter of the Chechens. And she made a point to me saying that, and I posted this, that the new consignment of Chechens coming out of the military academy in Grozny is 80% less than what it was last year. So they're asking, where the hell are the rest of them? Because there's none of them in Kursk. There's basically none of them in Belgorod. Where are they? It's like, where was Bibi? Where are the Chechens? I simply don't know. And the answer is, I think the speculation might have more truth than anything. But the realist in that is stating that the advisors that are down in Tehran are actually 100% advising on 4 years of experience in Ukraine for combat preparations on the ground. That is what it looks like. And from all the discourse that's going on in Russia, that's what they believe is going to happen. That Trump has no exit way out. And talking about the generals being replaced, I mean, do you know when that happens? In Russia, it happened just as the SMO started. They replaced hundreds of top-tier military guys. Most of them are doing graft and generational nepotism within the army, and that's just been part of the Russian military. But it happens when armies shift from peacetime to war, and you need yes men rather than guess men, and that's what's happening. So that's just a protocol that happens when you're cleaning house and you're looking to have the hardcore military go in there that have no problem in doing sending men over the trenches into war. So that's what the Russians said. It does make sense, you know, and especially like it happened. I remember when you were co-hosting Mario Space, Suleiman, when Prigozhin was going on his route from Rostov to Moscow. That was an agreed protocol in order to move dozens, if not a couple of hundred, of Russian top tier who ran out of the country. Prigozhin had threatened them. And it did clean house. And still, even to this day, even last week, 2 generals were removed out of the Russian army. Removed. As in, one of them went to prison and the other one is waiting to go to prison. But this is what the military does. When you shift from peacetime to war, you bring in the guys that are rolling up sleeves and have no problem getting stuck in. So I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary. It's just normal protocol.
So, David, one of the discussions we were having was how involved will Russia get? Do you think Russia is going to deploy troops to the ground?
They will do exactly the same what was done to them, advisors. I don't think they'll go as far as what we saw in Ukraine with soldiers being offered leave out of their sovereign armies, and they just changed the Velcro patch on their left shoulder. I don't believe that'll happen. But if you look at what the Russians did in Syria during the Syrian war, they did put the VDV in there. They were requested to do so. They were in direct active combat against ISIS and Al Qaeda. Then they also had the PMC of Wagner in there. And we know that infamous bombing raid, the cowardly bombing raid that the Americans did on the Wagner guys, who killed over 120 of them. And that's what caused the drift between Prigozhin and Gerasimov that time, when he hates him. So, yeah, I mean, they're already there, though, Suleiman. The advisors, air quotes, are already there. And it's not just technicians. There's combat men in boots down there at the moment, you know, working with, advising, and making projections for what needs to go on. I mean, I saw today on one of the channels that they had a map, and they were showing the possibilities, you know, these big arrow swings we used to see on Dad's Army, yeah? These big arrow swings going, and where are they going to go and whatever. And they're making some very valid claims that, you know, with that the 78 tribes of Saudi Arabia, the vast majority of them would love to see MBS hang from a crane. They want them out. So it's not a homogeneous, you know, unified state in Saudi. It's far from it. And when the Czechs stop, they'll stop supporting. And at this point in time, you know, the Czechs are down 60 to 70%. So Saudi is possibly going to do a deal. I mean, we did hear today that MBS called Putin. Why did he call Putin? We're not going to find out, because it was really high confidentiality on it. I don't think there's never been good, sustainable rumors come out of the Kremlin. Never, ever, ever. In the 4 years the SMO it's very tight-lipped. But the suggestion is that he's asking Putin to do a deal with Tehran, and saying, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do it, but, you know, the big guys in Washington made us do it. They have all our money in Citigroup, and they made us do it. So give us a break here. That is what they are saying. So is it true or not? I don't know. But it certainly doesn't look good for the intentions against them. Iran has to take control of the whole lot. It's exactly the same, Suleiman, as Ukraine. You know this, that if the Russians this time leave, you know, NATO even in the western part of Ukraine, they're going to wait 5 years, whatever. They promised this, and they will come back after Russia again. So when you don't leave a bit of the cancer behind, you take everything out. And Iran's problem is they're going to have to vassal state the entire Saudi Arabian peninsula. And it does look like Iraq is going to, this is what the Russians are saying now. The Kuwait is going to go back into the homeland of Iraq, and Bahrain is going to, you know, be a vassal state of Iran. The UAE, as you love to say, is an absolute basket case at this point in time. We've been hearing that the Russians down there, and we know there's a lot of them, that were moving their monies
There's a
out.
lot of Russian chicks down there, David.
Let's stop now, would you? My sister-in-law is down there. She's actually sleeping on the couch for the last 6 weeks. She's on the outskirts. She's afraid to go into the city. There's that they can't get the money out. So just imagine the conversations that are happening in those banks when you have a load of mad Russians saying, why can't I move my money out of here before you leave the window? So there's a lot of problems, and people are recognizing that, you know, what we're looking at now is a change of governance in the Persian Gulf, and there's nothing that America can do about it. I would better not go into talking about the reasons why Trump did it. I think the Manchurian Candidate option is possibly the best one, that Trump has been placed there to cause the debt explosion within the United States, and he's done a perfect job on it.
Okay, David. In terms of where do you see this ground invasion going? Where do you think they're going to go for?
If you look again, I'd say I'm just reiterating what I've read. They're presuming that there's an amalgamation of tribes not only in southern Iraq but also in the northeastern part of it that will take Kuwait, and they'll push on a bridgehead further into northeastern Saudi. They believe that the naval forces will come across in most likely 30% of numbers, and 70% will go on the land. I mean, we're looking here at the figures of 9 million men that have done military mandatory 1 year to 2.5 years in Iran over the last 20 odd years. So they have fully capable, competent men that have served, worn a uniform and trained up. So it's like the same in Russia. Putin got on the Midnight Express tonight and demanded that he needed 15 million men to go, and he doesn't need it. But if he did, you know, the reception areas at all the recruitment centers would be full in the morning. So Iran is the same. They don't have any problem with numbers. And as we've seen the war in Ukraine, it no longer needs mass military movements, but it needs, in this case, amphibious, and it also needs ground warfare. And Iran does have the numbers in relation to tanks and also APCs and logistical machines to back them up. And they have what is most needed now, which is drone warfare. But like, look at Saudi. Look at they brought in 200 Ukrainians to teach them how to do drones. They can teach them up, but Russia has, you know, the electronic warfare. It has detection systems. It has everything that's needed to combat it. But again, I'll go back to the salient point. If it does go ground combat, I mean, we're back to the 1980s again, and tens of thousands of men dying every month on the battlefront. Now, is that what Saudi's going to want? If they do go into battlefront, what will they take out? Again, that question came up with the Russians today, that the desalination plants, the day it happened, will be hit first to cause complete social strife in the countries of the Middle East. They will take out all the desalination plants. And they would like to see the oil and gas infrastructure stay there, because when you're going to rebuild a country, you need to have revenue, and that's their immediate revenue, unless they go and take 100,000 Chinese engineers in from Shanghai and stick them in there to rebuild it. It'll still take years. But that's what the Russians are saying, that this is going to go full war. Everyone is of no doubt. General Abdiladnov today was with an international reporter by the name of Christelle Yont. I know her for several years. She interviewed him today, and she asked him the question. She just posted today that she'll be releasing the interview tomorrow. She's on her way back to the Donbass, which isn't too far from where she interviewed him. He's very difficult to get an interview with. He was with Scott Ritter just a few days ago when Scott was in Moscow. He's now back, Suleiman, by the way, but he said he's sick. This is what Ryan said. But anyhow, she asked him that question.
Who is this?
Scott Ritter. He's back, but he's sick.
Okay.
But she asked him that question. And it'll be in the interview, I believe. And he believed that the war is going to persist and it's going to go long term. And there's absolutely, this is what he said, there's absolutely no way that the people of Iran are going to give in to the Epstein cult. There's no way. So that means, in his belief, and he is a proper combat veteran who is a principal general in the Russian army, he's saying a lot more than a lot less than what he means. He believes that this is a long-term war and that the US is going to bite down and slap them for the next 5 years. Long-term.
Oh, you think this war is going to go on for 5 years?
That's what he said. He said this is long-term. What he said actually to her, this will go as long as Ukraine.
How can the Americans be there for 5 years, bro? That makes sense.
They can.
The Americans?
Yeah.
Nah, blood.
All you got, should they want to print another 10 trillion? Why can't they? They just, like Trump just said today, he's ramping up a war economy where he's going to take from the coffers of health and education in order to build up the army. So this is what they want. I mean, I said it. In 1929, they had a depression. 12 years they were in a depression until the war came along.
Bro.
But David, what about the depleted stockpiles? Like, how can they defend themselves? How can they even use standoff munitions when they don't have any in a month's time or 2 months' time?
They just keep the war of attrition going on at a lesser pace. You can still keep the dog in the compound and just and throw stuff at him. You don't have to go in and beat the shit out of him. You'll just keep it barking. You can go on until he rebuilds his infrastructure. No, look, I'm only telling you what the Russians are believing. When that interview comes out, you'll see the question that was asked of him. And as I said, on the second,
what interview is this, David?
Kristel Nyant, Kristelnian. She's on
with
Twitter.
who?
General Abdi Elodnov.
Okay.
Now he's the guy that said 2 days after the war started that if he was objective, he would bring soldiers, he would send munitions, and he would go himself to fight in Iran. And as I said, he is a principal general public general in the Russian army. Everyone listens when he talks. And then he says today that this war is going to go on a long time. He said the Epstein class are not going to leave go.
What's your thoughts on that resistance? You think this can go on for 4 years in the Middle East?
Yeah, I just don't think so. I don't think that. I mean, first of all, what would the state of Iran and Israel look like, and the Gulf countries? Even though I know what David you're saying in terms of reduced reduced intensity, but I just think that first of all, the Israelis won't survive because they're not prepared to be in shelters 2-3 times a day, 4 times a day. What sort of life is that? I think that'll be the end of the Israel project. The Iranians, they're going to get fed up and they're going to probably be really anti-government by this point. I mean, similar to the Russian people, but actually on a much bigger scale because of the fact that a lot of things are destroyed in Iran, whereas at least in Russia they're not. It's just an inconvenience. So I think that the IRGC would not want to have that prolonged, and so they either have to become more decisive and more intense to end it, or to force some sort of conclusion and force an agreement. I just don't see how this is going to last longer than 6 months, in my opinion, because of those factors.
Just before David Z responds, and I want to hear from Doc as well. Just read this super chat, and it is 2 super chats. It says the new page is less than 100 subscribers away from 2K. Stop being Gen X. Blood. Gen X subscribed. We're waiting for. Actually, let's check. The Gen X already subscribed. It's the millennials. It's the millennial. Let me see the new channel. Oh, it doesn't even give you the age because it's a new channel. But only 20% of you guys, only 253 of you guys put on all notifications. So everyone who's subscribed, make sure you've got your notifications on in that channel, or you won't know that the channel's live. So make sure you've got your notifications on in the new channel. Where, how much away? 76 away. So yeah, listen to Frank Jabai. He says the new page is less than 100 subscribers away from 2K. Stop being Gen X. He means millennials. He says Gen Z and boomers pull you away by clicking on the link and hitting the subscribe on the page that says Bridge the Gap. Listen to Frank Jabba. Listen to him in terms of him telling you to subscribe to the channel. Obviously, we know the problem is the millennials. But listen to him on that. David, what's your thoughts on what Resistance have to say there?
They can keep it going for years. The intensity is the question. That's it.
I don't doubt the intent. I don't doubt the capability from Iran from a attacking point of view. I just doubt it from a defensive point of view, but also the defensive capabilities of the GCC, Israel, and the offensive capabilities of the United States. They just I don't think they're built to sustain a long intense, because they can't even manufacture enough of the standoff munitions in time at a greater rate than actually depleting them per day. So they're physically, there's physical limitations there, and also the GCC countries will probably be wiped out. I mean, Bahrain will probably be the first to fall, and I just don't believe that they would want. No or reduced revenue, or in UAE's case, no revenue and no security for 5 years. I just don't think that's feasible. They're going to be desperate, and otherwise they might fall. There's a risk of them being couped or revolted against. And obviously Israel, I mean, there's already ministers who are saying, and generals in Israel who are saying, look, we're finished in 1 year. And some of them are saying, actually, we're finished now. This is in Israel, they're saying this. So imagine how long the level of devastation is going to be there. And also, look, they're already complaining, they're already leaving, the Israelis are leaving to Cyprus and wherever. I just don't think that's not going to last long. I don't think that the right will contain that power for much longer if this war continues, because they're already complaining a lot. And the damage, we're not seeing the damage because there's massive censorship, but I can imagine the damage is pretty extensive. I mean, last night I heard there was so many barrages of missiles. So it was the most intense. Was it the night before? The most intense so far of the war in Israel. So I don't know how long they could last. This just doesn't look like it's going to last. And in the markets, it's been strained. The oil price, can the world sustain permanently for 5 years $100+ a barrel, reduced energy usage? It doesn't look like all of those factors. I'm not sure it looks like that. But Doc, what's your opinion?
Well, I entirely agree with what you just said. Politically, Trump won't survive because as it stands now, he's going to lose the House of Representatives. There's only an 11 vote difference as it is, and all the races look horrible for Trump and the Republicans. So there isn't a source that I trust polling wise, plus my own gut and my own contact with my followers, that tells me that Trump has any chance of surviving. I mean, for someone just mentioned that Trump has said that he can't provide daycare for people in the country or assist in providing daycare because of the money we're going to spend on the war. That's just a gift to every single Democrat. And it takes away a core group of the coalition, the support from women that Trump had in the 2024 election. So with the House being under control of Democrats, they can starve off financing for the war. Right now, it's at risk anyway. It only lasts as long as the next continuing resolution. And the fact that Trump has asked for $200 billion doesn't mean he's going to get it. That's a political hot potato that hasn't landed yet. And then we see the defections from the military, which is what they are. These are generals, the Army Chief of Staff, who are telling Trump and Pete Hegseth that your plans are unsustainable. I still don't see how Marines land on any part of Iran without getting decimated. And that might be the plan, thinking that will be what will rile up America enough to generate the political support for the financing and the extension of the careers of Republicans who are supporting this war, like Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton and others. So no, the problem isn't the ability of Iran be able to persist offensively. They can. And as you just pointed out, one of the worst nights of bombing ever was after Trump's speech. And I couldn't get up yesterday. I kept talking to Khaleesi, and she couldn't see me, and they couldn't get anyone else's attention. But going back just real briefly to Trump's speech, I didn't hear anyone that had the sort of perspective on it that I had, and I'm sure someone did bring this up, but my response to that was this was basically a plea to Iran to stop and give Trump an exit. Because what did Trump give up? Trump gave up any attempt to attack and open up the Straits of Hormuz, which was one of his key, if not the key, condition before "quote unquote" peace or a ceasefire could be arranged. And that flies in the face of the fact that Trump had been saying that he'd been talking to Iran and trying to inform Americans. It's first propaganda to Americans, and it's also a message to the rest of the world. When someone as big as a president of a country speaks, he's speaking to multiple audiences at the same time. And I don't think that people really take the time to think about how that message is affecting other listeners. Certainly the commentary was very, very heavy in terms of what this meant to Americans and what Trump was trying to say to Americans, basically get ready for a war footing. But that coincides with my belief that this was really a message to Trump, which was, okay, we're going to give you the Straits of Hormuz. You can go ahead and continue to or extend your plans to charge shipping a fee to transit the Straits of Hormuz, as you have on the Suez. I think that's something that Trump would agree to. And there's no indication to me that Iran picked up that baton, whether it was intentional or not, that peace offering from Trump to modify their own demands. And from the years I can tell that they haven't really changed. They need to ensure for themselves and their allies that Israel and America and Saudi Arabia and the GCC countries simply won't agree to a ceasefire and then break it later after they've rearmed themselves. America has a huge logistical problem trying to supply not only offensive weapons but defensive weapons for Israel. So Israel won't last. There's nothing stopping Iran from continuing to bomb them, because the shield, whatever it was, whatever capability it had, which I think was a lot of it was, hey, this is magic, and don't even try. And now that we've seen that Iran in both last year and this year could wipe away as if it didn't existed the protections against missile and drone attacks, and they haven't even used their best stuff yet. So I think if and when Trump lands troops, somewhere in Iran, whether it's an island or what have you, the troops are just going to be destroyed. There's no protection. There's there's no beachhead that's safe for them to use and expand like Kuwait was for the Iraq War. So no, I think that we're headed for a massive, massive defeat. I think that's why we're seeing so many generals, exit stage right, because they're the principled ones who care about the troops, who are telling Trump and Hegseth that this is unsustainable. You won't be able to protect the troops, and Trump doesn't care, apparently, or he's just he's posing as the strong man in the hopes that Iran will take the latest offer, which was, hey, you can have the Straits, and give him an off ramp. But as I said before, I don't think Israel is going to give Trump an off ramp. I don't think Israel can afford to say, okay, we'll agree to stay out of Lebanon. We'll observe the traditional borders and we'll exit our troops there. We'll stop screwing around in Syria, and we'll stop trying to attack Iran and give up on the Greater Israel Project. I think there's going to be a lot more pain to come for Israel. If America puts boots on the ground, we're going to be talking about casualties in the thousands. And I can't imagine the pushback that's going to come if that's happened and acknowledged by the press. Glenn Greenwald's old, I'll end with this. Glenn Greenwald's old publication, Intercept, came forward today with an article saying that, I didn't read it all, but the headline was, there's been hundreds of casualties that are being hidden from the American people. And I believe that to be the case. And we talked about this a week or so ago, how the U.S. military has no legal obligation to declare the deaths of special forces. and that's the only forces that would have reasonably been there, including the CIA offices that were blown up. One was in Bahrain in a building. They took out a certain floor of a hotel. So this is it's all going very bad. But I think that I agree with Resistance. It's unsustainable for America and Israel because Israel cannot protect itself.
Well, Doc, there's lots of purging going on in the Pentagon as well. We've been talking about that earlier. With Pete Hegseth firing everybody, or lots of people in the military. So obviously there's a lot of disagreement, to put it mildly. So do you think that's going to result in anything? Maybe a willingness to end the war quickly, or is it?
No, I think he's Hegseth and Trump are exiting those generals who don't support boots on the ground. I mean, to me, that's Occam's razor. That's the most likely explanation. I don't think all of a sudden you had this number of top flight generals, including the very top, that are leaving, inexplicably. Yeah, I was listening to David, and David's right in the sense that when you go from a peacetime to a wartime footing, you end up you hopefully have a chain of command that will brook no disagreement. And at this point, before the troops are deployed, this is the time for those who don't agree with that war plan to speak up. And I think what we're seeing are those who are brave enough to say this far but no farther. Because I have a duty to the commander in chief, but I also have a duty to my troops. And it's too bad that we don't have one of them coming forward and saying that this is exactly why they left. But I understand why they don't, because the personal effect that'll come from what will certainly be a reduction in their benefits, if not an outright court martial for quote unquote treason. I mean, who knows what these guys are being threatened with? But of course, when you have a madman at the top of both the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Defense, and the President, and you have a bunch of Zios urging you on, like Ted Cruz and Tom Cotton, and basically the whole Congress. I mean, Bibi came, 7 times to America in the last year and a half, and addressed a joint session of Congress. We had 57 standing ovations. We're controlled by the Zionists here. But the problem is for the politicians in America and for Bibi is military has been shown to be a paper tiger in terms of its ability to protect against the attacks from Iran. It's a huge, gross miscalculation. I don't know who Trump's going to blame. I had thought that he would blame Hegseth. That's the easiest thing. Hegseth is completely unpopular, and he could blame it all on Hegseth. And terminate Hegseth the way that he just did. What's her face, the Attorney General. So
Okay, so they've got more compliant and agreeable military staff, military generals. What I'm thinking of, but that makes everything more sort of chaotic and disorderly, because that means that they're going to go in to do a ground invasion. What happens when it blows up in their faces? Lots, like thousands of casualties, for example. What happens then?
They double down.
Yeah, they certainly
Yeah, that's what
could
they
be.
always
That
do.
could be their 9/11 moment. We have to go, attack back, and everyone has to jump on board because thousands and thousands of American troops have just been killed by Iran. Well, no one in the media, no media at all will cover the alternative story, which was, well, this was a shitty thing to do in the first place. We've admitted that the only reason we did it was because Israel was going to attack without us. And that put our own soldiers and facilities at risk. I mean, they've been backing away from this rhetorically as hard as they've been moving forward in real life. So where that balance starts to change, whether it starts with the American people first, hopefully, but I was a neocon back in the day, right? I mean, I supported the war. I didn't know. And there are just, as I've flipped to the other side, particularly in my lack of support for Trump as a 3-time Trump voter and a minor influencer in a conservative party, I see the reaction of people who have supported me and shared my vision of the past. And there's way too many of them who are condemning me as now I'm a what will somebody say? I'm a communist, what have you, who hates Trump and wants Russia to win everything. They're just so stupid, and they aren't really stupid. It's just they've been propagandized their whole life to hate the Muslims, to hate Islam, and to love Israel. But I think that changes if thousands of American troops are killed in a fruitless mission to land on an island. Why would they go to the island now anyway? Any island right now in the Straits anyway? Why would they? Trump has said, here's the Straits of Hormuz. So where are they putting these boots on the ground? They can actually logistically support them and put enough pressure on Iran in terms of an invasion that Iran is going to change their minds. It doesn't exist. So this would take a D-Day, level a commitment between the U.S. and all of its allies, and Trump hasn't got any allies in NATO and in Europe. The fact that he's got bases in England where they're supporting bombing missions and refueling missions, that doesn't give them anywhere near the sort of support that they would need. They would need the active support of the bases in Italy, Spain, Portugal, all around the Mediterranean rim.
But they
And
do
they'd
have
have to
those.
have, well, they have them, but that's not the same as boots on the ground.
That's true.
Right. I mean, are we seeing yet the removal of troops from Germany? Are they being transferred into bases somewhere where they could be part of an attack? No, we're not seeing that. Are we seeing mass call-ups in America or an reinstitution of the draft? No, we're not seeing that. I'm very close to Camp Pendleton, which is the largest Marine base on the West Coast. And yes, 2 of the MEUs that were supposedly headed, one was based out of San Diego, the other one was formerly based out of San Diego and had moved into the China theater. That's not enough to do anything that's being threatened. And I think the Iranians see this. They see that Israel and the GCC bases cannot be protected. Their ability to project and hit all of these places as they have in the past is unimpeded. So it's just pure insanity to put boots on the ground, even though that might be expected, that might be wished for, and that's what's planned. I don't think that's a 9/11 moment. I don't think that riles enough Americans up to give Trump the political and financial support he needs to continue it. He may think that, but that's one of the reasons why we're just headed for disaster here with our leadership.
I can vouch for the fact that Doc was a neocon because I met him when he was a neocon on one of our very early spaces. I think even pre-pandemic days.
I met you when you were the #1 MAGA supporter.
I was not a #1 MAGA supporter,
Okay,
but I
number
did think
two,
Trump
number
would be
two.
better for the world.
Okay, #2 behind Doc.
Joa behind Jonah. Listen, really quickly. So I've got a bit of news on China, which is quite funny. But David, I have to say to you, right? Actually, before I go to David, let me just ask everybody. I don't know how long. I think we're maybe 80 away. 80 good people. Do me a favor on this space. We've got 2,500 people. I'd like you all to go up to where you can see Suleiman and Simon. You'll find a post there. 80 people. I'd like you to do this, which says Bridge the Gap YouTube channel. That's where Suleiman's doing all the interviews. Professor Moranti, Lieutenant Aguilera, all of them are there. Ryan Dawson, the Simon Dixon, they're all there. And that's where he's going to be carrying on putting out content for all of you
Wait,
to watch. So please go there.
Dixon is there? Oh my God, let me go do this right now.
He's there. Have a look, Doc. So I'd like everyone to go press the bell icon and click on your notifications, because otherwise you won't tell when he goes live with these interviews. 80 good people. And when you've done that, you can put your name in the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side, and I'll even give you a shout out. Guys, just really quickly, the pizzerias near Pentagon are reporting extremely high traffic tonight.
The
They
what?
think a ground invasion's imminent.
Pizzerios? What's a pizzeria?
The pizzeria places, the pizzerias, as in pizza places.
What's a
Pizzerias?
No,
That's it, the pizzerias.
You Beatrice it
The
again.
pizzerias. The pizzerias, the
That was the
pizzerias. You knew what I
cutest
meant,
thing
Jonah.
ever.
Don't be funny, Jonah. It's 3:20 in the morning, right?
what did she say anyway? What was that?
Pizzerias.
Pizzerias. Is it like Narnia?
Yeah, the pizzerias nearby the Pentagon are reporting extremely high traffic. Also, Suleiman, there's quite a few super chats, but before you get to the super chats, I want to say, David, nobody trolls better than the Russians. And I've always thought this because back in the day, they used to troll the British government like nobody. I mean, I know Iran does now to America, but yesterday, that freaking ISIS guy, Giuliani, was here in the White House. So what did Russia go and do today? It gave Assad and his family citizenship. Like, what a masterstroke troll. Like, seriously, like the way they try. I know the British government's going to be seething about it, but there's nothing they can do about it. Like, do you have any comment on that, David? And then we go to Mr. CCP.
Yeah, I saw that news report, and they issued a lovely picture, family picture, actually, out of TASS, of them all walking down the street together. It was quite good. Yeah. Look, the Russians have been restricted. They would have loved to have done something different in Syria. They still have a port there, but you know the Chinese and Russians were advising Bashar, but he was looking to Saudi in the West for new friendships, and they all stuck a knife in his back. I mean, he made the wrong decision. But what can you do? I mean, they were never going back in there again, Beatrice. I mean, the last time they were in there, they promised, don't call us if you have a problem again, because the next one will be all your fault. And that is true. They, for 2 years, Larry Johnson, actually, Suleiman, if you ask Larry on this the next time he's in, ask him about, because he was the first one to bring it up, actually. He made it public that for 2 years prior to Bashar falling, the Chinese had broken the code of the intelligence agency's internal communications, telecommunications, like app on their mobile phone, you know, for debugging and whatever. And they were listening to everything for 2 years prior to Bashar falling. And they knew everything. They knew all the backstabbing going on. They knew what was being said. They advised Bashar, look, we are telling you, this is what they're going to do to you. And no, he decided he wanted to go down this road. He was an idiot. He was a pure idiot. And I remember Maram, you know, when she found this out, the Syrian girl, you know, she was, of course, she's pro-Bashar and all the rest of it. But, you know, she didn't believe it. And she was absolutely disgusted. I remember being on her space those nights, and she was saying, David, are Russia going to leave us alone? And I was saying, well, if Russia wanted to, they could come back in again and, you know, tear it up. But, you know, they were engrossed into Ukraine at the time. And, you know, when you have 32 countries of NATO going at you, I mean, you got to keep your eyes all over the place. And they certainly were not going to, you know, dilute their presence up against the boundary of Ukraine and go back down into Syria for what they believed was a lost cause. You know, nobody thought it was going to fall that fast. We all found out that, you know, the majority of the Syrian army, the professional Syrian army, was bought and paid for. So, you know, but that's, you can ask Larry that. I mean, they told Bashar, here it is. Here's what they're telling about you. Here's what they're going to do to you. And he still went with it. And I was very surprised, actually, they let him into Moscow, but a lot of people were. But there he is. He did bring a couple of $100 million with him, if not a couple of billion with him. And what was the reason they gave Beatrice for mutual beneficial business relationship?
No, and he's opened some sort of a medical center there, optometrist, and he's invested there, so therefore he's earned the right. It was a really nice little post, actually, and I'm glad that they've given him citizenship and his family, to be honest. But I mean, I did think they should have done it earlier, but they didn't, whatever reason. But the fact that they did it the day after that guy came to Downing Street was very heartwarming for me, because they just literally trolled the British government and showed the hypocrisy of the British government. I loved it.
Well, I'm Irish. Ask me, do I like the British government?
I'm British. Ask me if I like the freaking British government.
Mhm.
And when
Hey,
we're
I'm an
talking about
American. Ask
trolling,
me about the British government.
I'll ask you about your American government, Doc. Never mind the Brits. Let me ask now. Let me go to the Chinese trolling. Right, this is quite epic by China. You know how Trump says we need $2 billion a day to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. China's foreign minister senator said, but the Strait of Hormuz was already open before the war. The root cause of this disruption is your illegal military operations against Iran. You have created a global crisis out of nothing. This chick, gave Trump a reality check, slam dunked him today. So he's getting bish bash boshed, Trump is, from everybody, even Macron's at it today. So it's good. Anything to say about that inevitable?
Oh, we don't know.
No, it's the truth. It's true.
Just before inevitable goes, guys, just want to thank Trader MD with a huge super chat, 200 Canadian dollars. Really appreciate your support. He says, thank you for your coverage. Appreciate as always. Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate your help. It's only through the help of the super chats and the supporters that we're able to do what we do. So yeah, we really do appreciate you. Sorry, back to you, Beatrix. You're gonna go to Inevitable China.
Yeah, you were going to say you don't know if it's the truth because the chick said it, right? Or something, Suleiman.
No, which bit? Which bit? About the CCP. What?
It was the
Yeah.
spokesperson Mao Ning, right? She was the one I believe who said that, and yeah, it reflects the just position that China has, and not just China, obviously its allies as well. But yeah, like the news you reported earlier, kind of comes into alignment. The French, Russians, and Chinese, I think, diplomats at the UN Security Council, pretty much are all against the sanctioning. I guess you can say the warranting of a military operation to force open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Chinese don't usually exercise their veto option. Xi Jinping, I don't think, has ever used it since he got into office, like 2013. I don't think he's ever used it once. There is this sort of like disposition against using veto because it's considered to be kind of like, a bit of a overhanded way of dealing with international affairs. They just don't like doing that. But I think Russia is seriously considering vetoing that. And I think just from Simon said it earlier, and I think Mays mentioned it, the importance of what the UNSC is doing is it shows you from a global standard, like it signals to the global stage the stances and positions of countries. So that's more important for like international corporate interests and, really even just like some governments are obviously like China are much more in line in nationalizing its certain interests, whether it be commodities and whatnot. So having that be done on the stage like the UNSC is a big deal. Yeah,
Well, they did do it, right? Or are you talking about a different one?
I think it's coming close. It's the exact one that you were talking about, but I think
Oh,
this
well, the
they're
Arab
coming close.
states? Yeah.
Yeah, which is isn't that's really crazy. Like the
And
Arab
then they
states
say it with
are.
like Arab states, quote unquote, like it was very generic. Well, I guess the one that I saw, but yeah, it's pretty
So
crazy.
it was Qatar and like two others, or Bahrain and a few others, and pretty much the entire council, I guess, is probably going to vote yes if I had to guess. But the fact that Qatar and Bahrain are the ones who are like introducing it is insane, and yeah, like that kind of shows you how things are. Like so much is on its head. The GCC is like yeah, and mind you, Wang Yi is certainly doing a lot because there's a lot of I think that's been the main force of uh, energy from a communication standpoint from China has been to try to corral the GCC countries and kind of get like communications ongoing and keep the block together, if you will. But yeah, the fact that they're the ones introducing that is insane.
So just quickly, Bahrain's draft resolution to the Security Council, it's not going to be voted on tomorrow. They delayed it to Saturday, which makes me think that a ground invasion's imminent. Otherwise, why would they delay it? And it was asking for the use of all defensive means necessary to secure transit passage. And apparently the Gulf states spent weeks negotiating this, watching their economies suffer while 84 tankers exited the Hormuz for the entire month of March. And Russia, China, and France, a NATO ally, all broke their silence. But it's the actual one's gonna be voted on Saturday. They're saying it's been delayed from tomorrow. So let's see what happens. What? This cannot be true. There's going to be a false flag, guys. I'm sure of it, right? This is the New York Post apparently is saying that ISIS is calling for churches and synagogues across the US and Europe to be burnt this weekend. That's not true. And somebody's put underneath it a comment saying, translation, CIA and Mossad are losing, thus resorting to their old tricks to take civil liberties that we have left. Absolutely crazy times.
Yeah, the
Could
false
you
flag
read
event
that one
has
more
been
time?
set up for a while. I mean, warning to California to expect an attack. That came a couple weeks ago. So yeah,
You know,
I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
I've had a theory there are going to be a continued like segmented or fragmented instances of, I guess you can say, terror attacks. And I think like I'm surprised that they're targeting. I thought it was going to focus on infrastructure because I saw a few days ago that the BLF is they attacked a pipeline in southwestern Pakistan in the Balochistan area, and my theory has been that anywhere that you see attacks take place is more than likely where the U.S. is sending in special operations assets to expand their network because they're already there. Like there are special operations assets in Iran. It's just not many, obviously, but the same way Mossad is there, it's obviously not enough to make a difference, but they're continuing to pile in. And I think they're going to use proxies, like I guess like the Balochistan Liberation Front. And I think whenever you see random infrastructure attacks take place, that's going to be a sign. But I think probably this is going to be tied into that. Anywhere where you see some random just like terror attack out of nowhere, that's sort of like the offhanded way of denoting U.S. presence. And chances are U.S. presence has been established and expanded probably about a week or two in advance prior to that attack.
Well, I think they probably expect, ignorantly so, that Americans will react to a false flag event the same way they did after 9/11. But the gross unpopularity of Trump right now, and the fact that we went through uh, the first Gulf War and the war in Afghanistan, and the people's support for another war of a similar ilk and level, I think cannot be generated by a false flag event.
Oh wait, did I?
Doc,
Maybe I
where are you?
misinterpreted.
It's
Oh,
so
sorry.
noisy. No, that's all right. I'm just saying Doc's sounds like he's at a football match or something. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying maybe I. So are they calling for these attacks like on American soil? I had misinterpreted that as like they were calling for attacks like throughout the West Asia, but maybe they
I
meant
don't know.
like in America.
The FBI warned California officials in a very serious way, very popularized, that California can expect a false flag event, drones or uh, closeted troops that have been staged here on both sides of the American-Mexican border. So yeah,
Well, can I
and we
ask you,
have
like, so
sure.
yesterday there was a gas line pipeline in Georgia, America, Georgia, that blew up, and then last week there was a refinery in Texas that also blew up.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
think that's like
Abilene.
deliberate, or is that just the circumstance?
I think that one that could be also reasonably explained by just accidents and in what are volatile workplaces. Also, I wonder about the ability to collect insurance claims on suspect fires. I don't see that that's going to attacks like that are going to raise. They're not the result of a false flag. They may be attacks by foreign agents on our infrastructure, but neither one is consequential in terms of America's ability to produce and refine oil and gas. I don't know that that's
Doc,
possible.
you're gonna have to sort your background out. It's really noisy.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a tennis match. It's in the background here. Didn't realize it was coming through. I apologize.
Thank you. I thought it was a live
Yeah.
football match or something.
Football doesn't start until the fall.
Ah.
I think she means soccer. I think that's the.
Yeah,
No,
she
I
means
mean
soccer.
football. It's our
She's
game.
chit.
It's our language. Don't try to occupy it.
Okay, I'm
English is
so
ours.
sorry about
Football is
that.
ours.
Wait a minute. The word soccer is not an English derivation. Come on, no.
The game is ours. The language is ours. Do you know, I've just realized D-Rock, you must be, I don't even know if he's going to still be there. He's probably been there for about 3 hours with his hand up. D-Rock, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Is my mic okay?
Your mic's great. Listen, thanks for your patience.
Oh, thanks. I wanted to give some background for at least that reserve letter that came out like last weekend. When I deployed to Afghanistan as a Marine Reserve, it took us about like 3 months to get there. The first couple weeks, first month, let's say, is doing all the paperwork for our wills and getting all our medical done, making sure our teeth is good so we don't need like our wisdom teeth pulled while we're in the deployment. So I don't think there's going to be any reserves going, at least not now, because it takes like at least 3 months. When I got the orders in December, I didn't actually fly out until March. So that's one. And then I kind of agree with Ritter, especially since we speak the same Marine language, that this wasn't planned at all. So any of the troop invasion that's gonna happen is not planned. So when they did the invasion of Iraq 20 years ago, it took months of planning to put troops on the ground and all the supplies and stuff. So whoever they're sending, if it's the special forces or whatever, they could do it for a little while, but they're not going to stay long, if that. And then the Marines that they're sending, I don't know how many of them are strictly combat roles, because a lot of it is support. Like my job was just fixing computers or something. We're all trained to do basic infantry, but like the infantry guys do actually do the infantry stuff. So if they send the Marines, I don't know how many are actually infantry. They might be just a good portion of them are just support. And then lastly would be for Iran, I don't think they're going to stop until they see that the Western civilization, Western civilians realize how bad this is. Because let's say they scare away Trump, let's say they scare away the Trump administration. That doesn't guarantee, especially since Trump said it the other day, that the next president is going to do the same thing. And they said they're going to stop this so they'll never get attacked again. So the only way I see that happening is through the pocketbooks of Americans and Europeans, and that's through the Strait of Hormuz by restricting. I mean, nobody feels it yet. I'm in New York City, and like regular people don't really know what's going on. They think it's just like, oh, it's a Middle East thing that always happens. It's going to be ending in a couple weeks, if that. And they don't really feel it yet. The gas prices rose to like $4, I think, on average in America, but they don't really know what's going on. And I think Iran won't stop until the average Westerner knows what's going on, and they not through votes, but they'll be so scared that if any politician or anybody in power thinks of saying the words like attack Iran again, they'll like be in an uproar because they'll feel in their pocketbooks again. So at least until another month till regular people feel it, then I think we're just waiting it out. I just landed there. Thanks.
Thanks, D-Rock. So you know what concerns me is what we're reading about the UK, right? That these these kind of summits that Keir Starmer's holding with all these countries, and he's doing the military stuff tomorrow, like a military summit to look at military options for the Strait of Hormuz. Yvette Cooper, she's proper Zio, our foreign secretary, she's proper Zio. She held a virtual meeting today. Qatar was there as well, so she's getting everybody on board. Now, we know that they're using our airspace. We know America is. We know that they're using our bases. We know their B-52 bombers are going from here. We know they sent 2 teams out to CENTCOM the second week of the war to strategize on the Strait of Hormuz. We know last week they sent troops out to the Middle East. Britain did. And now they're doing all this military coordination with all of these countries. And yet Keir Starmer stands on a podium and says to the British public, I'm not getting involved in this war because I have your interests at heart. It's nonsense. We're all in. Britain is all in. And then somebody sent me a tweet today which shows that actually, contrary to what we've been saying, Spain is also allowing its airspace to be used. Now, I tried to verify this. And when I verified it, it came up, confirmed from Flight Radar. So I think timed with these sackings that are going on, these dismissals or purges, as Inevitable calls it in America, replacements, the time over the long weekend, what Keir Starmer's doing right now, Spain, all of this is just an act. I think they're all going to go in, and they're all going to go in together. And I'm thinking about what you said, D-Rock, and I actually think this is going to happen. I think this is really scary. And then because Keir Starmer also keeps saying times are going to get really tough here. I want you to be prepared. We're going to get really, really difficult here. It's going to get really, really difficult here. And I think I don't know who it was from Turkey today, made a statement saying that, before, I can't remember, something about before people used to fight over oil and blah, blah, blah. And now it's going to be water. He said water is going to be the thing that's really going to be impacted by this. I'm thinking, what's going to happen? I have no idea. Jump in, Andy.
So you really think all of Europe's going to get involved immediately or after the U.S. initial push? Because Europe's not mobilized for this. It's going to take a while to mobilize. They're going to have. I don't see Europe getting involved in the initial push. I could see it happening months down the line. But at that point, if Europe gets involved, I mean, Russia and China will give the Iranians weapons to fight. They're not just going to let Iran fall to the whole of NATO. They're not just going to say, okay, Iran, you're on your own. You're fighting all of NATO yourself. If it's a full-on invasion. So I mean. Iran, regardless, is going to win, and it's going to just be a bloodbath, regardless. And winning looks like, and I mean, no one wins in the end. It's a complete collapse of the global economic order, and people around the world being plunged into poverty. This is going to be absolutely horrific, however it plays out, because there is no off ramp, because Israel is going to keep fighting as their country gets bombed. They're not going to let Trump take an off ramp and make a deal, because Israel still is delusional enough to think they can get this greater Israel project. I mean, it's like this, and what's frightening is, again, most people are not on social media, so they don't know that all of our generals are being purged. They don't know about these troop movements. So people are going to wake up and it's going to be like, wait, what? We're invading Iran? What's going on here? Wait, we just fired half our generals? It's absolutely insane. It is frightening, and I think a lot of people in Europe, if they get involved, it's gonna be really ugly, because I mean, at the height of Afghanistan and Iraq, there wasn't social media, and we weren't in a recession at the beginning of those wars. So if we're gonna have a global recession plus a bunch of people dying, it's gonna get really ugly, I think, socially as well. When people are losing jobs, food's expensive. It's like this is an unprecedented situation. I mean, World War II, we were coming out of a depression, but people weren't used to luxury, having multiple cars, TVs, things like that. People weren't used to living a lot more comfortably then. People didn't have modern comforts. So that, again, this is just going to be completely na- nasty, and it's gonna be just unfathomable. Like year ago, no one could have seen this coming. Even a month ago, I didn't think this would go into a full blown ground invasion. But now I almost just don't see a way out of it, because Israel's not giving us a way out of it. And unfortunately, again, our government is controlled, that which doesn't give us an excuse. But if someone else can see a feasible off ramp, I'd like to hear someone with a way out of it, but I don't.
Andy, to your point, yeah, like Europe is technically speaking, there's the analogy, right? If Mexico allowed another country to fly planes over their airspace to bomb the US, what would the US do to Mexico? Now, let's factor in what Italy and France and Portugal and the UK have all allowed. Germany's Ramstein Air Base has literally been like the nerve center of the whole operation that the US has done against Iran thus far. It's literally allowed them to do command and communication control. Not necessarily as great as it would be if they were in the Gulf per se, but like even their globe masters and their some of their best stuff is there. The UK, as Beatrix said, is flying out the majority of the B-52s rather, and the Lancers too, and F-35 have all flown out from the UK, and Italy and Portugal and France have all hosted tankers per se. Now that one time where Italy says no, that's what makes the story. But the news is covering that, but it's not covering the many other times that tankers have been hosted. And Iran even had to shoot something down over Turkey recently, last week that was there. So and obviously the media is covering that up. But my point there is like Iran absolutely considers that to be hostility in and of itself. You
Exactly.
know,
Like, let's say, I think Iran definitely does have longer range missiles. We know their missile range isn't really 2,000 miles. So let's say France hypothetically sends troops to the region. Iran might go after infrastructure in France because that's France directly declaring war on it. Iran is going to strike back, has said they'll strike back at any country entering. So France directly enters the war with troops or uses planes to bomb their country. Iran will probably shoot missiles at
well,
France.
Iran has been measured too in their response as it pertains to like even, for example, when they targeted those 18 tech companies, they made sure that it was within the region, and so there could be a chance that like if France or any of these other countries. There could be a chance that Iran targets any sort of like French or British dealings and whatnot within the region itself, and kind of expels companies really from the entire area. But like I think the timeline, I agree with what you said. Like as far as like it's going to take months for Europe to essentially send assets. Like I think that what would happen is idea of the Tripoli and the Boxer and the assets, the 82nd Airborne and any additional surge from the U.S. would help stage. I think it's realistic to say that they'll send about like 20,000 people, including who's being sent now. I'm talking about the U.S., right? And they're going to rely heavily on their new technology to secure and make sort of like a makeshift command and control center, especially with those AWACS that they're sending out, among a lot of other stuff. But obviously the destroyers and whatnot. But logistically, like the logistical chain is also being set too. Like the MEUs are floating logistics machines, first of all. Secondly, there's a lot of movement coming out of Camp Lemonnier as well. There's a lot of air delivered logistics that are going to be able to be deployed by the 82nd Airborne, and I think that's something that the Air Force chief, well, not the Air Force, but
Oh, I need to ask you about
yeah.
new technology of China. So Mario just posted that China has this drone that can lift 600 kilograms of cargo to hard to reach mountainous areas. So if this really does devolve into a full scale war, I could see China using that to resupply IRGC troops in the mountains and stuff.
Well,
And s-
definitely,
what-
yeah.
So why do you okay, so I agree. I feel like he's constantly very deceptive and that there is some sort of plan in it, but I think that the NATO countries are actually planning this with him potentially. Like I don't know. I feel like like there's too much NATO talk. It just seems like it's way out there. Like he keeps doing that
It's
in a
like they
way.
want to make it look like the alliance is falling
Yeah,
apart to catch Iran off guard, and then they're going to enter. I
exactly.
agree.
I
Bam,
agree.
that's exactly. Yep.
I completely
It's
agree. Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Amaze.
There is no way China sits this out. They're not going to send troops, but they're going to send weapons. There's no way China's sitting this out.
It's already well. I should be careful. So it's like well, we know that China is already deeply involved, but and so is Russia. But like as far as first of all, Iran is very measured in what they ask for. Like they really have asked for very little in the first place. What they've gotten, we have to remember, one of the biggest stories last year was literally the campaign of preparation that Iran had set up for what's happening right now. Literally since the 12-day war, this was all Iran was doing, was preparing for this moment. And obviously even further back, but to an extended standpoint as well. Like they've gotten so much together. But kind of to what you were saying, the logistical standpoint for European involvement really would require months of preparation on their part, which I think they're already doing. And so the U.S. is going to be sort of like the one who walks into the, I guess you could say, fire. Not to make them look so valiant, but that's kind of what they are doing. And probably the big resignations are going to be tied into the blood that is spilled of Americans to set the stage. It's going to be like a literal platform on the bodies of troops, of American troops. And obviously, they expect to succeed because if they can have those island, sort of like established beachheads on the island chain and make that hospitable for an additional surge, then Europe can come in this around the summer. They can prepare for a limited ground invasion. They can have like helicopter-borne and amphibious assaults. Really try to target missile launchers and mine stockpiles and any command nodes whatsoever that is within like the bottom portion of the country. And then they'll also send assets, from Azerbaijan as well, which I think we're hearing about too. Is Azerbaijan is going to be potentially allowing in Iraqi Kurdistan as well. So at this point, yeah, the island seizure multiplier effect, I think, would really be their strongest bet, which we know they're doing now. My point is, what they're going to facilitate it with is the electronic warfare technology. They are going to send. That's the whole point of the Tripoli. The Tripoli can host the U.S.'s best electronic warfare assets are from their ship-based electronic warfare layers. That is the Navy. Like the Navy has the most advanced electronic warfare suite. Like those are the Burke class destroyers. That is the Navy's like top premium destroyer as far as electronic warfare is concerned. That is why the PLA has released a letter a few days ago about what is the number one thing to watch as it pertains to this entire operation, and it is electronic warfare capabilities. It is the thing that editorial, the arms race by algorithm. I think that's the editorial that was released by the PLA. That is the thing that is being watched here. AI driven like electronic warfare that can adapt and self correct in real time. That is what the U.S. is bringing. That is why Iran targeted those the compass calls. What is it? The compass call. Well, the new one. So Iran targeted the EC 137, right, or 130H compass call, which is like there's only like 10 in existence, and Iran took out like two or three in the Saudi Arabian airbase. Now, the replacement is the EA37B compass call. That is literally brand new 2024, next, like the absolute cream of the crop. It's alleged that that was used as the so-called discombobulator. They exaggerated in Venezuela, of course. They exaggerated the effects of it, but it is a legitimate premium electronic warfare suite. And they think that if they can send those along with A10s, in which they're sending, and AWACS, E3 AWACS, to create this makeshift mobile command and control center in the southern portion of Iran, they think that that's going to be enough to allow a staging and a beachhead takeover of significant real estate. Maybe not Kari Island, but if they can do Kashim Island, or if they can do the Abu Musa and Greater and Lesser Tomb, or if they can do Shandahar Bay, that's like in Balochistan, they would love to. So look, Iran knows this. If I'm telling you this, Iran knows this. So look, nothing that we're hearing is, and nothing that I'm saying is I'm not saying anything that Iran hasn't already hedged for. The X factor is obviously going to be, is the U.S. like actually able to pull this off, and how many bodies are they willing to lose in the process?
Now that you mentioned the discombobulator, I feel like I've seen some posts around that, like people I mean, kind of more meme-like. I don't think they were in any official capacity, but I'm gonna do a search now. He keeps talking about using weapons we've never seen before. Like he'd mentioned that a few times. And so I assume that that's going to be at play. But I mean, I don't know. They don't play by the rules anyway, so I guess it's dumb for me to even ask. But I feel like that there's kind of like a procedural, like these have to be tested somewhere. But they didn't even do that, I don't think, with Venezuela. So
No,
I don't
the
know.
EA 37Bs that they're sending out. So they're sending out like what, like 3 or 4 of them, I think. First of all, that's like half of their fleet that exists. Second of all, you're right. They haven't been officially documented as they haven't been used before in this environment at all. Like this is the first time. I get there's a first time for everything, and maybe that was what was used in Venezuela, and maybe they just like called it the discombobulator just to kind of like, I don't know, for marketing. But my understanding is like, yeah, this is going to be basically it. And the fact that they have to roll this out like now in such a significant operation, well, I guess we're seeing why so many people are getting fired and quitting, right? Like this is crazy. It's the worst thing to do. It's like, imagine if you're you're a BMX biker or something, and you're in a competition and you're on national television, and you're going to go in on a vehicle that you've never ridden before. That's literally going to be the first time that you use it. That would be the stupidest thing ever, but that's what they're doing.
I think it's the discombobulator is a good name because Trump's dumbass acts completely discombobulate every time he opens his mouth.
Well said.
I don't think they're going to use that. I don't think they're going to use this discombobulator. They first of all, they wouldn't mention it if they're going to use it.
They're sending them out
So
though. Well, I don't know if that's the one, but the 37B, the EA 37B compass call, they are confirmed sending it out, and it is considered to be the absolute like, you know, the cream of the crop as far as America's like electronic warfare aircraft. Like it's considered to be the new shiny thing, like literally. So I don't know if that's the discombobulator, but it would make a lot of sense if it were, especially because they're sending the Tripoli, and the Tripoli and the destroyers that are on the Tripoli or with the Tripoli itself accompanying it, are going to like bring forth kind of like some of the heavy equipment, like as far as their air base and even the air based stuff, like the Barracudas, in the EW suite that's on there, on F-35s. They're bringing F-35s in with the Tripoli, and I think the Boxer too. So like that in conjunction with the Burke class destroyers that in China we have a lot of exposure to because of the exchanges that have occurred, that may or may not be documented. The exchanges that have occurred include those Burke class destroyers. That is like the cream of the crop. So it's tough to imagine like if they're going to bring that out, they might as well bring in the discombobulator. They have to. Why wouldn't like why wouldn't they? Right?
yeah,
Just let me
I mean,
jump in really quickly. Sorry, who was going to speak? Resistance, was that you?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to give the mic right back to you. I just want to give some breaking news. Trump has done one of his late night crazy posts just now, on Truth Social, and he says, "Our military, the greatest and most powerful," and then he puts in brackets, "by far, anywhere in the world." I think he's having a pop at you, David, and a pop at you, Inevitable, here. He's definitely not having a pop at the British. He says, "Our greatest and most powerful military anywhere by far in the world hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next, then electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast." President Donald J. Trump. President Donald J. Trump. That's what he says. Guys, just before I give the mic back to Resistance, please do me a favor. We're literally just a handful away from hitting 2,000 on that channel. Do that massive favor. Go up to where you can see Suleiman and Simon and myself on your X space. And once you go up on the X space, just above Suleiman, you'll see a post there. Bridge the Gap YouTube channel. All his interviews are there. He does tons of interviews every day with military experts and geopolitical experts, and Simon for the financial and market updates. Professor Morandi was on there this morning. Great lineups every day. Go and just follow that. It's free to subscribe. Press the bell icon. Make sure you put your notifications on there for me. We need just a handful to hit 2,000, and it'll be a massive help. So if you could do that, I really appreciate it. And the mods on YouTube are going to be posting that link as well. So if you're on YouTube, you can take it from the YouTube channel you're on to make sure you're on the interview channel. Otherwise, you won't see the interviews. Resistance, back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Beatrix. Yeah, I mean, inevitable. It was more about, I understand the Americans' electronic warfare, and it's obviously one of the best, or probably the best. But I wouldn't discount Iran's ingenuity. They've got so many different EW systems that they can deploy. You know, they've still got, obviously, you know, they've got loads of truck mounted Cobra V8s. You know, so they're sort of based on, you know, the Krasuka, I think it's Krasuka 4s, and they just basically jam any sort of airborne early warning radar systems like the AWACS, you know, and any sort of surveillance systems,
That's the part I'm not sure of, though.
satellite
That
data
part, the fact
links.
that they can jam the AWACS, I think they might have to kill it kinetically. Like, I think they'll have to take it down out of the sky. What do you think?
Well, I don't think they're going to. I don't think they need to take it out. Well, they've got the S300s deployed next to them as well. So if the AWACS are going to be anywhere within a like 250-kilometer area, then that's a possibility. But I don't think they will. But I don't think they need to, because they've got like it's more to the fact that when the actual troops come in onto Iranian airspace, that's when you can combine the Cobra V8 with the Syed 4s. You can provide a GPS denial there, and or any of their targeting or navigation systems and signals. So they sort of break that up, and then you just launch any of the 358 missiles, or some of these the other sort of Fateh missiles as well, or the drones as well. There's lots of things they can do. You know, they've also, the Russians supplied, I think, what is it? Oh, I wish David's here. I think it was the Kalenka or something like that. That was the mobile signal detection systems that they had. They basically can locate any sort of any Starlink or military grade terminals. They used to control drones. So any of the troops are going to deploy any drones. U.S. troops going to deploy drones. They'll be jammed and just disconnected. So they can literally fall midair. So you got these sorts of things, and you got Iran can just deploy their own Shahed drones. It's just so many things they could do. Remember, they've also got the Beidou, China's Beidou, and Russia's GLONASS satellite network as well as their own as well, I heard. So who knows what they've got? But I mean, they've already shown success with shooting down an F3, or shooting anyway. Maybe they did shoot it down, an F-35, as well as the F-16,
Yeah, multiple
F-18s.
F-35s, yes. And they shot down an
Yeah.
F-16 today, literally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's designed. So that's like, I think that was with a
So it was a
Makalo
heat seeking.
sort of
Yeah,
radar.
so well, it was heat seeking shoulder missile that they
Yeah,
used, but the radar,
electro-optical.
yeah,
Electro-optical. Yeah, heat seeking. Yeah, so that's what it did. So again, but it also detects it by a VHF band radar as well, to detect any sort of stealth aircraft like the F-35s. It can do that. So I would look. They said they're ready. So let's see what happens. But I wouldn't be so confident if I was in the United States, given that they're not able to look at Trump lashing out now, because he's unable. The Americans are unable to do anything about the Strait of Hormuz. So they're basically lashing out and saying, "Look, we're just going to destroy everything in Iran right now." You know, it's because they really can't carry out any of their military objectives. So, you know, and they talk about a discombobulator. Who knows what that really is, and whether they're going to deploy it on in any of these missions. The fact that you got loads of military staff, generals, colonels, etc., just resigning, shows that they are not really happy with what's going to happen there. So it doesn't. If they had a really cogent military plan for this boots on the ground mission, and they thought they were successful, I think they'd stick around. But clearly, they're not happy at all. So I just don't. We don't really know what level of innovation and military hardware they've got that they've developed in the last 5 to 6 years. We've only got what we're told, and these are all systems that they launched. They actually launched them in 2024, 23, 20, but they weren't produced then. You know what I mean? So they just put out advertisement, and then they said, yeah, we're launching these systems, but they were obviously produced in the 2018, 2017. So we don't really know what else they've got, and this is the thing. If I was a US soldier, part of the special ops, I just wouldn't be confident at all about going in. I just wouldn't know what to expect, and I think they've already jammed the whole of the Strait of Hormuz, as in signal jamming.
Day
They've
one,
already.
by the way. Yeah, to confirm. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say. So they've already jammed the military, any sort of military opportunities in the Strait of Hormuz. That's why in my opinion, that's why we're not seeing any of the destroyers or any carrier groups going into anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz. So I think they've got that on lockdown and they control it as and when they want to, free reign there. So I don't see how it won't be any different over the skies over Iran mainland. So
Well,
we'll just have to wait and see.
like the one thing is that command or the E3 AWACS, like, so they're trying to set up
Yeah,
and that's like a mobile command and control center, right? And it can go like 250 miles roughly in like, just like
yeah,
omnidirectionally in terms of like detection. The thing that I think is interesting, so that is a really old like aircraft, relatively speaking,
they
and
are.
it's
Yeah,
hard to like they'll never replace it though. Once you lose one, it's done. Like the people who built it are like all dead and or just retired, and they're never getting that back. And it's a critical point of asset, but or it's a critical asset. But like Iran
well,
has
I
like
mean,
radar. What
yeah,
they've had is they have like these ground mobile and drone mounted emitters, and I think that's what you referenced with Russia. Like you named it, I just forgot what it was. I don't know the name either, but they got this from Russia to
the
create.
Krasuka
That's
fours or the
literally it. I
Kalinka.
think that's what it is, Krashuka,
Yeah,
where those are like false target generators. Because look, the AWACS, the E3
yeah,
AWACS can detect like 1,000, like they can detect like 1,000 signals, basically, like anything that's in the area,
yeah,
including their own and that of their allies, but also unfamiliar or enemy. And it's very spoof proof too, right? It's very resistant to spoofing. However, Iran,
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah, but however, Iran has this ability to, with Russian assistance, like you just said, that Krashuka can mimic real aircraft and missile signatures, and even spoof that
That's
U.S. assets that may or may not be deployed, and that is an information leak. You see what I mean? Like that is a literal.
yeah,
Iran doesn't. You don't get that like just homegrown, right? That's clear that your assets or your allies have quite a bit of information on your enemies and are giving you that information to target them. And so like the repeater decoys that they can create will like generate like swarms, basically, because they already are great at like drone swarms, and they can probably send like 1,000 drones, which is something that E3 AWACS has never had to deal with ever until now,
yeah,
right? And so imagine you
yeah.
have drone swarms as it is, and you also have like stuff on the ground that is like sending you false like triangulation.
Well, they're
Yeah,
generally deployed with the Bavars or the S300s. Those the Cobra V8s or the which are based on the Krasuka fours. So that's why. So they identify, they basically uh, jam midair, and then they actually geolocate anyone in connection with these aircrafts, and then that's when the S300s or the Bavars attack them.
right, exactly.
So
So, but you see, that's why I think the U.S. is see that's why the AWACS in and of itself is not going to be enough. Even the A10s that are accompanying, because they definitely are. The A10s are going to be the Warthogs. A10 Warthogs are going to be accompanying them in order to like handle sort of like close range ground, I guess, support for assets itself to protect them, as well as to help any sort of like further expansion. But like the reason why I think like that flooding is effective and why it's an important conversation is because if you allow the AWAC, the E3 AWACS, in conjunction with the rest of the electronic warfare suite to continue to like push, or rather push the set beachheads and push the opposition forward, right? And to further their incursion, their intrusion into Iran. If you allow that, then you've allowed a command and control center to be set up right on your front door. And Iran can't, they can't like allow that. That is what the US is counting on. That's why one of the first targets have been the 13 radars in the area, because that takes away the early warning
Yeah.
system. But guess what? If you have a bunch of AWACS that are able to operate unmolested, then essentially you have those 13 radars that you just took out brought back in a makeshift short term, like sort of moving way. Do you see what I mean? Like, I hope that's clear.
Yeah, but you know what they're doing? You know what, apparently this is today's news, is that they said that the whole point of the boots on the ground is to take the nuclear weapons, enriched uranium rather,
So good.
the
I'm
enriched
glad you brought
uranium
that
from
up.
Iran.
So I think that's a complete
And
lie.
so,
Go ahead, though. Sorry, I cut you off.
no, I mean, okay, yeah, all right. Well, if it's a lie, then it's no point talking about it, because they'd have to go in the center of Iran, and Iran wouldn't be foolish enough to hold all of them, to hold the whole 450 kilos in one area, for the troops, for ground troops to just, or special ops teams to just take it all at once. Yeah, and then have to travel all the way into Iran, so 500 kilometers in the middle of Iran, from the coast to the middle of Iran, just to and traverse all the air defenses that we mentioned, from Iran, even with the E3A
So I,
wax.
I agree with that. My,
So
my my thing, the reason why I think that they're lying about the whole uranium thing is because, well, for one, okay, like really the real intention here is regime destruction. This idea that Trump will just coexist with Mojtaba Khamenei and basically, oh, we're going to run this straight together. I think that's just always been a lie. What's the truth is they want to take apart the quote unquote regime, the IRGC, and setting up, first of all, setting up beachfronts as well as like forces in strategic choke points within, even if it's the southern part of the country. If they can do that, that allows like much more of a showing of presence. Along with that is, if Europe can follow up, especially since they are setting up like a logistical chain to potentially allow this down the line, like in a few months, if Europe can take America's place, then America, even if they only have 50,000 assets, could, if protected and not blown up by drones, they could, in theory, continue to enter the country even further and essentially try to take it over, essentially what a ground invasion is supposed to accomplish. With that done, it doesn't really matter what happens to the uranium if you don't have an IRGC. And the infrastructure destruction that Trump is promising, I think he's telling the truth about that. Like, he will progressively continue to bomb infrastructure. That is the reason why he's talking like this, is to inflict as much pain as possible and to get people who may even genuinely have the best interests of Iran at heart to say, look, this isn't going our way. There's too much pressure on us. How many people are we going to allow to die? No, they're trying to rustle up assets within Iran. And we have to be realistic about this. We have to admit that there are Mossad and CIA assets, and even just organic, sympathetic, names who are, within the country. We just have to admit that. That's how Larijani died. That's how they knew exactly where he was at the time that his daughter's neighborhood was attacked, right? We have to understand that. So, knowing that, and not to say that this is a significant presence, but it is a relevant one, everything that Trump says has to be viewed from the lens of, he is trying to break the will of specific individuals within the IRGC who can give the US more information that is conducive to the success of their operation. If they can get that, they can
okay,
get it good.
yeah, so with the ground invasion, so launching or creating a beachhead in the southeast, It's from the southeast to Tehran is 1,100 kilometers, right? And you have to go through mountainous terrain, like literally like thousands of miles high of terrain, of mountainous terrain, to get through with a ground invasion with 50,000, with 500,000 troops. You just wouldn't survive, especially you've got probably 20 missile bases with 100 tens of thousands of drones uh, in your way in between. Unless you go from the top, from the northwestern Azerbaijan, that's where you can get to Tehran easier. But you have to use that base in Azerbaijan, if you will. But that base will be destroyed, and probably Baku along with it. But if they did go from that way, they got better chance of success than from the southeast, because it's only 100, 200 miles from there. So that's where you'll have best success. But then again, you take out say a miracle does happen, and you take out the entire government, IRGC, and the government as well. They're not in charge in Tehran. Iran's implemented a mosaic defense system, so 31 decentralized governance, military governance all across Iran, basically giving governance to all the 31 provinces, right? In the event that the government will be
So
overthrown,
that's the hard
so to
part.
defend the land.
Yeah, look, the moving
So
out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm just going to say. So a lot of things have to, like, that's assuming you can get into Tehran, and you can somehow, I don't know who you're going to take, how you're going to find some of these. There's always going to be IRGC generals that are in the missile bases that will take that has there's a hierarchy of command that will just take over. So you just won't be able to eradicate that. It's so multi-layered, Iranian defense, along with the mosaic, that I just don't know how that would be even achievable with I don't know, 500,000 troops. Never mind about 10,000 or 50,000 troops. Remember, there's 1 million Iranian forces and 1 million reserves as well that could be called up as well. So you got 2 million there, and then now Galibaf has said that we've got 7 million that are already signed up as of today. As of yesterday rather. So it just doesn't look that sign up, potentially signing up to take arms. That is. So I just don't know how. What is America's strategy? They're coming in very, seems like ill prepared, under deployed, or um, under recruited.
Well, yeah, no, they're way
Um,
under. Look, they thought that this would be a clean and swift operation that they handle within like a week to 2 weeks tops. This is literally what they thought, and they have to chase from behind. However, I do think that they are currently they have a plan now, but it's a bad plan, and it's a quickly devised sort of desperate plan. They're playing from desperation and not from an advantage. They're not playing at home court advantage, if you will. The Ospreys, though, and the stuff that they're sending out there, like the C-17s, for lack of a better term, like I guess 82nd Airborne, for example, a lot of the assets that they're sending out into the region and even to Europe are for the purpose of helping further them inland. Because look, the MEU, the Tripoli, is carrying stuff like Ospreys and obviously other stuff that can help take soldiers and send troops in waves from areas. But the key part here is that they start from the amphibious and coastal and island entry, right? They start from the MEUs. In their case, ideally, in their case, they cover their protection with the new whatever you want to call it, the compass calls, right? They cover the area of protection with compass calls for electronic warfare, the E3 AWACS, which obviously is going to be their eyes and ears, their control and command center. And if they can establish sort of uh, drop zones, if you will, near targets, the 82nd Airborne can kind of parachute wherever it's opportune. And any sort of forward logistics nodes that can be set up can essentially, in their theory, be used as safe zones while Europe prepares to follow up where they left off. And I think by maybe May or June, there would be sort of a limited inland push to maybe major cities and maybe try to sustain certain like areas like Bandar Abbas. I don't think they'll necessarily try to go for Tehran, for example, in and of itself. I think they're going to literally just try to like the bigger cities are going to probably just take infrastructure attacks. If I had to guess, they're already doing it now, right? But if you can continue to like sling in heavy gear and use ground elements to like secure, any transportation pathways and whatnot, then the MEU ships would, in theory, continue to provide continuous sea-based like supply, if you will. And then those become sort of like spokes that are fed by the sea hub. And then when Europe comes in, probably in the summer, then you continue to rotate. You keep an air bridge. You know, I don't think they're going to try to sustain operations forever, but like you have a chain of logistics continuing on. In the meantime, they have special operations in the country. They do. That's just a fact, right? So here's the point. They have special operations for what? Two, that is basically like another front of what Trump is doing anytime he posts on Truth Social about how much destruction he's going to do. The special operations are for being like a physical presence that matches like a real world solid proof of what Trump is claiming, which is that, oh, we just want to take Iran to a better place. We just like kind of want to, we just want to like, look, we don't want to destroy you. We don't want to blow up your bridges. Why don't you kind of just like do what we say and tell us where this leader lives who's like resisting what we want? And, we can take care of them and then we don't have to bomb any bridges anymore. So that's my point. I think that they are trying to do this. Is it going to work? Probably not. Why? Because everything that I'm saying is everything that Iran is hedging for and has probably been hedging for this for years before this plan came about, just naturally, right? So,
Yeah,
so don't get me
yeah.
wrong. I'm not doubting Iran's ability to defend itself, especially like,
No, I
yeah,
get
go
you.
ahead.
I know, I get it. It's just I don't know how they can keep the supply chain going out in close proximity to Iran's airspace, given that drones, the amount of drones that they have that they can deploy, not never mind the missiles, just the drones they can deploy with a range of 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers from outside Iran, right? Or deployed from just on the border of Iran, inside Iran, all the way outside. So they're going to have to keep, these logistical supply chains need to be, you're saying in the air, they need to be close by to facilitate that,
Yeah,
this ground invasion.
resistance.
And
Resistance. I got jumping on top of you there, with you there. There is nothing. There's no burger there. Is no logistics supply chain existing. There is not, and has not, and will not be. It won't. It's like make believe stuff. And for probably the 100th time, I'll repeat again. Imagine working. I'm talking actually living, working in the Pentagon, working at the Pentagon during the first Gulf War. People cannot imagine the surge we had. The surge, SURG, forward deployed surge. Please look that up and study the logistical pipeline that took. Months and months of preparation, millions of tons of assets, meaning books, everything from books to manuals to bullets to bolts to screws to nuts to electronic parts, massive tons. And then here comes the heavy equipment, armor, massive tons of armor being shipped. Yeah, I could talk for an hour on just the logistical push. It's not there. It won't be there. It hasn't been. We don't have it. It's not there. So yeah, we could just put the whole thing there. To back you up, resistance. You're going. There's no logistical stuff there. And as far as making that move, no one's talking about the submerged undersea threat, the asymmetrical threat. It's not going to happen. And I've been saying that it's not going to happen. It's
we're
just
talking
a
about
fake.
Andrew. Thanks for that. We're talking about inevitable sort of raised another area, another vector where they can come in to to basically take over Tehran, to overthrow the government there. And so I was posing or suggesting that if they're going to do that, they're going to have to do that from Azerbaijan, from the northwest, because that's where Tehran is really near the Caspian Sea, and that's where you're going to get close proximity, rather than the southeast of Iran, where these troops have to travel 1,100 kilometers to get to Tehran from there. So
Oh,
Just
you're
thinking,
the logistic support to go over that much of landmass. Yeah, that's Napoleon. That's Hitler in Russia.
yeah. And they'll have to do it over Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan will just be a target for them. I don't think they'd allow that. Or maybe they would. I don't know. But even so, the logistical supply chain will, if it did exist, it will have to be close by, and then it would be in the remit of all Iran's drones, tens of thousands of drones that they can deploy from the launch sites, which are deployed all under from the mountains, the northern mountains of Tehran,
But look,
from that area.
the resupply though is way above like altitudes. Um, at least usually, I think. I doubt they'll do it low. Like they've been flying stealth fighters ridiculously low. But like as far as resupply, I think they would keep that like way above like any effective range for like drones or like man pads or anything like that. I think they
So
would keep them
missiles,
high. Yeah, like yeah,
yeah.
or surface to air missiles, I should say, or anything of that sort. I think they would really like continue to fly that out. And like for example, when you saw that resupply, when that bomber hit the Tehran and hit that weapons depot, for example, you saw the refueling tank, and it was at a really high altitude. And I think that's kind of like how they would also handle the logistics in theory, right? Like, and this is something that's known, but I guess like that's the idea is like they're not going to try to just like walk to Tehran from Chandahar Bay, right? They're going to airlift people, and they think that they have the protection of electronic, yeah, their AWACS and the compass call and a few other air based security vectors, right? They think that that's going to work for them. So, for example, like if you have a Barracuda, that's like the most advanced airborne basically electronic warfare system that the US has, and they can integrate it into F-35Bs. They haven't necessarily been able to stop themselves from getting taken down because first of all, the F-35Bs, they've been flying ridiculously low. But if they can raise the altitude and simply just like I don't know, fly like combat air patrols or escort stuff like Ospreys, then maybe perhaps they think that they can jam any sort of like coastal radars or local radars. So it's not just going to be, look, everything that we've seen so far has been like nothing in comparison to what they can do with electronic warfare. I agree there. But Iran, the problem is on the Iran side, is that like we also haven't seen their best by far, and the information on what Iran has is way more private than what the US has. And maybe I'm wrong. Look, for all we know, the US could fly a UFO out there and just like I don't know, abscond the uranium through like beaming it up like it's Star Trek. Maybe that's how they take the uranium, the 1,000 pounds of uranium, right? But what would probably be the case is that they're going to lose tens of thousands of men, if not tens of thousands. They seize, maybe a few beachheads. They roll further into the country, if you will. If at least they'll try. They're probably going to get wiped out. But the preparation, if you will, that exists now, I think it's just a matter of like staging. We have to remember too that Europe has been a huge host. Say, what is it called? The Diego Garcia is
Yeah.
absolutely going to be factored in. The GCC countries are going to be host to this logistical chain. Any additional surge, like the Pentagon approved like 10,000 more ground troops in and of itself to the
I think
area.
the amount of logistics,
Yeah.
like you talk about the Ospreys, for example. I mean, how many Ospreys do you need to contain or to carry 10,000 troops? Because they only carry like 30 troops per Osprey, isn't it? So you're going to need what, 330 odd Ospreys for 10,000 troops? Not saying that they're going to use all Ospreys, but that'll be a swarm of Ospreys that are easy pickings for the Syad 4s and the Bavars and and also the strata tankers, the KC-135s. They're medium altitude. They don't really go high altitude. Whereas I think the Bavars is 30 kilometers high, can go 30, which is high altitude. And then the S300s are obviously 40 kilometers. So that's more than enough to hit any of these strata
No,
tankers.
that's a good
So
point. I don't think
those
they're going
are
to depend on the Ospreys, but that is a good point. Like, yeah, that's not going to be easy.
Yeah,
And
so
I
it's
believe
it,
the
you're going to have
U.S.
a swarm.
I believe the U.S. has about what 600 total various types of refueling tankers. It's like ridiculous compared how many we have to the rest of the world, and we've lost at least a dozen. It's probably more, either
Wow.
significantly damaged or destroyed, and that's barely doing any combat operations. And if we're trying to take those in mass into the heart of Iran, it's going to be a lot more. And we're not going to mass hundreds of thousands of troops for some D-Day style invasion in the Gulf. Iran would wipe those out before it got there. When we massed troops in Britain in World War II, Germany had a few V2 rockets that had no accuracy. They didn't have advanced hypersonics and drones. So Iran's not going to say, okay, we're going to let you stage 500,000 troops here and invade us. No, they're going to wipe troops out well before it got to that level of deployment. They're not.
Well,
Yeah, no, they're not
Andrew's
going to try
saying
a
it
D-Day.
doesn't look it. Yeah, Andrew was saying it doesn't look it. They don't have the logistical support network there or in place right now to support a massive ground invasion. It just looks like these 10,000 soldiers are going to be left on their own, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, I think they're
So
going to send more. It's just like they're not going to do like a whole D-Day though. I
there's
agree.
50,000. Yeah, there's 50,000, but apparently 40,000 or 30,000 of them, according to Scott Ritter, aren't even special ops troops.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
know,
they
they're just
even need like
reservists
100,000 special
and
ops. I don't
airmen.
think they need 100,000.
And airmen as well. They're just airmen and reservists, so they're not capable of long sustained sort of ground operations.
No, look, well, again,
Uh,
that's why they're playing from behind, though, right? A lot of what he you said, Scott Ritter said this. A lot of what he's talking about is based off of the fact that the U.S. has literally they're doing this now and not 4 months ago when it would have behooved them to do it. I think that's like literally that kind of tells the whole story. It always goes back to that they are playing catch up.
yeah, but I mean, I agree. I'm just saying. I also like heed what Andrew's saying. If they were serious, they'd have the all logistical supply chain support network in place for this ground operation. But it looks like there isn't really much except for the Tripoli, right, that we know of. And what else? Because the carrier groups are gone. What do they have really in the vicinity around Iran? So this is for me. If I was, and look, it's not about whether because I'm pro Iran and about. I'm just looking at it logistically, militarily. Like, how prepared are they for this ground invasion?
Could the
What do they
Kurds in
have?
Azerbaijan invade while we go after Kurd Island? Could that be the invasion from the Kurds plus Azerbaijan while we invade Kurd, like as a distraction? Like, so Iran's fighting on multiple fronts. That's the only thing I could see for it.
No, that's 100% what's going to happen, and it's all they're also absolutely going to hit from Sistan and Balochistan too. They already have special agent operatives within there as well, and they're probably even going to go in from Armenia. Well, not Armenia, excuse me. No, you're right. Yeah, Azerbaijan, excuse me. Yeah, like they're definitely they absolutely have that, and they've held off. Oh, Iraqi Kurdistan. That was the other one. Yeah, Iraq is seeming to get involved, but like Iraqi Kurdistan, they certainly have assets there. They repositioned NATO troops like a few weeks ago, but they'll be back. Like it's not because they're pulling out because they're like not willing to get involved. But I just think like that. The GCC countries will be a host. Like Israel and Jordan have kind of opened themselves up already to providing like theater entry points, if you will. And yeah, like I agree that the we were just talking about it. I agree though that like the Ospreys are not going to be enough to necessarily carry people and carry assets, but they've got more than that. Like they could use like the Glowmasters or I just don't know. The thing that I don't know about is the answer for the Mosaic defense. That is the thing that I think is actually going to secure Iran's victory. That is something that they don't have an answer for. Also inventory too. Like they're going to also waste a lot of their standoff munitions. They're currently relying on, their subs. The U.S. or the West is relying on their subs for like tomahawks, for example. It's a bad situation, but I think in their minds, the reason why they're going through with this is because they think electronic warfare is going to protect their assets. Like the reason why they're not even considering 250,000 people in D-Day and stuff like that is because they think electronic warfare and their A-10 Warthogs, which they are sending 18
Whoop. Hello.
Hello, Inevitable.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. He just dropped off there. You're here, right?
Yeah,
I hear resistance.
I'm here too. Yeah, I mean, I
Andy,
don't see
you there?
what tens of
Yeah.
thousands of troops can do. I mean, if the numbers are even close to accurate that they've gotten millions of volunteers, I just don't see what that's gonna do. Like, it's not gonna work. Like, there's nothing they can do with it. I mean, when are we thinking this is gonna happen? Do you think it's gonna happen right after midnight, like when the initial war started? Like, do you think this is gonna go down in hours?
And not only that, Andrew, Andy, Inevitable is saying, oh, they're going to attack from multiple areas. So that 10,000 is what is going to be separated, shared amongst 4 or 5 attack vector points across Iran, making it easier for them to Iran to defend against. Not that it wasn't going to be
So are
easy
we
from the
thinking
beginning
this
if
is
it was
going to go down
10,000.
in like 2-3 hours or what?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? You know, the best thing for America is not to say anything for the US. They keep it quiet, use some sort of distraction event, and then just go in. And to be
Or
honest, I don't even.
Iran will say something. They'll be like, "We repelled the U.S. invasion, hundreds of casualties," and they'll release some footage online to show like, "Hey, we repelled this invasion."
Yeah, and the US can probably deny it. Said no, we haven't done anything. Blah blah blah. Obviously to save face, because they're not going to say. I just don't know what's going to happen. I honestly don't know what the objectives are going to be. I mean, if it is like what an Inevitable is suggesting, like taking the government down in Tehran, you know, which is the IRGC as well as some of the government, that's a big stretch to do it with just 10,000 coming in. That you're in the most probably one of the most guarded places in Iran and most surveilled places now with all the electronic warfare equipment they've got and the air defense capabilities they have. And the fact that they're ready for them, and they've been ready for them because US has been saying we're ready, we're coming in, we're coming, we've got the troops, we got the troops deployed now, and the American media not helping the American government because they're basically stoking it up and saying, yep, the troops are ready, the troops are being deployed now. They got 10,000, now they got 50,000 troops in the region, blah blah blah. They're just basically telegraphing everything, making Iran even more prepared for what it is. I can't believe Iran's going to be surprised by anything at this rate.
Yeah. And also, the Chinese are feeding information. Whenever U.S. forces move, the Chinese and Russians are monitoring, they're mirroring everything. We
Yeah, I
wouldn't
Exactly,
mean,
even be
Iran.
able
and
to,
Venezuela, don't
every
forget,
time.
was our hemisphere. This is Russia and China's backyard. We're out of our element here.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Iran's got their own satellites as well. You know, so Iran's got their own satellites.
Exactly.
They used Russian rockets to launch their own satellites. So they've got
Right.
their own. They've got China's. They've got Russia's intel. They're tracking the movement of all assets in the region, U.S. assets in the region. I can't believe they're just going to be caught off guard by anything. And that's why I'm so cynical about this, because it just looks like America is sending troops to the slaughter. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, well, it looks like that because that's what it is. To be blunt, that's why you got that generals and admirals, plural. And, that also includes, we haven't even heard about that. You've got civilian and SES levels, GS 14 and above. They're not sitting there quietly just observing either. People don't realize in the Pentagon, there's a lot of powerful civilian people working. They've done their whole career in this, and they are looking like fools and idiots too because they have to answer to their superiors. Say, why are you making these decisions here?
Yeah, Andrew. I just it's yeah, the fact that they're purging all these generals, obviously things aren't going their way. They're not happy with the planning of the ground invasion or the war itself generally and how it's going about. Obviously, we're hearing the casualty numbers are a lot higher than what is the US CENTCOM, the lying US CENTCOM is saying. So it looks like it's an ill prepared sort of plan, and looks like from what we can see, there's no supply chain support there either. And so if they're going to do it on the quiet, they're going to do it in stealth. We may not even then probably not going to say anything, because unless they come out with some sort of victory headline, oh, we've got the 450 kilos of enriched uranium, and our special forces came out with a few casualties, but we came out with the uranium. Then that's all I could see, because anything else, and it will be fake, of course, because they wouldn't be able to do that, because it'll be all across multiple sites. But I don't. But if they're thinking of taking over or capturing the government or killing the government and the IRGC, that's a big task. I mean, I don't know which is more impossible or
Guys, there's
improbable.
breaking news. Well, it's just what Trump made a truth post. I was just going to read it real quick. Do you want me to wait until you're finished with what you're saying? Was this? Sorry.
No, you continue. It's fine.
I'll pass it
It's
right
fine, mate.
back to you. Okay. So, Trump just posted, our military, the greatest and most powerful by far anywhere in the world, hasn't even started destroying. I was going to say, like, this dude is funny, bro. Hasn't even started destroying what's left in Iran. Bridges next. Then, oh my God, electric power plants. New regime leadership knows what has to be done and has to be done fast. President Donald J. Trump. That's crazy.
Yeah, Sully read that, but
Oh,
thanks
he
for
did?
repeating that. Yeah, but Maze,
See,
you
I
know
didn't hear
why?
the man on the, yeah.
But you know what, Maze? I'm glad you repeated that. It needs to be repeated. That's what we need to hear. That's what's running things right now. You know, if I have no words. I'm beyond words.
He's obliterated everything, but you know what? There's lots more things to obliterate.
That they haven't obliterated. They haven't even started yet. They haven't even
They
started yet.
haven't
Is this
started yet. He's obliterated everything, but they haven't actually started yet.
I mean, you know
So
what's so reckless about this guy is, there's 93 million people that live in this country, and he's just so, like, when you think about, like, and let this be a lesson to the freaking world. When you think about putting a person, in a position of such power, even like with he has zero humility, and he throws these words around without any regard to the amount of people that this affects. It is completely repulsive. Like, I am so embarrassed that we have this just very ego driven, big, like it's like he wants everything to just seem so grandiose and so, like, oh, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I mean, and he's making a fool out of himself. What he did prove, I actually watched, I like Tucker. I know a lot of people hate Tucker, but I thought that he did a pretty good job in the way that he broke down what's been going on and kind of just the perception of America in the eyes of the world. He was like, one of the things that, like, if there was anybody that was ever going to be able, if any country that was going to be able to go and be able to open the strait, let's just say, as if he didn't, let's just say he didn't cause it to get closed, but whatever. But it would have been America. But he is basically stating to the world with his, oh, you guys needed the oil, we don't, so you come open it. Who is he talking to? And so he was like, well, obviously he's talking to China. And, but he went through why he, like, thinks that he was specifically kind of signaling that to China. But what he's also telling the rest of the world without saying it is that we're incapable of doing this. And we can't, even, like, it's still questionable, like, how they would be able to do it, because Iran, the entire unless you bomb all of Iran and like completely render them helpless, which is unlikely, it's not an achievable goal. I mean, he made such a great case for the recklessness and how America is just, has positioned itself and shown the world that it's no longer that power broker. Anyway, but yeah, these types of statements, I think, are extremely reckless, and they do not take into account 93 million people. I mean, it's crazy. Anyway, Back over to
Yeah,
you,
I mean,
assistant.
1 month, like a month and a half ago, we want to free the people. We want to we want to liberate the people. Now it's like we're going to send them to the Stone Age. It's like, okay, so you never, that wasn't really in your thoughts. You didn't really care about the people. It's just some excuse that you did. You know, it's sending them to the Stone Age is what you want to brag about online. It's just crazy. The amount of inhumanity inside of the administration, this administration that you have here. At least the previous one, Biden, while he did support a genocide, he was polite about it, and he did bomb the Russian pipeline as well. He didn't say that he did it, you know, but Trump would have definitely said, you know, he would have done that. So these are overt, like literally narcissistic people that are in the administration. I mean, even Pam Bondi, look, but the stock market is at 50, and the Nasdaq's at 50,000. You know, it's like, they're all narcissists, or all of them, and it's just even the what's his name, the advisor to Trump as well. I can't remember his name now. Another Zionist.
Witkoff?
No, it's he's the
Lutnick.
no the, what's he's a spokesman for them. As
Huckabee?
big Zionist. Oh, I can't
There's
remember his name.
Huckabee,
May as well
Cage.
name
Lednick.
all of them, I guess, if you mean big Zionist.
Well,
Sure,
they're all
the
narcissistic,
whole,
aren't they?
all of
You know
them.
what I mean?
All of them.
Yeah, he's like he's dual citizen as well, and his wife is a bit of a bitch as well.
Most
So
of
I
them
can't.
are dual citizens. That's what's
Yeah, and
sickening.
again, yeah, I'm not nailing, I'm not narrowing that down, to be honest. You know, narcissists, narcissist, dual citizenship. Yeah, I mean, come on, I can't remember what his name is.
Is he like
It
the
just escapes
ambassador
me.
for there? That's Huckabee. There's Huckabee. There's Witkoff. There's Witkoff is like the
Um,
main one that's next, like this Tom.
Hold on,
Oh,
let me
okay.
see if I could just Google it. Trump cabinet. I mean, he was, uh, uh, you know, he's the advisor to Trump.
Is the bald one like
Advisor.
the one who's like?
Stephen Miller. There you go. Stephen Miller.
Oh
You know,
yeah, I can't believe I didn't
him.
name him. Yeah.
So is I and his wife
What?
really bad. You know, Stephen Miller. They're just saying, look, you know, we should be invading Iran, uh, supporting Israel, arming Israel. I mean, it's just full blown, you know. And his wife was on what's his name, Piers Morgan show as well, really having a go at the pro-Palestinian position. It was just like, these are the people in Trump's cabinet. They're advising him. Yeah, you know, when you have those sorts of narcissistic, you know, just again, barbaric, aggressive, inhumane sort of people in administration that have little humanity in them. This is the war you get. This is what you do. You just bomb a country, make any excuse up, kill your own soldiers at the same time. To hell with your own soldiers dying for Israel on behalf of you know, your parasitic, your parasite that's taken over you, this cancer that's taken over you, which is Israel. So this is the state that America is in, and this is why we're spending our days and nights deliberating on what, you know, how low can America go, and how far they can be defeated, or how much can they be defeated. Unfortunately, um,
We were getting
you know,
into the logistics of it and my phone died, and but like but dude, I agree, and you know, in Maze I agree with you as well, what you said earlier. Yeah, like and I think that they're threatening the infrastructure. I think Trump isn't talking like this from just sadism, although I'm sure there's a little bit of that, or a lot of that. But I do think, first of all, that American citizens are the last people that Trump was talking to, in this speech yesterday, and even in his Truth Socials. He is talking to Iran. He is talking to his quote unquote allies. He is letting the world know, I don't care about the energy prices. I don't care about the price of oil as much as you think I should. Yeah, I'll market manipulate. Yeah, I'll try to make it like a smooth sort of decline, if you will. But it hurts you way more than it hurts us. Even though he was saying how the price of oil, how America has all this oil and they'll be fine, and actually you're so well prepared, and oh yeah, we're so big and bad, and we're so da 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 da, and all this stuff he says. In reality, well, and like I'm not trying to look in reality, his allies are the ones who are suffering, and he is telling his allies, okay, you're gonna have to get involved. And I'm going to look, they're keeping the strait closed. I'm keeping the strait closed. You're not going to do what they say. You're not going to renounce Israel because Israel has influence and blackmail and control over you. And you have, look, the lobby that controls us certainly has a huge influence over you, especially if you go into that London Economic Center, which is a bag of worms in and of itself. And so, Europe and some of Asia is probably Western Europe and some of Asia is probably going to have to like acquiesce no matter how much pain it is causing them. They don't have a choice for the most part. Some countries are pushing back, but I literally think when he says this, he's talking to Europe. Why? Because as the pain increases, it's going to become incumbent upon them to use force. And I think that's why we're seeing that resolution in the UN Security Council. That is a signaling of what is to come. That is, and mind you, Trump gave himself permission, by the way. He gave himself permission. Yeah, he said, okay, I have 2 to 3 weeks, right? I think that's what he said. But however, he said if Iran does not come to a deal within the next 2 to 3 weeks or shortly, I will continue to bomb. And he has just laid out everything that he will target. And he intends to target him and Israel and their controllers. And they all intend to target civilian infrastructure one by one, piece by piece, until life becomes as painful and difficult as possible within Iran. And if Iran retaliates as they should, and then guess what happens? What happens is there's even a greater strain on the price of oil. And it comes to a point where if Iran, and mind you, when Iran retaliates to defend themselves, that is when the media reacts. Not just in the United States, but also in Western Europe. That is when the media actually says something. That is when the media says, okay, Iran is like terrorizing its neighbors. So they're in on it. What that means is they are in the same they are on the same page for the most part, no matter how reluctant it is. What that means is the U.S. will continue to do one thing, Iran reciprocates, and Europe is pulled further into the theater, and that's why I think resistance that they're continuing to build the layering of the geographic supply chain, right? They're continuing and they're going to start in like Israel and Jordan have offered themselves. I think that was like the last thing I said, or maybe it wasn't, but I don't know. But then in addition, they'll send out continued assets. I think that's why they're sending out the USS George W. Bush. I think they're sending it out with potential electronic warfare units. Well, I think I can almost guarantee that. But they're sending it out at a level that is not anywhere near what the Abraham Lincoln and the Gerald Ford had. If you remember, they sent out the George W. Bush straight from the United States. The Abraham Lincoln was in Asia, I believe, and the Gerald Ford, I don't remember where it was, but I recall that had been deployed for about like what, a year so far.
The Gerald Ford was in Israel defending during the
9 to
12-day
10
war, and
months.
then it went to Venezuela, and then it went back.
Right, there you go. Now, the Gerald Ford was in Venezuela. So it was in Venezuela at the same time as the Maduro attack. And look, Venezuela's completely, like, it's not the same thing as Iran. It's a completely different beast. And Iran is, quite frankly, way more, like, it's not even a comparison, right? My point is, these two aircraft carriers are kind of like maxed out. The George W. Bush that they're sending out is going to be applied, or it's going to be equipped with America's best. It's going to have America's probably best, some of their best destroyers. They're going to have ample supply. They're going to be a good, location hub, if you will, for continued logistical support. And I think they're doing this now because they kind of know that this is existential for Israel. It is existential for the quote unquote empire and the brain of it that is in Israel that is getting destroyed by Hezbollah. Like they are being completely humiliated. They are losing tanks, Merkava tanks after Merkava tanks. They are like seizing land now. Like Hezbollah is pushing further in and actually gaining territory now of occupation, which is, or maybe deoccupation, considering Israel in it itself is an occupying state. All in and of itself. So Israel can't afford a U.S. pullout, and we have to start from first principles. I'll land here. First principles are, what is the terminal goal? What is the modus operandi of all of the United States' operations in the Middle East for the last, I don't know, 20 years ago, I don't know, or even 30 to 40 years? It has been to further the interests of Israel and to appease the whim of the Israeli lobby that the United States has within them. That being said, can they afford to lose Israel? Can if Israel afford the lack of protection from the United States and Europe after a $10 trillion investment? This is the biggest example of sunken cost fallacy playing out in real time and will be paid with American blood.
They can afford to lose Israel. It's great analysis. They can afford to inevitable. They can afford to lose Israel, but Israel's going to make it very hard for them to drop them until the very last minute. So they're going to lose a lot. America, lose a lot of soldiers, a lot of assets, a lot of money, until the last second before Israel collapses. Now let's be clear. Whatever happens in this war, if it's anything less than an Iranian defeat, I think Israel's finished. I think because the people will see Iran is still there, and they will still, and because the indoctrination of the Israeli government for the last several years, 10, 15 years, saying that Iran is the number one threat, and they've seen it firsthand with all the missile strikes and everything else. Iran's a number one threat, and so if the war ends and Iran is relatively weakened but still intact and still got their missile capability, then these people are going to leave because they're not going to want to endure this again. The possibility of a more Iranian attacks, if they can't defeat them with America's help now, then that's it. They're staying, and so they've been brought up to believe that actually, Iran poses an existential threat to us as Israelis. So if Iran's still here, then we might as well just leave, and that's where you're going to see mass exodus. And the moment you see mass exodus, that's the moment that the actual country collapses within itself. Is maybe not immediately, certainly not, but it will take 1 or 2 years at most, and it will collapse because it's built. They have built this country to be equal in or higher population of Israelis than the Palestinians. And if they don't, then the risk is that the Palestinians will overwhelm them. And so, and the more the more that's perceived, the more likely they're going to, again, it'll increase the rate of mass exodus of the Israelis, especially in the short term as well. When you see a lot of the infrastructure, depending on how long this war prolongs, a lot of the infrastructure, if it prolongs for another 6 months, then I don't think there'll be much left of certain areas of Israel, certainly Tel Aviv and
But
Haifa.
may I ask, if
So
Israel is brought to that point, do you think that they would then activate the Samson option? And do you think America might be getting involved to prevent Israel from nuclear retaliation?
that's a good question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. They're capable, certainly. It wouldn't be surprised either way, because they're so irrational, and America has been so willfully obliging them in all of their atrocities. So I think they could. I don't see why they wouldn't. And if they are going to invoke the Samson option, look, today, was it yesterday or today in Israeli media, you heard this, one of these Israeli community leaders, he came out and said, look, we can go to Ukraine now because they've emptied Ukraine of all the Christian men. And now now we've got a Jewish leader, Jewish president, as well, and they've literally, now we could start there in Ukraine, and this is a Russian-speaking Jew in Israeli, and so that's what they're already like looking ahead. They said that actually this is, it looks like this is the end of Israel, but we can go
But
to
it, but
Ukraine now.
but it seems like their doctrine, right? To like, if Israel is brought to the brink, that the answer will be the Samson option, and that they would probably send like 40 into Iran and hit every city they can, and then in addition, I guess they also have them pointed at U.S. and European cities as well. From my understanding, I think that's what the
Yeah, they
Samson
do.
option is.
Exactly. Yeah, they've got it pointed at New York. It's stated New York and Washington and London, etc. But I don't think they're going to go that far. That's a bit too far to go to attack
But isn't
America.
that like in their doctrine though? Isn't that like,
It
and
is in their
they are
doctrine.
a death cult too, you know? So I guess that's like, isn't it
Well,
realistic?
yeah, I think they are crazy and they are very irrational. But I think they won't. They'll, if they do attack, it will a nuclear attack. They'll nuke Iran only. I don't think they'll do anyone else.
Do you remember the story of like a well, not story, but like what happened with Emperor Hadrian, I believe, and how the Jews tried to like basically foment a revolution because they thought it would bring about
Yeah.
their Messiah, or I think they thought he was born, and they thought like who was that guy? They thought he was the Messiah, whoever that guy was.
In which era?
This was like during the Hadrian era, like
Oh, well,
Emperor
yeah.
Hadrian.
Rabbi Mashiach, Rabbi, the
Yeah.
Rebbe Mickelson, or oh my God, just blank on his name. The Rebbe
Yeah, no,
of
yes.
Chabad Lubavitch Rebbe Smearson.
No, but this was like back in like
That was so cute. Nice
130
try.
130 AD or
I don't know how to
or like
pronounce his name.
Rabbi
Oh,
Schneerson, I think his name is. I don't know if they think he's the Messiah, but like back
yeah.
then, during the Hadrian's time, which is like, I don't know, 100, 200 AD, there was like this period where they ran a revolution, like a Jewish Roman war, and they literally thought that they could like beat Hadrian, and basically like Hadrian basically crushed them and sent them into the wind basically, and they had to kind of like flee with like the shirt on their backs basically. Like most of them were killed right then and there. Like I think it was 1 million Jews that were killed in battles and raids. But like my point is, they literally did this because they thought they would have the Messiah come down and save them because they have a retarded death
Yeah.
cult.
Akiva,
And
Rabbi
so,
Akiva,
that was the
Yeah.
name
Oh,
of,
the
okay.
Messiah.
Okay, yeah. So they thought that this would bring about Rabbi Shiva, interesting name, and bring about, yeah. And so here's my point: these are the same. This is the same sort of like mentality being brought into today, and the difference is, the Jews at that time didn't have nuclear weapons. Imagine if they did, and what they would do with it.
Yeah. I mean, again, also the story, yeah, in the Roman times,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, I
I
agree
get
with
that.
you, Resistance. I don't think they would use it. They wouldn't use it against anyone that they believe would benefit them again in the future. And if there's a scenario where they're going to be defeated, then they're going to be thinking of how to covertly survive before they attempt to resurrect again. So they're going to be
And
very
yeah, if they do
Machiavellian.
that, the entire the ones
I'm
the
just Andy. I haven't finished talking. You like interrupt me every time I talk. Um, what was I saying? Because I'm half asleep now as well. Yeah, so they're very Machiavellian in the way that the way they deal with things, and they know that in society things ebb and flow. So now they're in power. Before they weren't in power, so they had to work covertly. This is where this idea of crypto Jews comes along because there was multifaceted ways to stay alive. There was multifaceted ways to direct conversation in the past without power, without overt power. And then now they've got, sorry, without quote overpower. Now they've got the power, and you've seen the way they act. And if there was a scenario, I think that's what you're talking about, where they were in a position of weakness, they would just once again drop back down, scan the horizon, and find out what's the best way to work covertly. Now, if they believe that working covertly with the West is no longer prudent, as in there's not going to be no benefit, yeah, then they would be, because maybe they think that they'll find it in, like maybe inevitable will give them a home or wherever. Then they would. But if they don't think inevitable peaceful, then I think they would work covertly.
They've already earmarked Argentina, Ukraine, Uganda, So there's options there. I agree with you, Sully. I don't think they're going to burn their bridges with America by bombing them, or Europe, because they see them as potential allies if they are to be expelled from the region anyways, to facilitate them to move somewhere else.
Yeah, Andy.
Yeah, yeah, they're not gonna nuke the entire world and make the people that did support that, because if they do that, even the Christian Zios at that point would turn on them. I think that some Christian Zios are still gonna support them if, oh, they just kill the evil Muslims in the eyes of the Ted Cruz. But even Ted Cruz isn't gonna they're even gonna lose Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham at that point, the most staunch defenders in the Western world, if they nuke the US. I mean, I don't even see it getting I mean, I could see them using one or two nukes on Iran. I don't see it getting to the point of full blown killing 90 million people with 40 nukes. I mean, even for their level of evil, I mean, you can't rule it out with these people, but I don't see it getting there. I'm honestly shocked Iran hasn't escalated more though. I mean, they just seem to kind of be just doing small, like they took out a main bridge that they need. I mean, I feel like Iran needs to be taking out a bit more infrastructure in Israel, like maybe a power plant or something.
They're probably going to take out the King Fahd Causeway, the bridge that connects Saudi to Bahrain. So I hope they do, and then that could release Bahrain and create a revolution
I was
there.
looking at
So
it
that
as
would be
well
great.
that there's about 3 ports that connect the UAE as well. There could be 3 bridges, sorry, not a port, and so they could target them as well. So yeah, they've got multi options where it's easy to target and take out the infrastructure. So Trump,
And he set them up. Trump set them up because he said the biggest bridge in Iran. So they should go after the biggest bridge in the Gulf, and that's the King Fahd
and that
Causeway.
makes so much sense because you cut the people from Bahrain off, and it's over for them. They're propped up by Saudi Arabia. You would,
Exactly, and they will rebel.
And you look what happened in 2011 and even recently, where the GCC Peninsula Security Forces came from Saudi Arabia to support the Al Khalifa military police, to quell the rioters in Bahrain. If you could, and they came over the King Fahd Causeway from there, and this, so if you block that, then that's it. Then the people, the majority Shia there and some of the Sunnis will unite together and actually overthrow Al Khalifa family.
yeah,
Could I just ask you, Solomon,
yeah.
then, like, well, if like Israel is brought to the point where they're at the brink and they're literally at the verge of collapse, and the U.S. maybe even pulls out and they can't do it anymore, would Israel still use nukes? Like, even if it's not the Samson option, do you think that they would still potentially
Yeah,
unload, like, a dozen nukes
yeah,
into Iran?
yeah. They would hit a nuke around. There's no doubt about that. You're talking about petulant people. They know, yeah, they know that. Like I said to you, they don't care what the world thinks. They realize that people are fickle. People don't remember. So yeah, they would definitely bomb in Iran with a nuke. They would definitely hit any country in the Middle East where they don't want to go into covert hiding. So Iran would be one of them that they'd hit.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's true. Yeah.
Let me just quickly.
My
And you
thesis
still
is.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry.
Well, my thesis is just that, like, and it's very short. I think before that happens, I do believe that there will be mutual security guarantees, similar to Simon's theory in terms of how it ends, where like the U.S., Russia, China, some other players like Pakistan and some maybe even Saudi Arabia, Iran, there will be like this like multilateral agreement. But I think that would happen before it goes to nukes. But I do consider that to actually be a very rational conclusion too. Like, I think that's number two. Either one, there's a multinational deal with guarantees, like security guarantees, with Iran coming out on the better end. And two, like, if that doesn't happen, it does look like Israel would go nuclear, because there is no, I don't see a scenario where Iran like loses like authentically, like the ground invasion won't be successful.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah. Let me quickly read these super chats. We got DR Bunsen with a $20 super chat. Appreciate you and your support. We got DR Bunsen with a second $20 super chat, which says, thank you for all the coverage, analysis, and moral support. One question: how we considered that Israel may have already used a nuclear weapon, once in Syria, huge Richter scale, and one in Lebanon, as per news reports. No, I don't think so. And I think we should be weary about using that claim because it minimizes the effect when they actually really use it, which they are probably perpetuating these reports themselves in order to get people to dramatize it and then see that people become desensitized from it, which and then you basically use it. So I think that's what they're gonna do. Let me read some of these super chats from the website, which is in the net. It's not even in the nest today, but anyway, from the website, which is from Suleiman, you and Beatrix are making a huge difference. Keep fighting the good fight. God bless you. God blessings upon you with much love. Appreciate that huge super chat. Thank you so much for the support of the space. Another big super chat. Thank you, Sully, for all you do. You are one of the greatest voices for our movement. Stay strong and safe, brother. LA native. W to the people from the Los Angeles. Frozen Nomad says, I listen to your spaces from start till I fall asleep with the space in my ears. I miss you when you're not on. It's like a romantic letter, this is. You all have an amazing impact on listeners live. Speaking out isn't evident, but hearing you all daily makes this narrative a lot more normal for me, which helps me speak out. I've asked for the mic, but I'm happy to listen as well. I donate regularly because I highly value your fight for humanity and against evil. Please keep doing this. The world needs all of you hosts and regular speakers, especially Kick-Ass Beatrix. Lots of love from Belgium. You're doing so well. You were doing so well until the end. I would like to talk today. I would like to talk today about the environmental destruction due to the war. Would there be time for this topic at 1:22 p.m.? I've only just seen it now, and that timing is quite precise. I don't know what that means, but yeah, go on the space and request, and I'm sure we'll bring you up. Dear, this is a huge super chat, probably the best, biggest ones we've had. Dear says, you are manifesting exactly what the enemy can't stand. People all over coming together to speak with reason. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Then another big one saying, my name is Hussam from Maldives. I just want to say thank you very much for all the hard work you are doing. Appreciate your support. Appreciate all your supports. Really do. It really does help us do what we're doing. So I really do appreciate it. And what's the situation with the with this? On the channel, we're on 1998. We're just 2 people away from hitting 2,000. So really appreciate you all for getting us almost to 2,000, but I'm sure we'll get to 2,000 before we end. So yeah, if you haven't subscribed to that channel, subscribe. We've got many more interviews and videos coming out on that channel. So make sure you are supporting us and pushing what we do. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, it's Bridge the Gap. Follow it. Appreciate you guys. Okay, coming back to the conversation. Andy, from your perspective, you think that when it comes to the nuke, you think that it could be used in this war?
I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out. I mean, a few months ago, I don't think most people thought this war would. I mean, we probably did think the war would get to this point. I wouldn't rule it out just because they do have that Samson option, so I think it would be used. I just don't think it would be used like 40 nukes. I think they'd use a couple. But I mean, I think I also think though that the second they use that, they become even more pariahs than they already are. Like it would open up kind of people's eyes who like hear like, yeah, Israel's evil, and everyone would realize like at this point like, yeah, they are evil. Like I feel like they'd have to show all of the damage they've taken first to even try to spin up the sympathy for that.
But they still won't be stopped, will they? I mean, they still won't be stopped despite all the damage they caused by the nukes.
Yeah, no,
They,
they'd have to use like 10 or 15 nukes to stop
Exactly,
Iran.
Iran would take out the
but
Israel
even
nation.
then, like, who's stopping them? Like, what does that look like? I haven't seen that before. Like, taking a country and imprisoning them, or what does it look like? Invading Israel? I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, shout out to everyone. We hit 2,000 followers on the YouTube. Appreciate each and every single one of you. Keep following the channel. Tell your friends and family about it. We've got so many great interviews lined up. It's going to be awesome. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Silver Sailor, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Konnichiwa, my brother. Thank you for the mic. What's up, Maze? Andrew, my brother. Inevitable. What's the deal, son? Okay, let's do this.
Beatrix is here as well, Silver Sailor.
Oh, I couldn't see you. Sorry. Dang, I just got a phone call. I'll have to drop real quick.
Yeah, we all thought you were asleep, Beatrix. We didn't even know you were on the space. Beatrix.
She never
I
sleeps.
heard you read that super chat out for me saying Beatrix kick ass, and you're like, oh yeah, you were doing really good until the end. I heard it all,
Hey,
Suleiman. I'm always
Beatrix.
here.
I'm wearing my Bish Bash Boss shirt I made last night.
Oh.
I posted it on one of the purple pills. But let me read my quote real quick. Your favorite time of the day. It's from Brigadier General Smedley Butler. War is a racket. It is no longer taboo to say that President Roosevelt required Pearl Harbor to drag a war-weary American public into supporting another world war. Discussion of FDR's foreknowledge of the Japanese attack is not only the subject of books by respected historians, but of documentaries on cable television. Thank you. Love y'all. Silver Sailor out.
Appreciate you, Silver Sailor. Huge super chat from our good friend, an important member of the community, the one and only Spidey Sal. He said, Sully, great interview with Professor Morandi. I'll say it again, you and the team are everything that is right about Islam. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for those comments. And yes, I am everything that's right. I have been trying my best to train Beatrix, but she does run a flock sometimes. But just like the good shepherd, I do try and bring the sheep back into order. But yeah, jokes aside, much love. Appreciate you, and I always appreciate your comments on these chats and the super chats you give daily, and the fact that you come on the space. Yeah, it really does. I really do appreciate it, and it does mean a lot, and it does help everything we do. That's no exaggeration. Well, Beatrix, were you gonna say something?
I'm just going to say to Silver Sailor, I love his t-shirt. He's made a t-shirt with Bish Bash Bosh on it.
Yeah, I saw that, and I just thought, Major L, what is going on with these guys, blood? Why are they simping so hard? Okay, let's go to Inevitable. Inevitable, what's the from the perspective of when you look at this specific war, and you look at now it's just looked like the ground invasion is gonna occur. Do you think it's gonna be like one of those things where it's limited and they pretend like they've won, but they haven't won? They say, oh, guess what? I think someone mentioned this. Maybe it was you, Resistance. I could be wrong. Something you mentioned, which is highly probable, is that the US goes in, they go to random sites. They're like, guess what? We got the nuclear enrichment. It's not like we're going to go in and check if they got the nuclear enriched uranium. And then they say we've got it. Iran says like, nah, they failed in their mission. They say 0 casualties. Iran says we took out hundreds. And they say, look, this is the end of the operation. Do you think that's possible?
Well, Sully, I said that Iran will agree with them and say, yeah, they took it, so that way they can remove that justification to go in again.
You know,
okay.
Well, I think that like the problem, the only issue I see there with that
The
sort of
problem with that
limited,
is
yeah.
resistance. Sorry, Inevitable, because I'm kind of interrupting you because you were thinking. The only problem with that is that'll make Iran look really weak. The fact that America was able to go into their country and just take the enriched uranium, that's gonna make them look so weak in a war that they've been looking so strong in.
Yeah, well, the other side of the coin is they say no, and the war prolongs. But at least this way, this could be the exit that everyone could, and America would be desperate for an exit ramp after that, and so they're more likely to agree on several of Iran's points, but at this stage, we don't really look like we're any closer to any sort of agreement.
Even that would be horrible, because if you look at the 15-point plan, if you look at the 15-point plan, if it is the 15-point plan that we received and we talked about, that's allowing Iran to have nuclear enrichment. It's allowing Iran to have nuclear enrichment for civilian purposes and possibly even defense purposes. So why would Iran be like, okay, guess what? We've got no uranium, so we're not going to even do civilian usage of uranium?
Yeah, so they've taken the enriched uranium, but it doesn't preclude them from actually using their yellow cake stockpiles that they've got, that the IAEA knows they've got, to produce more uranium. So it doesn't, and they've got the facilities still there to do it. So they can say, look, we want a civilian nuclear program up to 5% enrichment. It's not a problem, and that could be fine. That could be agreeable. And the Americans know they've got 450 kilos, and they're not going to be using them for
Okay, so what you're saying
nuclear
is,
purposes.
yeah, this is the problem. If Iran did that, that's just a loss for me, because what it is, and Iran said this actually, Professor Morandi said this, he said they will never ever agree to a deal that was similar to the first deal, which they believe that they gave up too much and was actually a weak deal, but they were willing to do it for peace. They said we would never ever take that deal. But you're
But they
saying they
haven't.
would take that deal because...
No, they haven't taken the deal because they've still got the 450 kilos
No,
of
I'm not saying that.
enriched uranium.
No, I'm not saying that, bro. Of course I know that. I'm saying according to your like, you know, when you're speculating about what could happen. So
Yeah,
what you're saying, according to that provision, is you have this war, it's gone on for maybe 2 months, more people have died, and then the agreement goes back to, as per what you're saying, Iran says, okay, we get rid of our 60% enriched uranium and our other higher percentages of enriched uranium, and we go down to 5%, and we allow the IAEA inspectors in. And so they agreed to the deal, which is 5% that Obama agreed to, which Trump
it
talked.
doesn't have to be 5%. It could be 20%. It's still civilian use. The moment you get to 65%, that's nuclear threshold territory. So
Well,
that's
even
nuclear weapon
60% you
threshold
can
territory.
use for like civilian use, or even you can use for like not civilian use, but not for a nuclear bomb, right?
Like what? Like what do you
Well,
use
like
60? What, this
medical
overkill?
imaging stuff. That's what they said.
Medical imaging,
No, that's
some
20%. No,
submarines are used.
yeah,
Sir? Huh?
that's
No, it's
20%.
60%. You can certain submarines, nuclear powered ones, use 60%, and that's actually why Iran did it 60%, because there's actually both civilian use as well as defense use that can be used up to 60%. That's why that 15-point agreement had that in there, because you can actually use the 60% up to that, and it's for...
Yeah, but I think you're going to have to compromise on some things. So if it's 20% or whatever, then that's still okay. And they've got the 450 kilos, and there's an exit ramp, and they've got all the other points that have been agreed to. Because at that point, they would have recognized
Yeah, I think
America would have been
20%
so
is a
desperate.
different question. I thought you said 5. You said 5% before. That's why.
I said 5%, but I'm not saying this is what I would agree on. I'm just saying I'm giving an
No,
example.
but
But
why
they
the
could go to
5%
20, they can go to
is... Yeah,
30.
I get what you're saying. But why the 5% is a kind of, for me, kind of a no-go is, I would see that as a major defeat, whereas 20% I wouldn't. I think there's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, that's fair
Yeah.
enough. I mean, for me, at the end of the day, I don't think, even if they stated 20% or 5% and they wanted to do 60 in secret, I think the Americans will probably allow them, because they'll be in such a desperate state that they probably would allow all that stuff anyways. They've
So I
already
wouldn't do
allowed them
that
to
whole
keep.
secret thing. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're in the dominating situation, you're controlling things. You need to be like, you know what? Everything we're doing is above board. Anyone can check what they want, no problem whatsoever. We're gonna follow all the requirements as per what they are. And I would agree with you if Iran was losing the war, but if they're winning the war, I think they have this more expansive opportunity to get what they want. And if you're willing to concede such defeat by basically saying that America managed to come into your country, steal your uranium, you were unable to stop them. That's a major loss, bro. That's a weakness. That shows a weakness that America.
I get you, Sully. I get you. I was posing this theory because I didn't think that because this is in the event that they don't do a ground invasion. They don't. It's a fake ground invasion. You know, they don't actually deploy their troops. But if they were to deploy their troops, then that's different.
But even if they didn't, like,
They,
if I was Iran, I wouldn't allow that narrative to get out. Because right now, everyone's like, flip, Iran's tonks, bro. Like, they've just smacked and bang. Like, ain't nobody gonna mess with Iran again. If they're like, oh, guess what? Actually, but when America actually decided they could just come in and rape the country and just go in and then take what they want, I think that's a major defeat. I think what may happen is the opposite, where America claims they went and got things, and Iran says, nah, they're lying. I think that's more likely.
okay, but then the war continues and indefinitely. And if what the David's that
No, but the
Russian
war
general
will
that David
continue,
said,
right? Because if America's like, guess what? Job's done. We took all the nuclear enrichment. It's over. There's nothing to do. And Iran's like, no, you didn't. You're like, yeah, these guys are just lying, but they've lost and they're defeated and they're just saying it. We took the enrichment. We won.
but
It's over. That would be Trump getting an out without the Iranians admitting the thing came out.
how would Trump get an out if they because right now they failed as it is right now and they're still carrying on. So what's the difference between a failed ground invasion? They still carry on.
No.
This is
How's it failed if they pretend that they managed to go in and take all their nuclear enrichment?
no. I'm saying in your scenario where they say no, they didn't come in, or they came in and
No.
they
You're not
weren't they were
listening. You're
not
not
successful.
understanding. I'm saying America and Iran will have two opposite narratives as per what they've had throughout this whole war. So America will say, we succeeded, we were successful, we took the nuclear enriched uranium. They now don't have any nuclear enriched uranium at 60%. We took it all, or we took a large proportion of it, or whatever it is, or we took it and destroyed some.
See, that wouldn't work, Sully. That
Why?
wouldn't work because of the fact that now we've got in the media they're saying, look, we believe whatever Iran says and not what the administration says. Macron today said, or yesterday he said, look, I thought the nuclear enrichment facilities were destroyed, and now you're going again to destroy it. So clearly that wasn't correct. So I think the international community will see through that. So they'll think no. So basically, Israel, United States are backing down. They failed in their operation. Iran's intact. They don't seem like anyone's killed. The Ayatollah's still there, and they're still launching missiles. And so, how can United States exit off
Okay, so
ramp from
your
that
position
position?
is that the exit would be basically similar to Simon's, where Iran and US collude together to pretend that United States of America had so much power they were able to go to Iran, physically take men there and destroy all the nuclear enriched uranium, and then Iran couldn't do anything. And you're saying that's going to be the agreed upon off ramp. Because if you remember, the previous agreed upon off ramp didn't make Iran look weak, but this one you're saying Iran's going to agree to an agreed off ramp where they look so weak it's unbelievable.
Yeah. So for me, Sonny, let's just get one thing straight. I propose this idea because I didn't see any sort of objective or realistic objective that this ground invasion could do, right? Could achieve rather. So in that event, if they are going to go in, then they're going to go in realistically, then they're going to be defeated, and Iran's not going to be absolutely truthful. But if they aren't going to do it, and there could be a possibility that they could collude in this sense for the sole objective that to say it wasn't a pre-planned thing from Iran or a pre-planned agreement with Iran, but United States announced we went in, we came out with these cases of enriched uranium, and Iran at that point can probably say, yeah, should we say yes, they did it and they took it, and especially if United States are back channeling, telling them, please let us have this win and we'll exit out now, and we'll agree to lots of your concessions. I think if in that scenario, I think Iran would say, you know what, let's see, because we're getting a lot of damage here,
So this
and
is like
they're saying that
Simon
they're going to promise
Dixon
to.
level type of like this collusion going on behind closed doors.
Look,
But
I'm not one of
you
those,
are,
but
bro.
I
You're
just
literally
think that
saying there's gonna be collusion and Iran's gonna
I
admit
don't agree
defeat.
that's going to happen, but I don't believe it's going to happen. But I'm just giving it some wacky, crazy idea That's not in my thinking. My thinking is Iran's going to go all the way until it's defeated Israel and United States. That's my sort of inclination, because I don't see how you can get rid of them. But if they're going to do it, if there is a short term way out, this probably would be it, because I don't see a failed ground invasion, a real ground invasion that fails, will stop the war, in my opinion.
I think the only thing that stops the war, and even then, I think that my theory won't happen. But there's more chance that what I said would stop the war. I know you said the international community wouldn't agree with Trump, but no one agrees with what Trump has to say anyway. He's gonna just tell his base that he managed to do it and he managed to take the enriched uranium, and that'll put the end to the matter. Obviously, most people won't believe him. Most people don't believe him. But I think this might be his only exit ramp, because other than that, I just don't see yours possible, because it makes Iran look so weak. And then, other than those two, which we're talking about, both other than both of our positions, it literally is ground invasion is going to go all the way. The escalation is going to be a full-on landing ground invasion or a nuclear bomb, but there's no off ramp at all, other than the 2 points that we're making. I just think you think mine's a bit more
So
unlikely. I
so so
think
you're
yours is a bit
saying
more unlikely.
so you're saying that United States get defeated, but they come out and say we won, but with what? What did they
No, no,
do?
no.
Did they come out with some?
My position is this is gonna continue going further. I think I've been the only one who's kept saying it. I'm just doing your kind of
No,
wild.
that's me too.
I'm just
No, I agree. I've been saying
yeah,
that
yeah.
as well. That's literally.
I'm just doing your wild speculation and saying if there is an off ramp at this point, the only situation, as per, I just took your idea really and said, using your idea, the only way that idea would work, in my view, as an off ramp is this situation, not a situation where Iran's like, yeah, we got basically bum raped, and yeah, we basically, they came to our country, bummed us, smashed us up, took our nuclear bombs and nuclear enrichment. We couldn't do anything about it, and they left. And we're like, damn, we had we basically had our trousers down. I just don't think any scenario Iran would want them to come out as being such weak, pathetic people.
And likewise, America wouldn't want to be seen as losers,
Yeah, so this is
because
why
what have
they
they come out?
pretend that they won when they didn't.
But how can they?
He's doing it right
Okay,
now.
what
He literally
evidence?
saying, I did regime change twice. He's like, I did regime change twice. I destroyed their navy. I've destroyed. We're watching it with our own
Yeah, but
eyes, and he's like, they're
what about
gonna.
the ground? What about the ground invasion?
Well,
Like
he hasn't even begun to destroy
yeah,
what's left.
exactly. But what about the ground invasion? What did that achieve? But what did he come out? What did he come back with? He didn't even get a goodie bag
What do you mean?
from the ground invasion.
What?
So what happens to the? So what was the result of the ground invasion? So you went to do a ground
Mm.
invasion, Trump, and what did you come out with?
Well, he'll claim that what he came out with is that he destroyed Iran's highly enriched uranium. That's what he'll claim.
Destroyed it.
Yeah. Destroyed it or took it
How
out of the
do you?
country. I'm just using your
Yeah,
speculation. I'm not, this is not my position. I'm just saying, using your
yeah. I'm saying it's not my
speculation,
position either.
using that kind of strand, there's more of a chance this happens as opposed to Iran saying, yeah, we got raped.
But then, but likewise, America would look weak because they'd be seen as if they haven't done anything. They haven't
As
achieved anything.
in, they would be lying. Is that, as you saying, Trump would look like he's lying?
Trump would look like he's been defeated.
No,
The
no,
American would look like they.
no. He would look like he's lying, is what you're saying. Because how would that be a defeat? Trump is gonna say, "I didn't get defeated. I won. I sent special our best military, our best troopers. We went in there. We took the uranium. They couldn't do anything about it. The job's done. I said we were gonna make sure they don't have nukes. I said it 50 years ago. I've got the job done. I'm leaving."
And the Iranians, yeah, and then the Iranians say no, they didn't do shit. They didn't. We're going to continue producing nuclear enrichment. The war for
Yeah.
me goes on because Iran will say no, we haven't done. They haven't done shit. We'll continue raining missiles every single day on everywhere, right? And we'll still carry on with our nuclear
No, no,
program.
but this
How does
scenario, no,
how?
no, wait 1 second. This scenario is your own thought experiment, which you're kind of forgetting yourself. In this thought experiment, they both agree that this is going to be the off ramp, right? According to your thought experiment. It's just in your thought
No,
experiment.
no, I'm talking about yours. I'm talking about your
No,
scenario
my
where
scenario,
where
you
they
keep misunderstanding. My scenario is using your scenario, but just saying the only difference is rather than Iran agreeing that they got basically bummed, Iran doesn't agree to that, and they basically both have different opposing narratives, and then they come to an
yeah.
agreement.
Yeah, they come to an agreement. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yours, this is the thing. I'm just saying. You're saying you're highlighting the fact that my scenario, there's less likely that that's gonna lead to an off ramp, and your scenario is more likely, and
No,
because they
no,
don't want to
no.
be seen
Both
as
ours.
they don't want to be seen as losers.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, go continue. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, they don't want to be seen as
Who?
Iran is going to be seen as weak
Yeah.
and losing, whereas I'm saying that in your scenario where they both deny, or one United States claim they've won and Iran says no, they didn't.
Mm.
United States will be seen as the losers, and they can't afford to lose that hegemony,
How
the
would
air
they be considered
superiority,
losers?
because they haven't achieved anything. Because it's still where's the off ramp?
No, no,
Like
no. You're not
how?
understanding it. Look, let me explain again. So, what'll happen is, um, they both, according to your scenario, they both will have an agreed off ramp. In this agreed
Yeah.
off ramp, America will pretend that they took the uranium. Iran will say they're lying. They'll then make a deal where Iran's still allowed to nuclear enrich. America and Trump will just go on the mic and say, we succeeded. That will be
Mm,
broadcast throughout the mainstream media and to
yeah.
America and to Americans and to the Emiratis. All these guys will be broadcasting American propaganda as per what they do wherever there is
Yeah.
American hegemony, they will
I
be
get you.
broadcasting that propaganda. Iran will be saying, no, this is not true. We will be broadcasting what Iran said. It will just
Mm,
be those who support Trump will say Iran was right. Those who agree with Iran or believe Iran will say Iran's right. And okay, more may believe with Iran. Yeah, I probably agree with that. But there will be still a decent proportion of people who believe Trump. And then what will happen is they'll come to this agreement where it's like Iran's given concessions, and Trump will make that look like a victory, and that'll be the end of it. And so I'm saying that would be the only scenario where there could be an off ramp, possibly based on your thought experiment, is what I'm saying.
mm. Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, we'll just have to wait and
No,
see,
I don't even
I
think this is
guess.
gonna happen. So how would we both are saying we're both saying we don't think this
No,
is gonna happen. So what are you talking
no, as in
about?
we're gonna have to wait and see. We're gonna have to wait and see about the ground invasion, and
No, my
not the
position is the ground
scenario.
invasion's happening.
It's basically already starting. Basically, they've
Are
already
they starting now?
well, like it's been starting like throughout the last like couple of weeks. They've been introducing
Oh, as
assets
in yeah,
through
but
the
I'm
country.
saying
And good.
real. I'm saying the reality. I mean, the actual ground invasion, right? In my scenario, I'm just. And it's look, I don't believe it, obviously, but in my scenario, it's just all theater. It's like a fake ground invasion and a fake recovery story of the uranium, and then Iran's gonna somehow agree. Okay, well, let them take that win or whatever, and we'll keep everything else. So that's what I don't believe it myself. But I'm just saying this is what I think they could do this time, unlike the last time. So, but yeah, I get your point as well, Sully. And I'm just saying, time will tell. We just have to wait and see if if that ground invasion
Yeah, but
happens.
the amphibious assault is the start of the ground invasion. Well, the start of the literal boots on the ground. Like, if even if they fail, that is still an attempt, right? As well as like
Yeah,
Azerbaijan and maybe Iraqi
yeah.
Kurdistan and other areas. Like that's still so it's still happening. They still have like 20,000 troops that specifically are being sent for that purposes throughout different brigades and obviously like different like the MEU and the Tripoli and yeah like to both of what you guys were saying. What's really, I think it's clear that the U.S. can't pull out because it's not going to stop what's going on with Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah being activated was pretty much the indicator that this literally, it's not going to stop on a whim. And honestly, maybe even the killing of Khamenei and his family and everything else that's taken place has kind of been the indicator that look, there's no way that Iran can take concessions that are anywhere near what they used to be. So what's really going to bring this to an end is honestly going to be the more than likely just like a long term security guarantees with major forces, but frankly China and Russia are not in the they're not in the mindset of wanting Iran to back down and take like crazy concessions. That is why Iran has performed well, not just why, but that's one of the biggest reasons why Iran has like done so well is because like frankly, it hasn't been inhibited by its allies. Iran has
Yeah.
had the permission and the even carte blanche in some ways to go about it the way that it wants, the way that they want. So my point there is like I think what's going to happen realistically is they're going to try to do the ground invasion. They're going to fail miserably in some aspects, but they will get boots on the ground. But as far as like their overall goal of regime destruction, that's not going to succeed. And I think one of the hugest blows that we can expect, and I'm really looking forward to this, is the Tripoli incursion into the maybe the not the Persian Gulf, but I honestly think like maybe even the Gulf of Oman. I fully expect uh the theater in and of itself to be like active most over there with those Tripoli and the Boxer. I think Iran would be able to like contest, and I hope they do, but I think that's what will happen. They will contest that MEU, the MEU coming in. The Houthis will contest the George W. Bush that's going into the Red Sea. I don't think they're going to try to avoid the Red Sea. I think they are going probably to actually specifically deal with Ansar Allah and the Houthis. I think that Iran's going to send out its Qadir 380s, and it's going to send out like it's going to target the AWACS. The U.S. is moving assets. They're moving in like 24, actually, 24 A-10 Warthogs. They're moving in the E-3 AWACS. They're moving in the tankers, the Compass calls, all of those they're going to replace the LCUs. They're going to like literally they're sending in assets specifically for boots on the ground. When you see A-10 Warthogs deployed, that is textbook boots on the ground. Textbook like that. There's no getting around that.
But
Go ahead.
Mr. G Junior, when do you think this is going down though, blood? Do you think it's going down today, tomorrow? When, bro? I was gonna end this space about 2 hours ago. I was like, I need an early night today, and then I heard about the ground invasion. Like, tell me when you think it's going down, bro. Tell us the Chinese CCP. You got the brief. Let us know, blood.
Well, you know what? There was this very, very important newsletter that came out from from the People's Liberation Army called Arms Race by Algorithm, which is literally like kind of just openly saying, hey, look, we are watching for the ground invasion and we are expecting the US to go all out with its electronic warfare suite to specifically try to jam and nullify any sort of like countermeasures that Iran may have, and maybe even go a bit further, like maybe even from a
Yes, I
communication
know that.
standpoint.
I know all this
Yeah,
story, bro. I know this whole story. I know it was written. I'm asking, when's the ground invasion happening, bro? Is it today? Is it tomorrow? When's it going down?
man, honestly, the fact that it's a 3-day weekend for the market, I didn't really even know that. I guess I need to be more in touch with the
Oh my
US
God, you're gonna
markets.
get disowned by a Chinese family. You didn't know that?
No, I have to be prepared for that. Yeah, like I have to literally though the fact that, and I think someone mentioned it earlier, and it really hit me. This weekend seems like in mind. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Last week, Iran hit the U.S. hard. They hit a bunch of like landing platform ships and a bunch of stuff that would have been helpful for the U.S. to get boots on the ground from Kuwait. So I think last weekend, in a big way, they were kind of counterpunched, and it went under the radar, right? Because Iran hit the King Sultan Air Base extremely hard. They killed like a bunch of the, AWACS and the E3s and the, like obviously some of the best stuff that they have, some refueling tanks. So the reason why I think Iran was prepared, and this made the U.S. kind of like backstep. However, since then, the U.S. has moved so many assets to the UK and through their partner allies, and this weekend seems like really the weekend where you will see a significantly greater attempt for boots on the ground. As far as where, it would make sense if they try maybe like Heshem Island. Even you even mentioned it, Sule, the out of the UAE, they might try to go for those three islands to prove a point, the Abu Musa, Greater and Lesser Tomb. But like as far as when, uh, you know, clearly, I really think it's clear that we're going to see significant movement this weekend. I think that's fair to say. I think that's fair to say. Not now. If you don't see an island captured by Monday, don't blame me. Okay, it might just be Iran who stopped them. But I can almost like put my like everything on it basically that I can bet that basically like
There's
Iran.
no way they're waiting a week. I agree
Yeah,
with
I don't
you.
think so. Yeah, like Iran and
What
Iran
did they say
is
about a week?
positioned.
What did you say about a week?
Oh,
I said there's no way that they're gonna wait a whole nother week because they do this on the weekends. They always do it after the market
Yeah,
closes.
but next
like
weekend's a
like I,
weekend, mate. Next week's a weekend as well, blood. What are you talking about?
that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're gonna wait a whole week.
Ah,
I
you
think that
mean they're
because they
gonna
just
I get you know you're saying
yeah.
you don't think they're gonna wait a whole week and then they go for
Hmm.
a weekend, so it's happening today or tomorrow.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
Oh,
tomorrow.
blood.
this weekend. Yeah, like Good Friday, I guess
I mean,
is
they would
why.
do it on Good Friday because they're just crazy like that. They do the
Would they though? This
spiritual,
is a
you know.
fair question, Maze. Look, let's be logical about this, yeah. So you're talking about the Zayos, yeah. You're talking about the Jewish Zayos, but what about the Christian Zayos? Would they do it on a Good Friday? Or would they be like, listen, this is the Lord's Day, let's do it on the Saturday?
You know, Trump just gave a Passover speech like about 30 minutes ago. Did you guys listen to it? I didn't listen to it yet. I was gonna go grab my laptop, but you know, I really do think the way that they were the prayer that they gave before he gave his speech and the way that they were talking, the rhetoric, it was like they're about to go do something and they're about to do something big.
No,
Like
no,
it's
we
going to
agree
be
with this. We
biblical.
all know something's
Yeah.
going down, blood. We don't
I
disagree
think
with that. What we're saying is, if it's a Christian evangelical guy like Hexeth who wants to bring back the third temple, would he defile his religion by going to war, ground invasion on a Good Friday? This is what I'm asking. Get into Hexeth's mind. Okay, done. Okay, pretend.
but yeah, because Sully, he views this as a biblical
No,
mission.
no, I get
I
that. I
do.
get, listen, for example, let's say I see something as a
Mm.
Islamic mission, right? Let not me, I'm a good guy. Let's say there's some extremist who sees something as an Islamic mission. And he's like, oh, mandem, I'm good. I seen this China man. I'm gonna, take him out. I'm gonna behead him and that. But then he thinks, oh, guess what? Holy day of Eid. Maybe I won't do it on that day because even though I'm an extremist, on that day, I'm gonna let Mr. Chinaman keep his head. So I'm saying that's the mind of an extremist in the Muslim perspective. So now I'm saying in the Christian evangelical perspective, Andrew, why are you asleep at a time when we're talking about this? This guy wants to talk about it when we don't want to talk about it. Now Mandem's having a cat nap. So I'm saying in his mind, does he do it or not on the Good Friday? Do you get me? Do you get the
I say yes. I
oh
don't think
blood?
his conscience is going
No.
to kick in
Oh,
and all of a
Andrew's
sudden,
back.
oh, Andrew's
Oh,
awake.
he's woke up from his cat nap. Andrew, did you hear the thought experiment?
Yeah. Yes,
He's
yes,
trying
yes,
to be
yes.
Al Jalani. Sully's pretending to be Al
I'm
Jalani.
not resistance. I'm saying you. Wait, bro, I said not me. I ain't no Julani. Oh, blood, what are you doing, resistance? Why are you doing me dirty like that? Okay, Andrew, you heard the question, yeah? Tell us. So let me repeat it, or did you get it?
Yeah, yes. Hey, Tully, could you just repeat it one more
I
time? I'm
knew I
sorry. I
knew you
had the
weren't
phone
listening.
over.
I knew you had your catnap, but it's fine. Of course I will for you, Andrew. So listen, this is what we're saying. So get in the mind of Hegseth, Christian evangelist, right? And this guy wants to go to war. He wants to do boots on the ground against Iran because he believes it's his holy mission. I'm saying, but then for the Christian man, Good Friday is a holy day. So would he go to war on the Good Friday and defile it? And I gave this example of like Resistance's good friend Giuliani, that he's an extremist, right? But he may think actually on Eid day, I'm not going to do that extreme action because it's a holy day. So now going in Hexet's mind, would he do it on Good Friday or not? I'm seeing a super chat which says Good Friday is a Catholic celebration, not a Protestant. I don't know about this. You can clarify, but go ahead.
Yes. First of all, Good Friday is it's a Christian, so it's Christian. It's not Catholic nor Protestant. It's Christian. It's in the Christian doctrine, and I know the word Good Friday is mostly used by Catholics, but let's get over that. It's in Christianity in the doctrine. Now, yeah, regarding that. it would make sense for Hexeth to look at that, the significance of Good Friday, because this is the highest, most holy week in Christianity. This is the week Friday's celebrated as the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The third day would be Easter Sunday. It's when he rose again from the dead. And but would Hexeth do this? I wouldn't put it past him, because he is a hardcore national Christian. It's called Kingdom Dominion Theology or New Apostolic Reformation. And I have all the receipts. This is what I've studied. This is what my wheelhouse is, and their thinking and the ideology behind it. I wouldn't put it past them, Suleiman. I really wouldn't, because they think this is their, quote, holy war. They are Jesus Christ holy warriors doing God's work in the name of Jesus Christ to conquer, destroy, kill, pillage, just like the Crusades did in the name of Jesus Christ. I wouldn't put it surprise him. I wouldn't put it past him at all. Honestly, I wouldn't. They're psychopaths.
If they don't do it now and they want to wait for another 3-day bank holiday, then it could be Memorial Day, 25th of May.
That's
Right?
ages, bro.
I
That's
know.
when they'll do the.
It's
That's when they do
ages.
the full on
Yeah, that
land.
wouldn't work.
That's when they do the full on land invasion or the nuclear bomb, bro.
On Memorial Day.
Yeah, blood.
Oh my God, that's defiling your.
Yeah, but Trump will want to make it
religion that
about
way.
himself, won't he? What's the best way for Trump to
Yeah.
etch his name in history? Okay, let's go to
Yeah.
Spidey Sal. Spidey Sal, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you, everyone. G'day, everyone. How's everyone doing? I've got
Hey,
a
Spidey.
How are you?
just to piggyback on number one being the discussion you were having, Sully, with resistance. Personally, just listening to all the military personnel, a lot of scholars, Iranian scholars, and scholars in pretty much in Iraq and Lebanon, and a lot more towards the military analysts that are Lebanese channels, like a gentleman named Nasser Andil. I don't know if anyone knows of him. I find his analysis to be very fruitful. And Elijah, I generally believe there'll be absolutely no deal but complete capitulation from Iran. They have suffered enough for them to, even their people won't allow them to have a ceasefire or a deal unless it's complete capitulation by the US. That's just my personal belief. And that's why, as they said from day one, and they've been very consistent, they are ready for the next 10 years for this war to drag on. And I strongly believe they will continue on for the next 10 years until complete capitulation. They will not go and do a half-assed deal ever again. That's number one. And then Inevitable had a fantastic point. Well done, Inevitable, with regards to the nail in the coffin was Hezbollah's interjection into the war. One thing these fools don't realize is Hezbollah's, even if Iran's mosaic, then Hezbollah is a mosaic squared, if that makes sense. Them going out doing all conquering 10% or 15% of Lebanon and absolutely leveling the ground only plays into Hezbollah's hands. Same thing with Hamas when they went and leveled Gaza. That actually worked out to the benefit of Hamas. You're going to start seeing in the next 2 to 3 weeks, a lot more soldiers killed and a lot more deaths, simply because Hezbollah doesn't have to worry about collateral damage and they don't have to worry about the infrastructure around them protecting it and whatnot. They can go full blown operation, and it's not as if it's your conventional war. They'll duck out, smack, run, duck out, smack, run, and it's something not AI and not Israel is even prepared for. Israel's prepared for the conventional war. That's why you see 100+ Merkava tanks completely wiped out, because they still think that it's a ragtag band of Hezbollah that's been destroyed and it's a conventional war. They couldn't be further from the truth. And just one final point I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, with regards to boots on the ground. Well, personally, I believe the bridge, them as Trump striking the bridge, they can, I think they play it off as he's a madman and it's civilian structure. I personally think it's staging operation. For as much as they can, they want to hinder Iran's logistics, not realizing that bridge doesn't serve any purpose. But then again, they're idiots in the Pentagon. And I think that you're going to start seeing a lot more bridges and infrastructure struck simply to stage the area for a ground invasion. That's my personal opinion.
Interesting spy Giselle, because I think that right now the Iranians are fine. I mean, they're very motivated, but I think give it another 6 months of this, I don't think that they will be. I think they'll be wanting a decisive victory. I don't think they want to continue for 10 years. They're saying that now because they got them. There's still the motivation, the anger, the sense of injustice, but the reality will set in. So
I believe.
they
Don't
got
get
to
me
be
wrong. Yeah,
careful.
I do believe they will want a victory, but Iran's victory is not going to be achieved as your run-of-the-mill World War II victory or Desert Storm victory. It will be a mathematical victory, and Iran will win that mathematical victory. They just need to literally dot their I's and cross their T's, and they will get that mathematical victory.
Yeah, inshallah. I really, I think they need to. I think they need to end it decisively, put them on their knees, quoting the generals there, and effectively nullify Israel, and destroy all the bases, because that way they are,
Well,
you know,
their bases are almost rendered inoperable.
I've seen the satellite images. They're
Yeah.
not. I've seen satellite images. They're not.
Well, no,
They're
don't look at just runways. You know, the
I'm not
most.
looking at runways.
Yeah,
I'm looking at warehouses. I'm looking at storage facilities. I'm looking at
all of that doesn't
control
matter.
centers.
Yeah, when in terms of military base, and please, inevitable, everyone, please correct me wrong. A military base, right? 90% of it is its radar system. Everything else you can do a runway, you can have storage warehouse anywhere. Your biggest asset in your military base is your radar system and your air defense. Once that's rendered inoperable, right, that military base is just as good as dog shit, pardon my French, because it serves no purpose. You want a plane take off from there? Okay, you can destroy that. Let's say destroy that runway, or you want to store something in this warehouse, you can store. You've seen that in Ukraine. That's
Yeah,
there's no shortages of areas and places where you could store weapons or planes to take off and take on. Your biggest target on a military base is your early warning radars. That when we say it's rendered inoperable, it's useless
yeah,
in the sense of, okay, they're not getting the early warning systems. Now,
yeah,
in terms of bringing the US to its knees, as much as we all want to see Iran win, the US is a superpower. It's not going to come to its knees through might. It's going to come to its knees through economic pressure and also geopolitical pressure, and also its allies also screaming, saying, "Hey, we're done. We don't want this anymore." That's how they bring it to their knees. If you go pound for pound, you're not going to win that war, because that's what US wants. The US wants that barbarianism in terms of going after the civilians, going after XYZ. No, they just need to keep this pressure and this choke point. It's just like someone's got you by the neck, and every week that squeeze gets a little bit tighter, a little bit tighter. I know we all want to see them to grow both hands and just wring their neck completely, but that doesn't work in Iran's favor, and it doesn't work with the current military doctrine as well. And please, anyone check to tell me that I'm wrong.
Well, the radar system
yeah.
is important. Yeah, it's like it's a huge chunk. I'd say other than that, it's logistics and transportation. That's pretty much the only
That's
thing I'd say is like kind of like on that same level. And yeah, that accounts for about like 80%. But resistance, I know you wanted to get in there too. And
no,
I'll
no.
go after you.
I agree. I think it's been very restrained by Iran, and we've all said that in the panel certainly the last week, right, and more creepingly so the last few days. And we just want them to increase the intensity to make it even more uncomfortable, as you're saying as well. So to remove the idea that they can go on for 10 years, right, or 5 years or whatever. I mean, one of the Russian generals we heard from David Z said they're going to go for 5 years, just like Ukraine, for example. And this is going to be terrible for everyone, especially for, I think it'll be terrible for Iran, because that country will be completely devastated. But if they manage to continue the production of standoff munitions and whatnot, which I don't think they will. So I don't think I just don't think that the war will last that long, because the US will be forced to to retreat, and Israel as well, because of the lack of standoff munitions, because they're not going to go over airspace until they manage to nullify Iran's air defense systems and electronic warfare systems,
Can I?
which they haven't done so far, and it doesn't look like they have. So they're still using standoff munitions. So in that scenario, I think that for me, what I just don't know is, what does an agreement look like? And it'll be dependent, for me, it'll be dependent on what does the state of every country and region look like. Right now, as we all, and Sully as well said, Iran are winning. It makes no sense for them to make any sort of deal. That scenario of boots on the ground was, for me, this is a wacky idea that I don't actually believe, but I think this is how they could achieve an exit strategy. And Inevitable and Sully's idea is slightly different from just the end part, but they're still saying the same thing, all right? But I don't believe, none of us believe here, that Iran making any sort of agreements now is in their benefit. And so we're all in agreement here. It's just that we want more intensity from Iran to make it more uncomfortable, so that they can achieve their objectives sooner and not not withstand so much damage for the longer term, and that will cause more widespread damage.
I and I am of that same thinking as well, resistance. That I do also want to see a bit more pressure put on them. The the way I've interpreted it is they're planning. The intensity is rationed over, would be, even if it's not 10 years, and let's just say it is that 5 years. Iran can last that 5 years, right? The only the only thing that's gonna change everything is the world can't last another 3 4 months. They can't even last the next year, let alone the next 5 years. That's why Iran doesn't have to wait out the US over 10 years. It just needs to wait out the world, because the world can't
Well,
handle it.
that's why I think that like that's my reason as to why I don't think Iran has necessarily 2 years of sustaining the same type of damage. I think like really the next like 12 to 18 months seems like a rational timeline. You said something earlier that I agree with too. Is like this is there's a lot of like mathematics involved in what's taking place, and Iran's strategy has been a math heavy sort of like scenario, and the U.S. kind of picked up on that recently. Particularly, I think that's the reason why Trump has made himself openly like permissible. He's made it openly permissible to do infrastructure attacks, even in spite of international law. The reason why is because that's going to be the only way to whittle down Iran's ability to resist and continue to capitulate. They're also doing that in Lebanon with Hezbollah, but that's a different story. What I'm meaning to say is that like Lebanon, they're probably going to do a full scale like blockade. I think Israel is going to literally try to starve out Hezbollah because they can't beat them any other way. And
So
frankly, they I don't even think they can beat them that way. But the reason why I bring up what's going on with Iran is like they've got this game plan, and I think they're so I don't know if you've ever heard of like Lanchester's laws. It's like this sort of like a war strategy, and it came about like in the early kind of like the early 19th or 20th century. And the idea was that like okay, if you have a lot of like dog fights between planes, then if you have like five planes that's fighting three planes, the side with like five planes, didn't necessarily win. They crushed the other side while barely getting a scratch. And the idea is that like okay, if you allow everyone to shoot at everyone else at the same time, then modern weapons kind of changes the scale. So now you have to go more towards a linear law of war, right? And so what Iran has done is they've taken a linear case to the extreme, where like okay, for example, right, the U.S. targeted Iranian leadership. And that includes Khamenei and then nuclear sites and missile infrastructure. But Iran's response has been making sure that the U.S. and Israel waste their irreplaceable material, like the Patriot systems and the Iron Dome missiles and the I don't know, like the Arrow defense system and whatnot. Right? They can't get those back. So Iran's perspective here is that you have multiple high cost interceptors per low cost Iranian asset. And so the U.S. saw, oh crap, okay, they literally can expend like one of my irreplaceable resources using 10 of theirs because they have 1,000 and I only have like 5. And so they saw this and said, okay, well, the only way to inflict the same level of pain is to psychologically abuse their population and to nakedly commit war crimes and hit their infrastructure. The problem is Iran can also hit infrastructure related to their allies, and that infrastructure has a direct impact on the global economy. And Iran's Mosaic Doctrine, which is basically its own implementation of the Lancaster logic, that's enabled continuity, meaning you can't just go at the head of the snake and cut it off and expect them to stop winning this game, right? Trump himself said it, and a lot of the people in the Pentagon confirmed it. They did not expect Iran to hit the GCC nations. They expected, yeah, close the strait, sure, global economy, we don't really look, we'll take the hit. They did not expect the blowback to their or rather to the immediate neighbors of Iran. That was like almost checkmate right there, because now, and look, the response now is going to be a continued front of ground invasion, infrastructure attacks, make the citizens feel pain, and I honestly think they're expecting Iran to come to them with a deal from the perspective of, first of all, internal strife mixed with perhaps some sort of like self-aware compassion to their population. They are literally planning on making life as painful as possible for their people. And Iran is a moral, rational actor. I guess you can say, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the US and Israel know it and are going to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. And 100% agree with that. It was, if you look at it, and I was discussing this with my cousins yesterday, if you look at it from the very beginning of the war, 1 month on, right? The US has now been forced to now even think about and contemplate boots on the ground because it was a failed operation the first 30 days. Now, imagine 1 month from now with Iran sustaining this level of missile, like yesterday, was it yesterday? I think it was the biggest missile strike on Israel since the start of the war. Imagine 1 month from now, what else is the US going to capitulate? So it's already capitulated to putting boots on the ground, which is a consensus. It's an absolute retarded idea, but they've been forced, their hands been forced to go down that path to achieve some form of victory. Now imagine another 1 month. Okay, let's not even look at years, just look at 1 month, 2 months down the track. What's the US going to be forced to do? That's I think that's their doctrine. They're going to keep forcing the US to make errors and errors and
The
errors.
Spidey cell.
Yep.
You said that they're going to stop until when the world makes them stop. How does that even look like?
No, I didn't say they're going to stop when the world makes them stop. I'm just saying that's another domino piece that we haven't even considered, because the world can't handle another 3, 4, 5 months. I'm telling you. I always say
So
it's
what's
just
the
for
world going to do then? What's the world going to do if
capitulate.
they can't handle it?
One, the only, let's say, I'll give you from the Australian perspective. As I said, yesterday I was hopped onto space. The biggest national poll that we do, it's called Ozpoll. 70% of Australians were against the war, even though we're facing fuel shortages. So, and as just the common man over here, they despise the US for what they've done because they've made our lives harder over here. And Australia's come out and said they're not going to be part of the war. When I say in the world can't handle it, we're probably about 2-3 months maximum of complete energy collapse, unless Australia then capitulates to Iran's demands. Now, if you get 2, 3, 4 countries that hop on board, it's a domino effect. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but I know for an absolute fact, the world isn't going to go into a military operation with the US because their militaries can't even happen. Europe is bogged down in Ukraine. The global South is not going to come to the US aid, right? So what else? What else is left for them apart from capitulating to Iran's demands, and then also applying political pressure on the US to wrap it up and leave? That's just a domino that we don't consider, along with the direct war between the US
But
and
what
Israel.
happens to Israel in this situation? Okay, they could
That's a
agree to
great question.
Iran.
Great question, and I don't even have the answer. My analysis, my personal analysis is there will be a deal struck at the end where Israel has to withdraw from Lebanon. Iran's already separated that. All sanctions taken off Iran, and complete security guarantees with Russia, China, and I believe most likely it would be like something like France, maybe France or maybe Spain or Italy or somewhere along the line, where it'll be complete security guarantees for Iran and Israel. That this won't
Yeah,
happen
no,
ever
there
again.
will be mutual
Yep,
like some there's going to be concessions on both sides. They will be mutual. I don't think there will be structural concessions. There'll be more like maybe for Israel they will be, but for Iran, I for example, I don't think Iran's going to ever stop its ballistic missile production system. It will not. It's not an
correct,
option. However,
correct.
they could very well say de-hedge a bit from Hezbollah and allow Hezbollah to remain their own entity and maybe as a verbal promise. Look, there's a lot of ways that they can go, but like what you said, I think like okay, the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz, in theory, there could be some the world could withstand extended closure of it potentially, right? I think like okay, in 3 to 4 months it's going to be a lot of pain from those specific areas, but here's where I think this becomes like red alert for the planet. I think it's a matter of when GCC infrastructure starts to be attacked, because that's like the physical backbone of a lot of what flows out from these waterways to begin with. And for example, when I think it was, oh my gosh, Qatar, I believe they had their oil field that was hit as a response to Israel bombing Iran's oil refinery, right? Iran reciprocated with an attack on Qatar. That was a significant like blow, and that that caused like in Ras Tanura, I think it was, or Ras Lafan, the LNG train that was there. When that got hit, literally Qatar had to do like force majeure on I think what 40% of its contracts that existed, and it's going to take about like 5 years to recover anyway. And basically Qatar's capability of exporting LNG is going to be limited and reduced by 20% until its location is rebuilt, and it takes quite some time for refineries and LNG trains to be restored in the first place. There are only like what 15, maybe 30 LNG trains of that size in the world, just in general. And that might
Correct.
even be more than,
And you heard
yeah.
Qatar's tone also changed straight after that hit. Now they've capitulated. They want to enter this war. They don't want to. They don't want to be in war with Iran. Just going on the latest statements by the foreign
Yeah.
ministers, they've capitulated
Yeah.
already
Like
to a
Ras
certain
Lafan.
degree. Yes. So it's just a matter of it. It's a stage. I'll say you're not. It's not going to be the grand victory that we conceive. It's going to be a staged loss for the US, bit by
Well, look,
bit. It's like a
here's my
domino
point, right?
effect.
I bring these up because, like, again, the more that those get hit, that is basically a blow below the belt for the global economy because of the extended recovery time that would ensue, and that would be implied, right? That's the real issue. Waterways can open and close. The recovery time for Ras Laffan and for I don't know, like any Saudi, like Ras Tanura for Saudi Arabia. If you hit that pipeline, if you hit some of these major ports, especially even in Haifa, by the way, you have adverse effects that are played out that affect major powers. I hate to even name India as a major power, but they would literally like suffer greatly, and they have a lot of reason to get involved. And I think so from the U.S. and the West's perspective, this is why they are considering this to be some sort of like they're trying to leverage this to get international involvement for an international coalition aiding and assisting their ground operation, right? Meaning, and especially from the naval perspective, I think they really want like the UK and France and many other countries to send their ships. Japan, which legally can't do it. South Korea, a bunch of other countries. They want them to send their ships, send their navy, help cover down. And so allow U.S. forces to move even further into the country, and with the continued infrastructure attacks, they want Iran to feel that pressure and go, okay, look, the world's falling apart. Yeah, the ladder of escalation is rising, but do we really want to like, that's literally the doubt that they're trying to sow. And look, the more that citizens suffer, let's be honest, early in January during that fomented color revolution attempt, there was an element of legitimate pain from the years of sanctions and the economic damage done to Iran by the West and the citizens of Iran. There are, I'm not going to say most of them or even some of them, like there's a good contingent of them who were genuinely, not, how do I put it? there's a contingent of Iranian citizens who were protesting
Yeah, there were sympathetic
in
protests. You're not wrong. There were
yes,
sympathetic
yeah, that's what I'm
protests.
trying to
Yes.
say, right?
Yep.
Because look, this was a color revolution attempt. I want to make that clear. This was not like a
Absolutely.
legitimate operation, right? So you understand. So I say that because they're trying to stoke that and exacerbate it, and the IRGC are again rational, moral, and sympathetic actors. They are. Suleo says it all the time that they're sometimes even too soft. Hey, the US and Israel know that and they want to win and they're desperate and they're vicious and they're evil and yeah, they're devilish people. They will try to twist that knife if they can. What's the counter? The counter is the fact that on the other side, the US as an empire would not be able to sustain the implications of the infrastructure attacks that are levied, and Iran's allies and other major powers like China and Russia will like there is going to be significant like blowback on the back end for if Iran is pushed to attacking this critical infrastructure. Like it's not China and Russia are not going to just go, huh, yeah, that's I guess that's cool. Like Ras Tanura is like completely wiped out and like there are no LNG trains in Qatar anymore. No, that's not going to be acceptable. That's the basis to why again Iran has that advantage, that Lancaster deal essentially that I mentioned before, that train, that sort of shift and that understanding that okay, when everybody can see and shoot everyone, then what matters more is how many of your assets can you afford to lose and how many of my assets can I afford to lose. And the US being an interconnected global empire, the downside of that that's going to be used against them is just how exposed they are to asymmetrical violence.
I generally 100% agree with that. And then also just a point as well, I'm going to bring to resistance in the sense as well. Look, I I do also share some of Simon's points in the sense of don't be surprised if there is a security pact between the Gulf states and Iran. That is a genuine possibility. I'm not going to rule that out. I think that's very it's let's just say that's very far fetched. But
Yeah,
why I think that that page hasn't been turned over is I generally also believe that it's in Israel's best interest for the GCC's oil hubs to be completely wiped off, and then
yeah.
for Israel to become the oil hub. So all that oil gets routed through new pipelines, new destination, goes straight to Israel, and that becomes a new hub into the Mediterranean Sea. That is I think it, and I'm obviously there are people much more smarter than I am. Iran knows. I believe Iran knows that that's maybe the ultimate goal, the final goal, but they've given at least a door out for the GCC guys. Let's get this done. Let's work together before we go down this path of complete destruction.
I don't think there'll be any sort of security pact between
I agree. I
Iran,
agree. By the way,
Iran and the GCC. I just don't think that it will be even if they sign one, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't think either party will trust each other. So the GCCs, they despise Iran now, and they despised them before. I mean, you don't even need to hear the royal family. You just have to hear the billionaire class and the centimillionaire class in UAE and in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi. They're all hating Iran. They're all talking. Talking bad about Iran and how Iran wants to dominate the region. Even Jordan is saying that. Jordan is saying that Iran wants to dominate the region. They want to implement Shia faith all across the region, etc. The Shia doctrine, they say, whatever. So it doesn't matter at the end, whatever that. There's going to be some sort of agreement, obviously, because that's how you end any conflict. But I just think that there's not going to be any sort of trust going on between Iran and the GCC countries, and vice versa. And I don't even think by the end of it, if we're saying it's 2 months, 3 months, I don't think a country like Bahrain will survive that. Given how much turmoil there is, I mean, the Al Khalifa family are just killing Shia heroes, basically, or torturing them to death. And that's why it's fueling this uprising.
well, correct.
So
I agree with it. Definitely agree with that. I don't think there's anyone in the GCC that's going to play ball. But if with put it this way, as Inevitable was talking about, there was some before the war, there was some sympathetic protests in Iran that had legitimate reasons for their protest with regards to the tax system, because there was a new law also that passed and it hurt a lot of small businesses. And they were sympathetic. Now, obviously, this war galvanized everyone. Now the whole country is right behind with the government, with the Iranian government. With enough pressure and pain, don't also, I would say nothing's impossible. Don't rule out that you might see the GCC also change political, because their people are different to the difference between the GCC countries and Iran is Iran has its it has its people behind it. GCC has its money behind it, not its people. So it is not in the it's not in the it's not out of realms to think maybe not the monarchs will fall completely, but there might be an opportunistic monarch who would take the lead and look for a not a revolution but an overthrow to
A
and
coup.
become a bit more
Yeah,
a bit more
yeah, a
friendly.
familial coup could happen. I
Correct.
agree with you.
Correct. That might
Yeah.
be a possibility, and there might be discussions in with Iran and between China and Russia and all these global powers discussing this as well. I just don't know, but or that's just another possibility to discuss and say maybe that is an option.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're a good point, Spicer. I think with certainly with the case of the UAE, MBZ, obviously there's no love lost between MBZ and Iran, and even some of the billionaire class there. So, but if there was, and he's again, there's a lot of bitterness amongst family members, cousins. They've killed cousins. MBZ's killed his own cousins, and I think it was his brother as well. Did he kill? So there's, they're willing to do anything for power, but there are some elements in his family that despise him, that could be sympathetic to Iran, and that could probably avoid some sort of whole monarchy coup. So that could happen in UAE, but Bahrain, I think that's it. They're fed up with the whole royalty.
Yeah,
Uh,
I agree.
of,
Bahrain needs to be overthrown by the people.
yeah,
Absolutely.
because that's it. I think they're done with that. They've been trying for like 30 years, and this is 2011 was a great opportunity. Now this is another great opportunity for them. So to try and overthrow this monarch. So yeah, and I think I don't know about there could be. I don't know. MBS is pretty powerful in Saudi Arabia. I don't think that anything's going to happen there unless you destroy Saudi Arabia.
I think he's less
And that's
powerful. I mean, did you see how he took the country? How he had to basically put all possible rivals in a hotel and blackmail them, and many of them are powerful. One of them is like, for example, the owner of X. He owns like 20% share of current X. So, and I think that's
you think he's less
oh yeah,
powerful,
yeah. In
Sully.
terms of okay, so he's more powerful in the region in total, but in terms of the fragility of his reign, I think it's very fragile, and I do believe that in his mind, he's always afraid that the Mossad and the CIA can take him out whenever they want.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
and the reason that he believes that is because there's many people around him who are ready to take the throne. So if there was ever a color revolution, there would be a chance in Saudi to do it.
I think I may be hearing something different. I think that he's been trying to really tighten his grip the last few years. And if there was a threat, it would have been at the time of after Khashoggi. I can't say
Khashoggi,
his name. It's so
Khashoggi,
late in the morning.
Khashoggi.
Khashoggi, right? Let's say Khashoggi. That would have been an opportunity, but now because of the fact, I mean, just
Oh
before
yeah,
the
look,
war,
there's two parts. So yeah, I agree with you. The best chance for anything was maybe after Khashoggi, but more so maybe about 2 years ago. That's why I remember it was
yeah,
about 2 years ago when he took all his rivals in a hotel and
that's right.
basically
Yeah,
tortured them
imprisoned
and
them.
pretended
Yeah,
he was,
in the
was
hotel.
gonna
Yeah,
almost kill them.
yeah,
And one of them, as I said, was
that's it.
he owns 20. What's the guy's name? He owns 20% of Twitter. So that's what he did. But and you're right. So he's kind of consolidated his position. But I'm saying if there was a scenario where I don't know, like Saudi was completely destroyed, then there is still a chance someone like him could be overturned and there could be a color
Yeah,
revolution.
yeah. No, I see your point there. Yeah, and I agree. If Saudi was devastated, and it's only like two cities really, Riyadh and Jeddah. forget about Khobar and some of these others, and Medina is just a religious town. So yeah, if they can devastate those, then maybe. But if less than that, no, I don't think, in my opinion, because of how much power he's accrued the last 2-3 years. So yeah, but yeah, I think Bahrain, Kuwait are probably the prime candidates to fall. The longer this war goes on.
Totally agree. Bahrain is the easiest one. It's on a knife. It's only there
Yeah,
because of Saudi. That's why you mentioned the
exactly.
bridge, and I was like, yeah, if they take the bridge out, these guys are gonna be like drinking camel pee again. But in terms of there was something I was gonna say, but I forgot what it was. Oh, that's it. Breaking news. Breaking news. You know you love it when I say it. Another F-35 has been taken down by Iran with zero help from China, all done on their own. But not jokes aside, another F-35 fighter jet was completely taken out by Iran. It's in pieces, it's in tatters. It's been obliterated and decimated. So that's the latest news. And yeah.
Sully, this is a shop window for Iran. I mean, they could sell their military equipment to the whole world, and they'll make billions.
Well, yeah, what they did, do you remember going back 10, 15 years ago when they hijacked if you guys remember, they hijacked the drone and they brought it down and they landed it. And then they invited Russia and China to come and inspect, and they were reversed engineered. That's the birth of the Shahed drone going back 10, 15 years ago. I don't know if anyone remembers it. They hijacked the drone and landed it back at the military base. But it's just it's quite telling that, as they start running out of, Ryan Dawson's touched on this many times, as they start running out of standoff munition, they're going to keep getting closer and closer, and you're going to find a lot more planes coming down.
Oh, definitely. And I think was it David Z? He said that part of the Iran strategy was that they wouldn't use a lot of their air defense batteries uh, right now, and so they are sacrificing in terms of damage to Tehran and some of these Mashhad and Isfahan and a few other Tabriz cities, right? Because they're waiting for the US and Israel to run out of standoff munitions, so they're forced to use JDAMs and these close direct strike munitions. So they can go over Iranian airspace to drop them. So they'll pull out the air defense missiles, um, in especially with the truck mounted ones, the side fours, the Majid, and I'm sure the Majid is being used today to take down that F-35, but also the S-300s, S-400s, more of the Bavars. You got so many others as well that they could use, the Armand systems as well. So they're probably going to pull all of them out as soon as the US jets, Israeli fighters as well, jets are seen over Iranian airspace, and they're just going to pick them off. I agree with
Which,
you. They're going to pick
yeah,
them off one
which
by
just
one.
makes the ground invasion that much more ridiculous. I just idiots, absolute idiots.
Well, I think the ground invasion is going to happen before that, before
No, but with all
the
those
fighter
those
jets come.
those A-10s are, fantastic planes, but they're pigs in the sky. They cannot outrun the simplest air defense. That's what I was saying. Like, if they're bringing A-10s, and the intention is to get those A-10 Warthogs um, to give air support, they need to get up close, and they're not the most nimble and the easiest. If you look at their wingspan, the wingspan is almost completely flat because the
No, yeah, they're low
maneuverability.
and slow. They fly
Yeah,
low and slow.
they are pigs in the sky. So it just makes this concept of a ground invasion that much more ridiculous. But you can't rule out the stupidity, can you?
Well, look, they're hinging it 100% on their electronic warfare capabilities. They think that they can jam anything within like a 100-kilometer radius, and they think that the 37s are gonna the EA 37 is gonna do it. That new what is it called? The Compass Call, the EA-37 Compass Call, brand new 2024. They think that that is going to be their like saving grace on the ground. Now, if for hypothetically speaking, if that were the case, if they were able to have this like sort of like EW bubble that they protect themselves with, then the A10 would actually be pretty useful, and they'd pretty much only have to worry about like man, maybe 350. They would still have to worry about the 358s because those even if you don't have GPS for so okay, you have to first assume that the Chinese Beidou connection is severed somehow and is successfully jammed, which has not happened so far in this war. But secondly, even then, the 358 loitering missiles can still operate through AI and analog. Well, AI basically and self-direct itself to its target. Once it understands what it's looking to attack, it's still going to hit it potentially. So now they have to assume that something, either whether it's one of their like interceptor drones or whether it's like I don't know, they might use a fighter jet to take it out, like someone tried to do yesterday. Someone literally tried to use a F-16, I believe, to take out a Shahed drone to stop it from a collision, I believe, in Kuwait yesterday. And it failed, obviously. They didn't do it. But someone might try that. Or they might either need potentially some sort of like jammer. And this is what they claim the discombobulator can do. They claim the discombobulator can literally shut down any machinery or technology that it's pointed at. That's what they claim they did in Venezuela. So not from the perspective of just like signal jamming, but also somehow magically they can just like literally stop the gearing of the turning of gears in a literal like defense system. If
Hollywood.
it sounds stupid, it's because it is stupid. But yeah, and
Another thing as well with the um, F-35s. The thing is that I have one thing I also was looking at. They don't have enough F-35s in the area to do those deep dive JDAM bombers because I don't know if I'm wrong in this. F-35s require something like 10 hours of maintenance after every sortie, something along that line. So you're going to need at least 300 of F-35s to give cover fire to for a ground operation. Am I wrong in saying that as well?
Yeah,
no,
but
you're
then
correct.
you
Yeah,
got
go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
Israelis as well. You got the Israeli F-35Is, and they got like 200. So they could be used as well to support the US mission in that sense. But you're right. You're absolutely right. It's downtime is something ridiculous. It's like it's. I heard it was even longer downtime than that. Um, um, just through maintenance, if you, for every 24 hours of for every day or mission or whatever it is that they use, it's something like another day that they're out. But yeah, it's crazy. But again, it just I agree with you. I think we're all in agreement the ridiculousness of this mission and the unlikelihood of the objectives being achieved, and the reliance on things like the discombobulator to really to make this mission a success, which is only just one element of that, not even the whole or the series of the stages of this mission
Mm.
in order to complete. This is just to get into to Iran,
Yeah,
you
they're
know,
gonna fail.
wherever the
Right.
They're gonna
territory is.
fail so
And
bad.
I won't complete. Oh,
Just
sorry.
I
Go ahead.
wanted to Andy, you had your hand up. Do you want to jump in?
I mean, yeah, Spectator Index said a refinery was a hit in Kuwait. That was Spectator Index, so I mean, we'll wait on confirmation for that. I mean, so I mean, oil's gonna go up even more. And yeah, I mean, I agree with what we're all saying. Iran does need to hit back harder, and the IRGC, unlike the IDF, does earn the title of the most moral army in the world, and I think they do need to hit back a bit harder within reason. I and when they're pushed to that point, like with the ground invasion, I think that's when we're really going to see the fireworks with the infrastructure damage. That's when we're going to start seeing Saudi Aramco or something maybe go up in smoke. I think they're going to realize at that point with this ground invasion, like, yeah, this is an existential crisis. I think, or when their power plants really start getting blown up, they're going to be like, yeah, this is our country. We're really fighting for our survival now. Trump's actually serious. Like, we're fighting a guy that's literally senile, and then we're fighting a country in Israel that's committed a genocide. So we have to do whatever it takes to survive. And if then we're gonna see all the Gulf oil infrastructure up in smoke if Trump's really serious about just indiscriminately bombing civilian power plants. It's going to get to that point, I think, and we're going to be looking at 250 a barrel and the worst recession in 2008 because I think Trump literally is pushed to that point because the Israelis are telling him to do that because they're losing this war.
No doubt. Just want to read the super chat out from MPC Assassin. He says, love the chat, lads. Resistance, inevitable, Spidey Cell, and the new handsome suit Sully. Listen, don't hate on the suit, boys. Don't hate on the suit. We finally managed to save up all our super chats and buy a blue suit. One day when we're old enough, one day when we're big enough, we'll get a black suit as well. But up until then, we're just waiting for the super chats to get there. Full analysis, no chicks from your favorite millennial MPC. Much love, but I don't know about the millennials, bro. I don't know about the millennials. Guys, we've got a tweet in the nest. It is a video that collaboration I did with InfoWars, which is with Rex Jones and Tim Tompkins. We went through the Iran war. I explained how Iran needs to go harder. I think some of the stuff we've discussed on the space, other things they asked questions for. We are going to be wrapping up here. We will be back tomorrow. Unless, have your notifications on, be ready. If there is an attack on, if there is an attack, if there is a ground invasion, we will start immediately. So make sure you have your notifications on, because that's the only way you're going to know, because they make sure we're not on the purple pill. So you don't be aware that there's a space going on. So make sure you've got your notifications on. Be ready. We will start a space immediately. There is a tweet in the nest. We're going to be moving across there. I'll be in there chatting as well to everybody. Let me know your thoughts about that. And we'll be back tomorrow. Make sure you're following my... oh, I didn't even put it in the nest. 1 second. Make sure you're following my channel and the interview channel. We are going to be doing lots of interviews. Loads of interviews set up already. Speaking to quite a few people. So it's going to be glorious, and much love to everyone. Love you. I really appreciate all your support anyway. We're only doing this because of your support. We just got to diversify because the Zayos are coming after us. So yeah, the tweet is in the nest.